And here we go. So apologies for the extremely late start. Everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. So Thomas and I have been firefighting behind the scenes, but all matters resolved. So here we go now. So here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Because I ain't got one to know you get me. Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria. Why feeling? Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
So there it is. So let me bring you. I'm not sweating, by the way. It's shadows casting on top of me. So if you can see some coloration there, you see if I lean back, it is shadows casting on top of me. So so I'm not sweating, although I should be sweating. The sort of adventure that we just had over the last couple of hours, Thomas and myself. So the story started. The session was meant to start at 10:45, and nothing wrong with that. But then the story started when suddenly my computer, my system did not pick up the audio. So there was Thomas speaking to me across the screen, and there I am speaking to him in sign language. So tried everything to resolve that. It wouldn't resolve. So fortunately, I had always intended to upgrade still to another system anyway. So I've now had to rush and set up this now new system. This is a totally new system. If I pan my thing around, you'll see that I have a bank of computers around me. The one that I used to use previously, I upgraded to one. And now this one I was going to come to tomorrow, but I've had to rush it through today. So now, you know, when you are breaking in a new computer, all of the downloads, all of the removal, so I had to do all of, so that's what's led us to this point. So apologies for the exceedingly late start. It was due to failure in our Tejo show transmitting station. So there it is, back on track. Always never defeated, always outnumbered, never outgunned. The Oyuala of blood in me, you see, it never takes to defeat. So never takes to defeat. So that was that, but things still as normal as they always have been. And by the way, tell me what quality is coming through now, because this new system now is meant to be an upgrade from the system I previously used to use. So if this now is coming out crisper and cleaner, let me know in the comment section. But before you let me know, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You already know to do that. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. That is absolutely mandatory. Then this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. Your look at this Babati. Oh, this all these Egba people. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, that ever, and your invitation, your ticket to ride. So that hyperlink right there, the most immediate item in the comment section that says StreamYard. So that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to board the one man went to more train, then your ticket to ride is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screen, then just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Nothing more complicated or complex than that. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that, come join us. So do all that. Click on like, you must do that. So I'm checking the like buttons and I want to see it going on. It's free of charge, and that is the one way that you can really, if you really want to support the platform, you don't even have to reach for your wallet at all. Click on the like and make sure you're subscribed. So every time we're hosting a session, if you click on like, then you are supporting the platform in ways that are even more than financial. So that's just what it is. Make sure you have clicked on like and you are subscribed. Now, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, I've already explained that. That magic formula, the potent that goes into, you know, that little thing, you've seen Salt Bay that he's doing this. So when Salt Bay does this on that piece of barely cooked thing that is feeding them in Dubai, so that little salt thing, that's the magic thing. So the magic salt trinkle onto the One Man Went to More platform is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's just what makes it the conversation, and the conversation wraps around that hyperlink, and the dynamism of the conversation, it really rests solely on new voices coming in. So because it becomes staid and placid after a while, if it's just, you know, there's a somewhat of a predictability to some of the traditional voices that you've always heard. You somewhat know their views on different items. That is why when there's a divergence in their views, it jars you somewhat. But the thing that makes it continues to sparkle is new voices. So we are harvesting brains, we are harvesting voices. So let us harvest you for the day. So if you've never been on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. Let's see what you're making of the conversation. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and let's keep the magic going. Let's keep the magic going, and we keep the magic going with this. Pardon me. Right. So this is a cursory warning from the north. This is a cursory warning from the southeast to the southwest about the north. Pay heed, take caution. Gabon, there will be no coup in Nigeria except North sanctions it. So this is Ohanaeze in IGBO speaking. No, I didn't get any link. Jide, where did you send it? All right, so that's Ohanaeze in IGBO speaking truth to the Tinubu space. Because of course, you know, of course, that in Rwanda, the president there has had to rejig his security structures, sack some army general, promoted some people, moved people that he trusted into where the guns are to secure himself. Same with Cameroon and same with everywhere else. So all African state houses are jittery at the moment. And of course, Nigeria has reasons to be cautious too. But that caution, Ohanaeze is informing Tinubu to look it to the north. There will be no coup in Nigeria except North sanctions it, Ohanaeze faction. So what's led them to that thought, and what level of veracity is there within that? All of that are for contention. All of that are up for contention. So now there's something traditional within the Nigerian political space. When a new administration comes in, they tend to sack everybody from the previous administration. And then when they start to sack people from the previous administration, you find that all the airports in Nigeria suddenly fill up. As people that have been sacked, they are looking to make their escape quickly, because usually after a sack comes a knock on the door from the EFCC. Knock on the door from the EFCC, so she makes her escape to London, only for her to find herself on the street. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about the rascally woman from the creeks. How my cousin, actually, let me, because there's a build up to this, so let me bring it to you. I might well have to stanza this somewhat. Let me stanza it somewhat. Yes, let me bring you, the story actually starts here. So let me start it off from here. Let me share this screen. So let's start it from here. Exclusive. Sacked NDDC board chairperson Loretta Onoche becomes stranded homeless after fleeing to the United Kingdom, embarrassed, kicked out by family members. So that is Loretta Onoche there, as just finding herself suddenly halfway to the streets. So that was what happened. And then she very quickly comes then into the media space with an explanation. So now that headline that I showed you previously, how my cousin, his wife, tried to take over my London property. Sacked NDDC chairperson Loretta Onoche says house in viral videos belong to her. So house in viral videos belong to her, but I have that video anyway. So let me play that video for you, Loretta Onoche being kicked out. So let me play that video just to get that out of the way. So this sets the backdrop to the readouts when they come. Watch this.
I've been indoors since morning. I've not been feeling well.
Yeah.
He just kissed me. That's disgusting.
You are my son.
No. I'm not your son. I'm not your son. Get out of my room. Get out.
Okay.
Get out. Dress that bed first, then you get out.
Can I have the duvet back, please?
If you don't get out, then I will use that broom.
Hope you can see
I will
her.
use that bed
Look
and
at that.
smack you. If you don't dress that bed.
Emmanuel, let me have the duvet.
Okay.
Get the duvet for me, please.
You're not coming to my bed.
Emmanuel.
Get on my bed. You know why you're not here. No. Don't try that. Don't try that. Try that. I will tell my dad. Let me see that. Let me try that. I will tell my dad. I'll tell him call the cops again. I will use this and smack you. Your phone. When I get back upstairs, call the cops for me, okay? They call
Come on. Everybody reads what they say.
Armenian police, okay?
So that's my...
Okay? Call the police.
It sounds like a Sesame Street episode. She won. I got the tape I needed. Now what? This looks like the back room school. Like the back, the rooms in the back, not the actual back.
Okay. So that's the video that sets the backdrop. So let me just read this out now whilst it's still fresh in our memories. How my cousin, his wife, tried to take over my London property, sacked NDDC board chairperson Onoche. So now let's not see what Loretta has to say. The immediate past chairperson of the governing board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Loretta Onoche, has said the house in question in viral videos of her is hers and not her cousin. Our cousins. Onoche said she battled to recover the house from her cousin, Victor something or the other, and his wife, Ruth, whom she accused of taking over the London property after she took them in. Sources had told correspondents that Onoche was stranded and homeless after she tried to move in with her cousin in Barking, East London, but was rejected and kicked out of the property. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday approved the appointment of a new board and management of the NDDC after sacking the one led by Onoche. So yeah, we know all that. So essentially now, it's a battle for properties that she bought with stolen loads from the NDDC, and that is the latest development there. So now, if that property belongs to her, I doubt very much if her cousin would have been able to kick her out, because of course there is law and order within the UK. So there is Loretta Onoche and her travails. Loretta Onoche and her travails are onto this. Are still more sackings going on within the Tinubu administration. Justin, President Tinubu orders recall of all Nigerian ambassadors. So yes, the ambassadors do have to be recalled because, of course, the ambassadors representing the country, they are representing that country in the tonality of the presidency. So the tone and language of whichever ambassador is wherever is not Tinubu's tone and language. So it is quite right and apt that they are recalled. So let's just let's have this one as well. Justin, President Tinubu orders recall of all Nigerian ambassadors. So now let's now see. But I'm not sure. But we'll get into conversations around it because it can go either way if it's right or wrong. In a surprising turn of events, President Bola Tinubu has issued a directive recalling all Nigerian ambassadors, both career and non-career, from their respective diplomatic postings around the world. So let's just pause there for a moment. You would recall that in the twilight of the Buhari administration, there was just a stream of ambassadorial positions that were farmed out, especially when they retired the army generals who had committed all manners of crimes against humanity, and they wanted to hide their immunity under a diplomatic cover, and they were making them diplomats to XYZ, and the other one was sent to Benin Republic. That one that likes that likes snakes. What was the name of the last chief of army staff? In a surprising turn of events, President Bola Tinubu has issued a directive recalling all Nigerian ambassadors, both career and non-career, from their respective diplomatic postings around the world. This unprecedented move was officially announced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, through his media aide, Al-Kassim Abdul Kadir, on Saturday, September the 2nd, 2023. This recall affects a total of 83 diplomats who were deployed to represent Nigeria in various foreign countries. It is worth noting that former President Muhammadu Buhari appointed these envoys in July 2020, comprising 41 non-career ambassadors and 42 career ambassadors, following their confirmation by the Senate in accordance with the provision of the Nigerian Constitution. The statement confirming the recall emphasized the president's prerogative in managing the nation's diplomatic corps. Ambassadors, as representatives of the country, serve at the behest of the president, and it is his prerogative to send or recall them to any country. This move has sparked significant interest and speculation, both domestically and internationally, as it marks a significant departure from the usual practice of allowing diplomats to complete their term, which typically spans several years. The reasons behind this decision remains undisclosed, leaving room for various interpretations and discussions amongst political analysts and foreign policy experts. One notable case that has drawn attention in this mass recall is that of the Nigerian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Sarafa Ishola. His recall raised questions about the implication of Nigeria's bilateral relationship with the UK and the potential impact on ongoing diplomatic efforts between the two countries. So I'm not quite sure how recalling an ambassador impacts on any bilateral relationship. The bilateral relationship is not dependent on the ambassador. And given what Nigerians suffer at that embassy in the United Kingdom, not only should they recall that guy, they should arrest him as soon as he arrives in Nigeria. He has turned the Nigerian experience into like a torture chamber sort of a thing. You go to the Nigerian embassy these days, anyway, let me leave that. As Nigerians and the international community await further details and insights into the motivation behind this historic decision, it is clear that President Tinubu's administration is making a bold statement about its approach to foreign diplomacy. This move underscores the fluid and dynamic nature of international relations, reminding us that the role of diplomats can change abruptly, guided by the priorities and decisions of the nation's leadership. As developments continue to unfold, the recall of Nigerian ambassadors will undoubtedly remain a topic of intense scrutiny and debate, both domestically and globally. So certainly, hopefully, a course of our debates are certainly on this platform, hopefully. So let's go on from there. Let's just get all the readouts out of the way. Let's go on then to the Ohanaeze one into the Tinubu space. Did I just skip onto something? Hold on. Yes, all right. Let's do that. Gabon. There will be no coup in Nigeria except North sanctions it, Ohanaeze faction. A faction of the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Igbo, headed by Okechukwu Isogozoro on Sunday, claimed Nigeria would not experience military incursion if the North does not sanction it. The group made the claim whilst cautioning President Bola Tinubu of the dangers ahead. Ohanaeze warns Tinubu that the recent coup waves in some Francophone African countries are warnings over the continuous declaration of fraudulent election results in Africa, bad government, lack of respect for the constitution by political elites, and the imposition of geriatric African presidents by the West. So geriatric African presidents, a statement by Factional Secretary General of Ohanaeze, Okechukwu Isegozoro, said the northern leadership and political leaders are dissatisfied with Tinubu's presidency and are waiting patiently for the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal verdict on September the 16th, 2023 to know their line of action. Isegozoro alleged the northern leadership shut down President Tinubu's led ECOWAS planned invasion of Niger Republic through the northern senators. Through the northern senators, the traditional rulers, and their elder statesmen who were unhappy with the president's style of leadership and key appointments to the southwest. Isegozoro also praised the Nigerian military for their total allegiance to Tinubu and their continuous vow to continue to safeguard and uphold the Nigerian democracy. So yes, so it is a case of yes and no to this one. So it is very much a case of yes and no to this one. Yes, the possibility of a coup will only really ever emanate out of the north because of the way that the Nigerian security apparatus is structured. The Nigerian security apparatus is structured in such a way that all of the security weight and potency is vested in the north. So they control all the guns, irrespective of who sits at the top of the presidential whatever, they control all the guns. So it'll be very difficult for you to have a coup without a northern consent. You can never ever have an Igbo coup in Nigeria because they don't even allow them anywhere near the guns. And you have no reasons to have a Yoruba coup for reasons that they already have the presidency. So the possibilities of coup has to come from the north. But then what holds that space steady? One is that Nigeria has enjoyed uninterrupted democracy going on 30 years now. And Nigeria is the most matured nation state within the African space. And I don't think the appetite internationally is for coups, especially in Nigeria. There's another one. But really the thing is, if they plan a coup to replace Tinubu after their own son has just bastardized and brutalized, if there was ever going to be a coup, then there should have been a coup under Buhari. So if there was no coup under Buhari, who was comatose for 8 years and the country just ran amok, so if there was no coup then, what justification then a coup against an administration that is barely 2 months alive? So there's just so many things that holds the North back. As I can see it, even though the Southeasterners, so this originally read as a cautionary tale towards Tinubu, but really it's a dog whistle by the Ohanaeze space, trying to encourage the Northerners, the Northern military, whatever, to coup the Tinubu administration. But I'm not quite sure if that will bite. I'm not quite sure if that would bite. So let me move you on from that one to this next headline. So the narrative over the last few sessions, was a narrative of how the Nigerian state was snubbed by the so-called BRICS alliance, an organization that doesn't even have a currency. I'm not quite sure. It's a multilateral relationship rather than any form of a political group or bloc that are BRICS thing. But the narrative, of course, wrapped very much around how Nigeria was snubbed. But was Nigeria snubbed, or did Nigeria even have other better, bigger options in mind? Did Nigeria have other better and bigger options in mind? Nigeria molds G20 bloc membership. President Tinubu attends summit in India. So there it is right there. If you are going to eat, there's a Yoruba adage, but I can't just think of it. But if you're going to eat meat, eat one that has fat on it, essentially is what that adage tells us. And the fat of the pork belly fat of the international space is certainly this G20 group. Nigeria malls G20 bloc membership. President Tinubu attends summit. Nigeria is considering applying to become a member of the G20 bloc of major economies after concluding consultations on the risks and benefits. The president's spokesperson said on Sunday. President Bola Tinubu will leave on Monday to attend the G20 summit in India at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spokesperson Ajuri Angulali said, South Africa is the only African member of the group of the world's 20 most industrialized nation. Whilst Nigeria's membership of the G20 is desirable, the government has embarked on wide-ranging consultation with a view to ascertaining the benefits and risk of membership. Ngalale said in a statement, Tinubu's attendance was in part to further Nigeria's membership objective, he said. On Friday, Ngalale said Tinubu will attend the G20 summit to try to promote foreign investment in Nigeria and mobilize global capital to develop infrastructure. Nigeria's new government wants to encourage investment rather than relying on borrowing to create jobs as it tries to revive an economy struggling with record debt, a weak currency, double-digit inflation, and skeletal power supplies. Tinubu has embarked on the boldest reforms in decades, which have been welcomed by investors. However, they have brought additional hardship to Nigerians already dealing with the cost of living crisis. Tinubu will attend the summit with some of his cabinet members, including foreign affairs, finance, and trade ministers. So there it is right there. So which would you rather? To be in a band that is oversighted by Russia, to be in a band that is oversighted by Russia and China, or to be with the big boys? To be with the big boys. So now let's now go on to this next headline. This one, nothing to do with politics, more to do with the potency of the Nigerian state. So the potency of the Nigerian state, a report shows that Nigerians are the second largest tech migrants in Canada. So I suspect that the Indians will take the topmost position, but certainly here it is. It is what we've always known of. If we've not known it factually, it is something we've always assumed. But now the data backs it up. Nigeria is the second largest source of IT talent experts traveling to Canada, according to research from the Technology Council of North America and Canada's IT network. According to a report seen by correspondents, Canada continues to experience a large net inflow of IT talents, particularly from Brazil, India, and Nigeria. This has led to a boom in the sector. The amount of workers the IT sector draws to Canada, drew to Canada between April 2020 and March 2023 reflects this. More than 32,000 people from the worldwide IT sector traveled to Canada in search of employment, according to the study. Increased investment by American tech companies in Canada are another factor. According to this analysis, Canada has been successful in luring a sizable influx of IT professionals, in large part because of its laws that encourages immigration and affordable labor. So let's see where Nigeria comes in. It's only the Nigerian bit that I'm interested in. Anyway, I think that's what that has to offer. So that's what that has to offer. That's what that has to offer. But that just really, it tallies with what we've always presumed to be the case. It tallies with what we always presumed to be the case. But this now next headline very much. And by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. If you want to come join. You know how it goes. We don't want to have to be laboring to make a conversation. And if we have to labor, we just shut it down. It says at Gabon, we're in no hurry to hand over power to civilians, says military junta. So yes, of course. We you know, all of the ones that you know that what was Kigame, the correct me if I'm wrong, the Rwandan president, was it not a military guy who now became president and has been there now for 28 years? Gabon, we're in no hurry to hand over power to civilians, says military junta. Gabon's so if you are not in a hurry to hand over power, then why are you a transitional president? Gabon's transitional president, General Brice Nguema, says the military junta that ousted President Ali Bongo will take its time to conduct elections to avoid repeating mistakes of the past. Mr. Nguema, who played an active role in perpetrating the Bongo dynasty, in an address televised on state-owned TV on Friday, said the military regime does not want to conduct elections in a hurry to avoid having the same people in power. Our aim is to move as quickly as possible, but quickly but surely. Moving as quickly as possible does not mean organizing elections in a rush, where we will end up with the same mistakes, where the same people will continue in power, and it all comes back to the same thing, he said. The Gabon military, led by Mr. Nguema, in the early hours of last Wednesday, ousted Mr. Bongo out of office shortly after he was declared winner of the August 26 election that would have seen him stay in office for a third term. Shortly after the coup, the military installed Mr. Nguema as transitional president. He was sworn in on Monday. Mr. Nguema, a cousin of Mr. Bongo, played an active role in the ousted president's government after taking over the reins. So what essentially represents then that change? If he was a key and senior member of the administration, so what represents change is the thing. So what change has just taken? Nothing has changed. You know, nothing has changed. He was a senior member of the administration that he's telling us was rotten to the core. So what role did he play in that rot? It's just a nonsense. The totality. Anyway, maybe they are dumb in that country. I don't know. Mr. Nguema, a cousin of Mr. Bongo, played an active role in the ousted president's government. After taking over the reins of power, Mr. Bongo sent him on a diplomatic mission to Morocco and Senegal. In 2019, Mr. Nguema replaced Mr. Bongo's stepbrother as head of Gabon's Republican Guard, an elite force protecting Mr. Bongo, his family, and other high-profile figures. Mr. Nguema's statement comes amidst criticism against the ousting of Mr. Bongo from the international community. The African Union has suspended Gabon. There was actually this thing that Aisha, what she called? The Aisha rebel. Aisha, what she called again? I've forgotten her name now. I remember now the Peter Obi's acolyte, Aisha something or the other. There was something she put out on the Instagram, on the Twitter space, saying that when is the what's her name? Yesufu, of course, Aisha Yesufu. Yes, let me see if I can find it. Aisha Yesufu. Aisha Yesufu tweet. There was something she put out asking when the African Union is going to suspend all this sit at home or sit tight. I think I have it here because I thought that was quite striking. Let's see if I have it. You see, this is the thing with having a new system. Because then all these pop-ups now, you have to start doing the ad blockers and whatnot. So this is what Aisha Yesufu put out in the Twitter space, which struck me somewhat. It says, in a tweet posted on her Twitter handle, Aisha wrote, "When will African Union suspend Equatorial Guinea ruler Theodore Obiang, who has ruled the country for 44 years? When will the African Union suspend the Cameroonian president, Paul Biya, who has ruled the country for 41 years? Uganda, Museveni, 37 years. Eritrea, whatever his name is, 30 years. Congo, Denis Sassou, 26 years. And Rwanda, Paul Kagame, 23 years. So when? So activist Aisha Yesufu has asked African leaders when they will suspend sit-tight presidents. This comes after the union suspended Gabon over the recent coup in the country. So yes, maybe if they had been suspending the sit-tight presidents, then we would have not had cause to be having this plethora of coups within the African space. But I thought that was quite. I don't hold any truck with Aisha Yesufu, but I thought that was quite pungent. That little piece by her there. Yeah. So are we done with this? Let's see. Okay. Let's just hold on. Right, Mr. Nguema, a cousin, Mr. Nguema, or whatever his name is, a cousin of Mr. Bongo, played an active role in the ousted president's government. After taking over the reins of power, Mr. Bongo sent him on a diplomatic mission to Morocco and Senegal. In 2019, Mr. Nguema replaced Mr. Bongo's stepbrother as head of Gabon's Republican Guard, an elite force protecting Mr. Bongo, his family, and other high-profile figures. Mr. Ngwame's statement comes amidst criticism against the ousting of Mr. Bongo from the international community. The African Union has suspended Gabon. Albert Ondo Osa, opposition candidate, has charged the Gabon military to allow the conclusion of the August 26 election and declare him president. I am asking it, the military, to restore Republican and constitutional order, Mr. Osa told Le Monde in an interview. So Le Monde is the leading French newspaper, which is the leading news platform essentially in all those French-speaking spaces. The electoral process must be brought to a conclusion and the results must be announced so that I can become the legitimate president and then the legal president once they have been validated by the Constitutional Court, he said. Speaking from detention, Mr. Bongo charged his friends and international community to make noise. So we've all seen that comical. So that's enough of that. I think we've seen enough from that. Maybe I should make this the last. I made this one the last readout. So this is from Unusual Quarters About Strange Spaces. Unusual Quarters About Strange Spaces. So this struck me only really because these are Justice Mary Odili. She was the one that gave the fake judgment that returned Peter Obi as the governor of Anambra State all those years ago. After the Anambrarians were able to get rid of him, he was able to procure a judgment via this lady using her husband Peter Odili as the go-between, as the plug. And then she procured him that judgment that reinstated him. So now her telling him to get lost, quite striking. Tinubu's lawyer, Wole Olanipekun, master in tribunal cases. Losers should accept defeat, save Nigeria from chaos. This is Mary Odili, surprisingly speaking truth to our stock and kin. So speaking truth to our, I'm just trying to get rid of all of these things that I just spoke. Speaking truth to our stock and kin, retired Justice Mary Odili has affirmed Wole Olanipekun, the lawyer defending President Bola Tinubu at the Election Petition Tribunal, a master of electoral disputes, whose expertise in tribunal litigation inspires confidence for victory, and that a reset of the mind is soon to come for losers who would eventually accept their loss. So are they capable of resetting their mind? These are people that get excited. They are already dancing palongo off the back of this coup in Niger. They're all of those all those obedient sort of southeastern sort of spaces. All their language now is they put a clockwork on their walls, ticking down to the coup that they have now. You know how carried away in the head they get. They are now convinced that there's going to be a coup in Nigeria, and they are already doing the countdown. Speaking on Friday at a colloquium held in honor of Joe Kyari Gadzama in Abuja, Mrs. Odili said the 2023 general election generated a storm, particularly from the loser, who feel cheated by the election's outcome and have since resorted to making incendiary remarks that could plunge the nation into anarchy. So I think that is what they want. All this, at least, if nothing else, this electoral cycle have now fully introduced the Southeasterners to you. So if you've never known the Southeasterner before, I think after this electoral cycle, you know exactly who and what they are now. There seems to be moves to throw the nation into chaos or conflagration. This may be brought about by some individuals and groups fanning the embers of hatred, bigotry, and tribalism, of course. Let me take that again, and then I'll speak through it. There seems to be moves to throw the nation into chaos or conflagration. This may be brought about by some individuals and groups who are fanning the embers of hatred, bigotry, and tribalism, fail to see the possible outcome of the utterances without caution that are being thrown around. Mrs. Odili, wife of ex-Rivers Governor Peter Odili, said at the colloquium, which had many members of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC in attendance. She cautioned that the losers of the 2023 elections shouldn't use their grievances and frustration as justification to bring down the roof on our nation, as they may not be spared by the law. It is human to feel cheated or having the short end of the stick, but one who is not declared the winner at any of the electoral contest, such emotions, however grim, does not justify bringing the roof down, the roof of our nation. The reason is simple. That in such an eventuality, that aggrieved person may not be spared, as the commotion would be like an unguided missile which could land anywhere and upon anyone, the former jurist said. According to Mrs. Odili, Mr. Olanipekun and the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, were grounded in electoral disputes, implying that their collaboration was bound to birth victory. At the tribunal, Mr. Olanipekun, a highly respected senior advocate, was in charge of the team of lawyers that defended ex-President Muhammadu Buhari's victory against Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the 2019 elections at the tribunal. Mr. Olanipekun won that matter for Mr. Buhari, but Mrs. Odili's statements have ignited furore across the nation. Not across the no, because of course, I really hate it when things that are narrow and pedestrianized to the obedient Southeast space, they want to wrap the Nigerian flag around it as though it was the sentiment of the country. It's not generated a furore amongst anybody. Nobody cares outside of the obedient space. Everybody else has moved on with life, outside of the obedient space. Mrs. Odili's statements have ignited furore across the this, of course, coming from People's Gazette, which is an obedient platform. Mrs. Odili's statements have ignited furore across the nation, with many citizens alleging the judiciary may no longer be independent and may have been coward to pander to the demands of the ruling party. The fact that Mrs. Odili's statement echoes the encomium Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, lavished on the then Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike last November, has not helped to calm public concerns that the judiciary may be seriously compromised, since judicial officers are not expected to hobnob with politicians, much less make political commentaries in public. But just one proviso, Mary Odili, of course, she's now an ex-jurist. But there it is. Let's leave it there for the moment, and let's say who we have. We have Ajale Koko, we have Kumi, and then I think we have one other. We have Pansat. So it may well be a short and to the point session. So who wants to kick off first? Who wants to go first?
Let me go first.
All right. Go first. And coming at this point that I landed at Tinubu's lawyer, Wale Opekunmi, master in tribunal cases, lose, accept defeat, save Nigeria from chaos. It's one of your ladies from your quarters, Mary Odili.
Hello to everybody, and thank you very much for having a show. One man, you didn't have a show yesterday, am I right?
Yes, I did not, I did not. It's getting a bit skitty, isn't it? One leg in and one leg out, yeah.
Okay, but it's understandable. You've been going whole hog all year, so if you have something to do, we do understand. Let me also say hello to those in the comment section. Now, what I wanted to do was actually to treat the Gabon issue, but I will have very little to say on the other issues, except to say that the way Nigerians, especially the Southwest, the way they treat our South public servants, whether they're guilty or not, I'm not judging it. I'm not looking at I'm doing it without prejudice, because I don't know who's guilty. I don't know who's not. But the picking and choosing of who to scrutinize, that I know is biased. From the presidency, if you recall, the first time I was on your show, I postulated, I said to you that there's a tendency to try to disrespect, persecute Southerners after they served our country. From President Jonathan, for example, to even Chief Justice Onegin, to this CBN governor here now, and others, especially the women, after they served, they're disrespected or they're thrown in jail. So I'm not going to go into whether they did it or not. More than likely, they did something. All politicians in Nigeria are guilty of something. But to pick and choose them, disrespect them because nobody's going to fight for them, that I'm against.
Who's been disrespected?
All of them. I mean, from the president to this woman. This woman, now, I hate her more than anybody else.
No, who are we talking about?
I'm talking about all of them.
No, but what particular instance are you citing? Are you talking about Loretta Onoche?
Yes, in this case. But, she's just one out of the rest. There's no exception. Basically, if you name any Southerner who served Nigeria in any capacity, when they leave office, the Southwest go after them, right? Either tarnish and discredit their character, or they try to throw them in jail. They could be the oil minister, and the venom and the way they do it is almost crazy for you to try to defend them. You forget they're innocent until proven guilty. So when you have a pattern where it's 100% of them, this woman Loretta, it's a bad character that they used to insult the Igbos when she was in office. That's true, but as soon as she leaves, they go after her, right? But the way we do it is we don't care that she went after us, she disrespected us. We still have to.
But how has she been gone after?
Oh, I mean, everything you just read about her right now.
No, she was
showing the video that
yes,
showing her being insulted by a kid, right? Trying to throw her out of her house.
Who was that kid?
It doesn't matter.
That was her niece. That was her niece.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Those kind of particular.
Or nephew.
Matter. Yeah, but we have a lot of issues going on that shouldn't be played. I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. It's because you don't have all the facts, but she's being disrespected, right? If you saw,
but by whom though? By our home personal family.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying, you got a hold of that and you're amplifying and you're playing it. But if you
it's all over social media. Can you not see? It says how the viral video. Everybody has seen the video. I know, I'm not breaking any news. It's a talking point.
It's true, but if you went, let's say you go to Dr. Damage's show today, right? He wouldn't play that, right?
That's Rudolph's though, isn't it?
As bad as Rudolph is to the southeast, he still won't play it. You know what I'm saying? Rudolph is more Yoruba than Igbo. You know what? He's more.
I don't really care to discuss Rudolph. Do you want to discuss the talking points?
Okay, so let's go to this Gabon. Okay, now, one man, I've got something to tell you about the Gabon. Okay, now I have something that I believe is very important. I'm the only one who's thinking this way. If you recall, during the 2004 campaign between John Kerry and George Bush, John Kerry was being looked at as a Frenchman. They say he looked French. you know, when for example, the Republican people, Republican Party leadership, politics, they will come in, they will say hello, this and that, hi, and then they'll say, as John Kerry would say, bonjour, right? So as a matter of fact, let me post something for you in this comment section so you can then, oh, I'm on my phone. I would like to post something for you so you could read it actually for everybody to see. You see, John Kerry lost the election because he was portrayed as being French. See, the American people, they're savvy. You wouldn't know it, but they're very smart. They're very sharp. You know, George Bush was looked at a buffoon. He's not really serious, wasn't a good student. But John Kerry is properly dressed and combs his hair, right? So but the American people chose George Bush over John Kerry. And in those days, I couldn't understand it. But what they
where you taking us to? It's too early in the session to be skitty. You're sounding
no.
skitty.
Here's what I'm taking you to is very, very important, because I'm trying to tell you why the Francophone countries are behaving the way they're behaving, right? And I believe that John Kerry, who is now a czar in this particular administration, in Obama's administration, he was the Secretary of State. And he was very instrumental in having what's his name? Our former president, Jonathan, removed from office and had Buhari come in, right? That's a lot of things John Kerry is doing in Africa, and he's doing it with the French. You recall during the NSAS?
You know, guy, you are costing us the very few viewership that we have. What are you even talking about? Nobody.
Okay, let's do this. Why don't you keep your viewership? Then we'll talk about this later on. I probably will call you. I have your number. I wanna talk to you about this. What I believe is going on geopolitically. It's the United States.
No, don't talk to us about it. You know, it's not really about the viewership; it's about the conversation. But talk to us in a language that you make it coherent. Let it be coherent. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm thinking is that John Kerry is in cahoots with the French to disrupt Africa. He started it with Nigeria during the election of Jonathan versus Buhari, right? But let's just fast forward it to what's happening now. John Kerry is a powerful environmental czar under this administration that doesn't give a hoot about anything. Somebody like our president right now. So John Kerry is in charge, and he's working with the French to do all these things that are going on in Africa. So that is my thing. You don't know it, but if you Google, you're gonna find out. Just Google on John Kerry being a Frenchman, right? As somebody else is talking, you're gonna see a bunch of articles that will show that he's French. Pretty much, that's where Americans look at. He lost an election based on that, but he still manages to get in there and is causing all this stuff in Africa. I'm telling you, it's very important for us to take a look at it. Look at those articles, because this is not sexy, what I'm talking about here, but it's very important. And we're going to look into it further, okay? So I yield back. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady. Let's bring Jide on board. Jide, hopefully you have a good connection. We always enjoy hearing from you when your connection is good. So Jide, unmute. Jide.
One man.
Okay, kwata. Oh, Sunday, you know they sleep. 1 a.m.
Babao. I wanted to join the program today, so I had to stay awake.
Yeah, I saw you battling. I saw you battling with the Kenyans and those rowdy bunch earlier on.
Yes, I don't like the way they always speak about Africa. I don't like it. We need to be more patriotic about ourselves. We need to appreciate.
If you listen to their accent, then you know that these are from abroad kids. Some of them have gone back to Africa, but they are still is an abroadian mentality that they bring.
Exactly. Babajan Lokoko.
Kemi Olaogun.
I'm greeting Baba. Is it there?
Of course.
Erasal.
We can't hold a session if
Yes, sir.
Ajani Koko is not here now. So what have you been looking at in the news? What's the latest development?
One man, what I sent to you is what that is making me happy. What I sent to you, the link I sent to you, it's on the chat now.
Okay.
I don't know if you can play it to us.
All right. Let me play it, and then you talk us through why you sent it in. Let me just.
Signs and sounds of work returning to the refinery greets our ears as Channels Television's crew approach the plant.
Okay, this area is a crude distillation unit, unit 10. 10 inches line that brings raw crude oil to 85 process comes in here. If you trace the line, it comes all the way from the battery limits into this point, and this is called the crude charge pump. It's a brand new pump to enable seamless production as we come up in December.
Okay, workers here are seen fabricating pipes. Others are making connections. But to get a better sense of what is now termed the full rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery, our cameras toured the plant. It captures footage of newly installed pumps replacing the old. Welding works intensified to meet what is now a December deadline. This process with a specialized machine is known as the blasting and painting. All the pipes, hundreds and hundreds of them on this plant, will be treated, blasted and painted for anti-corrosion, while others will be replaced completely. The control room for the refinery isn't left out of the rehab process. It's been installed with new equipment to allow for full automation. To ensure there's no stoppage, the warehouse is loaded with replacement equipment, gadgets, and materials. Some that can survive exposure are kept out on the field waiting to be deployed. We cornered the man whose shoulder all of this lies on here on the complex, and he tells us more on the advancement with dints of high optimism.
When the old Port Harcourt refinery comes on stream in December 2023, we're going to be sure we're going to get products out of it. We're going to get PMS, premium motor spirit. We're going to get kerosene. We're going to get automotive gas oil, AGO. We're going to get LPFO, which is for industries, heavy industry use. We're going to get all those products.
Of particular interest is how and why this rehabilitation timeline appears fully on course, especially the funding mechanism.
This refinery, when we bring it back, we're going to ensure that it runs at a minimum capacity utilization of 90% to be sure that we're able to pay back these loans, because we're using a loan to repay it. We have the governance to ensure that it is done to standard, so that when the plant comes up, it's going to run safely, it's going to run reliably, sustainably, and profitably.
Prior to this moment, an integrity test has been conducted at the instance of the EPC company Technimont and approved by the STECO and the NMPC's management, led by the GCO Malam Mele Kyari. The result meant that all units of the refinery components and operations had to be rehabilitated. Back on the plant, this is an FCC cyclone to be used for the fluid catalytic cracking unit. Don't panic, let me explain. The FCC is regarded as the money spinner of the refinery where PMS is produced. So this brand new 70 tons equipment, known as the cyclone, will be lifted by a heavy crane that has a long boom into the FCC reactor by cutting the top of the FCC and replacing the old with this new one. The FCC will be up and running when this unit is installed. So PMS will be produced from here. So there you have it. By December 2023, this year, this plant, the Port Harcourt Refinery 1, a 60,000 barrels capacity, has a date with history. It's barely a few months to that time. Will it come to life? That's the big question. from Port Harcourt Refinery here in LMA, Olu Phillips, Channels Television News.
All right, over to you, Jide. What's the excitement? What's the excitement in all that?
Yeah. The excitement is this.
What's the capacity there? Is it 60,000 barrels?
I think it's 60,000 barrels.
60,000. 60,000, yes.
Okay.
60,000. And the man said they are going towards making it work towards 90% efficiency. Though in engineering, technically, you might not be able to get that, but at least even if we get 75%, we know we are refining. So why I was excited about it is because this thing it has been discussed over and over on the news, and each time they say it, the government has always challenged the reporters to go there and see it for themselves. But Nigeria, we can say we are doing something usually before and don't do anything. So seeing them doing it, it's a positive for me. I'm happy about it because what will make me happy about Nigeria is the only thing I am interested in. What would make me think good about Nigeria is the only thing, and that's why I don't like it when somebody comes here and says something bad about Nigeria.
How many liters do we have in a barrel?
A barrel, I think a barrel will give us around 107 liters of petrol, yes.
Oh, okay, because the Nigerian consumption is about 40-something million liters daily.
Yes, 170 times if they get let's say they even get a 75% output, that should be 75% of 60,000 liters and 60,000 barrels times 170 liters of petrol. So that is what the output will look like. But for me, at least, we have one that is coming on board. So when this one comes on board, we move to the next one. Let's get it on board. And this is how to progress. It's not about us coming here as in...
I think we're about to witness Pansat break into a car. Maybe we might have to submit this particular session to the police, but carry on. Pansat, we're watching you. Carry on.
I have a bad connection. I'm gonna leave and then listen to the show. My connection.
Yeah, is that your garage? You're showing off your vehicles.
And I went to get something. This is my garage.
Okay. Show us what you've got. What have you got? If there's no Lamborghini in there, then you don't have any reasons to show off. Where's the Lambo?
Lambo is on the other side.
It's on the other side.
You like this one? Like that, right? Trucks.
No, that's just an American fat boy. Where every American has that.
Well,
what's that? Is that a Ford? The white one?
No, GMC trucks.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, Denali is what it's called.
Oh, all right. Where's the Tesla? You don't strike me as a Tesla sort of a guy.
I'm not a Tesla fan. I'm not an Elon Musk fan. But anyway, one man, continue with the show. I will try to find a better connection. I don't have a good connection here. I'm in my mountain retreat now.
Your mountain retreat. Look at that.
That's right. You better believe it.
No! Show us the scenery, because we don't trust you at your words anymore. You said you have so many fantabulous.
What are you talking about?
Show us the scenery. If it's a mountain, then we want to see.
Okay, well, I'm gonna dial in with a better connection. I'll show you whatever you want to see.
All right, brilliant. All right, back to you, Jide. Tell us about this excitement. So, is this what they are anticipating will come upstream in December?
Yes, woman. That's what that's what they are anticipating will come up by December. But from what they have said there, I envisage that it's not going to impact on the price in any way. One, I feel they have stated that they got a loan to do this. They will have to repay back the loan, and again the crude buying of crude in dollars in global rate is also a factor. But for me,
You know, what do you think agitates the Nigerians the most? Do they want a reduction in price, which I think they do want, but what is more important is consistency, isn't it? So that if they know they are paying 500 and something, then they know if it's going to go 510, come back to 505, but it's not going to go from 500 today to 700 tomorrow. So it's that consistency of pricing, isn't it? And if we can localize production, then that gives us somewhat of a consistency of pricing.
yes, one man, yes, everybody has accepted that subsidy must go. So if we have local refining capacity, then the first thing is the shipping and the landing cost issues will be reduced. Then will be eliminated completely. Then logistics of from the point of landing to wherever it's going to down to will be removed. So, but for me, I feel it will only make the price more consistent. There will be the fluctuations will not be too much in pricing, but at least we can have a competition for the private refineries that are coming, because it's not too good for Dangote alone to be in the business. Yes, I heard that Boa is also coming up with his own refinery, and some modular refineries are coming up to, I think, one Adre or something is almost nearing conclusion. But even those modular refineries, some of them find it hard to crack some of these oils and fuel out of crude. So it depends on the design, but a standard refinery can crack anything, obviously. So for me, I just feel it's a good one if it's a step in the right direction. Wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n ní ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan là ń yọ ẹsẹ̀ lẹ́kù. If we remove this out of the way, we maintain it, we move to the next one. Say Kaduna Refinery, we fix it, we maintain it. Then the next one. So we have all our refineries working, and I think that's just the direction to go. And I'm happy about it just because they said it is on, and people have gone there and they verified that it's actually on. And we can see it's not a boju thing. It's
the one thing that I've noticed with this Tinubu's administration is that they're letting the cameras in. So nobody is having to take anything at the wordings of the presidency or the spokesperson. They're letting the cameras in that, look, this is it. So then you see it as it is, and then you have your commentaries based on facts.
Exactly, one man. Exactly. There is a lot of openness that we've not had in a long while to this to the way this government the way they are running their things. Well, to some extent, it is backfiring too, because it gives the opposition too much and the critics too much to talk about. But for me, it is good, because at least for those of us that still believe in the Nigerian project, we still have something to hold on. And
you say the trick is the thing is it establishes a baseline. So we're seeing all this now. And we're seeing what they are telling us that their level of preparedness is. So in 4 months' time, we cannot now accept that they are not. So we want to see a progression from where they have established to end using at the pumps. So that's just it now. It's establishing a baseline from which then we can start to monitor improvements or lack thereof.
Yes, one man. Yeah, that's correct. You are very correct. Well, for me, generally in the news today, that's the main issue. Aside for that, I think Lagos State just started their food bank today, palliative bank, and where they are handing out bags of rice, beans, and curry to people. People can walk in and pick like that, and they are targeting 500,000 houses from their own estimates, and they have showed it to us, and they are putting up teams that will monitor the process. So those are the two major things on the news today for me that really moved me, that encouraged me. Because for me, I always, because it's the way Nigeria
But it is still an embarrassment, though, that they are handing out bags of rice in the top 30 economies in the world. I mean, it's not anything to applaud.
no, one man, yeah, we can say that. But even in advanced countries like the UK, during the COVID, they handed out food. In Canada. They handed out food. I think I saw some of it. So it's not
Nobody
new.
handed me food during the.
Yeah, to the poor of the
I had to
poor.
go to the shops and part with money. Yeah.
Yeah. But for me, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We need to wake up to the realization of where we are. We are not a first world country. We are still where we are, and we would progress gradually. For instance, you can imagine the third Niger bridge. Some Hausa guys went there and all these Bola, let me not use Hausa guys, Bola, they removed iron metals on the newly constructed bridge.
You know they've been doing that on the railways in the north as well.
Yes, even
What is the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is the malams. It just is. I know it's not politically correct to say that, but it is.
one man is not only the malams. And let me give you a very good example of what happened in my own area. I used to go through a particular route to Ewekoro, Ogun State. Somewhere the same route I took yesterday, just because the government came, graded that place and tarred the whole road so that it would be easier, because the governor was coming to commission something around that environment, so he did it. I tell you, I passed there around 9 the day before. I did what I wanted to do in Ewekoro, slept somewhere, then moving back to Lagos the next day, I met big pothole in the middle of that road. Some guys that normally stop all these tipper that carry sand and guys that sell bread must have gone during the night, use digger to make that hole, because the let me just say, it's not more than it's not up to 10 hours. And the next morning around 5, leaving that place, there's already a pothole in a road that was just started. So it's not only the malams, obviously. We have sabotage everywhere. And what those guys want is that when those trucks are coming, they will slow down when they get to that pothole, so that they can quickly now then obtain whatever they want to obtain from them. But because the road is now smooth, they won't be able to do that. This is the kind of society we find ourselves. But you realize that bag of rice, for instance, now we will say it's not making sense. If you give it to somebody like me, it might not make sense.
What's the size of the bag?
No, it's a 50 kg bag, a standard 50 kg bag that was displayed in their thousands, and it was stacked all over each other. And they also said they will be giving out 50 kg bag of rice, 50 kg bag of dairy, and 50 kg bag of beans. Then there's a box, you package some other things inside to give to each house.
So each family gets 3 bags: rice, beans, and gari.
Exactly.
And that's for 500,000 families.
So yes, from what the governor said today.
And how have they identified the beneficiaries? What
Well, some of the people they showed today that came to collect were very aged men, old men like that. I don't know, maybe they are pensioners or old people, at least. But for the visuals, that's what they showed us today. I don't want to always go the route of thinking they are the negative. They have said they want to do something. They have showed us they want to do it, and I believe they will do it. That is the way I think I want to start reasoning about this country.
All right, let me take you to this headline on the screen. Nigeria mulls G20 BLOC membership, president to attend a summit in India. So keep your bricks with the bigger boys. So Nigeria should be part of the G20, certainly ahead of South Africa, which is already a member. So what are you then making them prospects of Nigeria being put in the G20?
Woman, this thing is just Nigeria. Nigeria is just playing along with these people. They know Nigeria might not be given the permission to join the G20. I don't. This is not the first time they've been clamoring for more inclusion of African countries into the G20. But Nigeria just attended BRICS. So attending BRICS based on invitation is like you telling the West that yes, I have another option. I've gone to meet a new bride. Though the person now said, I'm not joining you just yet because there are so many other things I have to do at home and things like that. Then the next time you are going to G20, you say you are proposing that you want to join G20. I feel it's just a game of trying to play as if I'm not an enemy of any of the sides. I want to keep neutral because obviously we all know that it will be difficult for them to accept Nigeria into the G20. This is not the first time they've been saying they should give more room for inclusion. But if they actually do, that will be because they are also afraid of losing Nigeria to BRICS. That will just be the reason. But for me, I think it's a political stunt, a political move by Nigeria, and they're just trying to still ensure that we remain relevant
to maintain relevance.
We want to maintain relevance in our neutrality. I think that's just it.
All right, let me take you to this final space. A brief commentary on this. Gabon, we're in no hurry to hand over power to civilians, says military junta. So in the readout of that piece, it actually happened that the new now installed, they call it a transitional president, but he tells you that he's not transiting in a hurry. But he was a top functionary of the administration that he replaced, having been commissioned in so many roles before he ended up being the leader of the presidential guard. So now he's saying that they are not going to transit in a hurry because they don't want the same set of people coming back to seize a hold of power again. But if he's saying the same set of people, how different is he from really the people he's trying to pivot to the country from?
Woman, this is what I describe as nonsensical nonsense. Because it's like you have in Nigeria now, Buratai, the former army chief, just comes in and takes over government and now says he's saving us from corruption. He doesn't want to hand over power to these people. Are just deceiving themselves. This man has profited from that same corrupt government. He was employed by under that same corrupt government. So I don't see where he's trying to play his innocence and righteousness from. I don't get it. And this is the same narrative we have, because me, I see things like this. Most of the dictator leadership we have in Africa, it has always been these military men seize power, then change themselves to live dictators. Gaddafi was a military man, seized power. The president of Equatorial Guinea, that one even killed his own uncle. I think so. Yes, killed his uncle and took power from his uncle, and he stayed there for like 40-something years. So what he's trying to say inevitably is that I am here to stay. I'm not ready to relinquish power. Indirectly, that's what he's saying. And so he trying to point finger that he does not want to hand over to corrupt people. For me, it's not. It doesn't even add up at all. It doesn't make any sense, because you are part of the system. You are part of one of the main reasons why people used to say Tinubu is because they believe he brought Buhari into power. So obviously you cannot exempt yourself. If somebody that even helps somebody to gain power can be seen as is part of the system, which most of us would agree, and some of us will still disagree. But now we are talking of somebody that was in power, was given promotion by the government. I don't understand. These people are yours, and those people that are jumping after them, I'm sorry. We do something in Africa, and I think it's a general thing now. If somebody is there today, we call him bad names, we do everything. The moment he leaves there, we'll now start comparing him to the new person. And then we'll now start saying, the old person was better than this new person. Now, the Gabonese, they are jumping. In the next few years, they will come back and tell you the president that they ousted is better than the person they have. And now they will now be looking for or seeking for how another coup will remove this person from power. Why can't we be truthful to ourselves for a while? If all Gabonese want to be truthful, they should just stand up against these people, tell them we don't even want all of you. For me, I would for me, I would say in Nigeria, it's a government that I would support would be that would totally support with all my whatever before I can go to the polls and vote, will be a government of somebody that has not even tasted commissioner, councillorship.
No, that's highly unlikely now. How is that? That's highly unlikely.
What I'm trying to say is highly unlikely, but obviously once you are in that system, you are a part of that system. There are very, 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 very few of them. And that's why my very was so much like that. Very few of them, there is a part of that system that is not influenced by the system. Because at one point or the other, you have benefited from somebody. Somebody has done a good deed for you, covered you up somewhere. So when the truth now comes out and you are to be the judge, you also look the other way around because you owe that person and you have to repay. So that is why we have this level of decadence in our political setup. So this man, whatever this man is saying for me, is just pure rubbish. And sorry, woman, before I just leave everything far around up. Pansat was saying something the other time about the woman. That woman.
Yes, Loretta Onoche. Is that making the news? The way she was embarrassed in the
Exactly. Yes, it was making the news. Well, I don't even care. It's our family and it's our family issue. But what I wanted to say is this: why is it that we play? We are sometimes we are two-sided. I don't want to use the word that comes to my mind actually, because I feel Pansad is an elderly person. You are saying that one man has embarrassed this woman by playing the video. But the same set of people played and continually played the video of the now sitting president, somebody that did not sleep for several days, went around the country campaigning and made an error of saying Balablu. Or let me even say whatever he said. And you played it, glorified it, spoke about it.
You shouldn't really pay too much heed to whatever. Nobody pays attention to Pansat, so maybe you shouldn't as well.
Yes. But that is, I'm trying to say that he's trying to his statement there is hypocritical. Why is it that when it comes to your own people, you want to do it as if we are Nigerians? This woman has been sacked. She has not yet been arrested. They only sacked her. So whatever the money she stole, she should take it away. Now she went to wherever she went to, and somebody else has taken over her house. That is her problem. It's okay. Let her go and solve it. What's the big deal? It's a trending news. One man brought it to the platform as a discussion. So what's the embarrassment in that, and what's the ridiculing in that? That's just my point. Woman, let me look at that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Excellently put as always by Jide. So thank you, Jide. So let's go on from Jide to Baba, who joins us. If Baba is ready. Baba, are you ready?
Yes, Roman. A very good evening to all you folks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good to see you, Baba. Always a delight. But to this headline then, unprecedented was how they termed it. President Tinubu orders recall of all Nigerian ambassadors. So we're talking about continuity, of course, but what Tinubu seems to be doing is to be resetting the country to ground zero. Because, of course, he sacked all of the agencies, everybody, all the boards and everywhere. He sacked everybody. Now he's recalled all of the ambassadors. This is something that has never happened before. So what strategy do you think is in play now? And do you think he's indeed resetting the country to ground zero?
I disagree with you, woman. I think it is a privilege, actually, as the president, and it's a new regime. I think he has thousands of positions to fill. He may not even fill all at the end of his 4-year term. And it's in order, he's re-engineering the country and putting us in a different direction. And he has to bring in new team to interpret his policy to the wider world. So it's in order that he has to recall them. And of course, those who contributed to his campaign, those who helped him win, and those other technocrats that he feels are fit for purposes, he can bring them in and tutor them and send them out. Because I think we are trying to format a new Nigeria and get back our lost glory, at least in Africa. That is what I think he's doing. And I think it's a welcome development as far as I'm concerned, actually, because a lot of them, I mean, in England where you stay, what do you think you can get from the embassy? Nothing, of course.
The staff at the British embassy in the UK, at least, they're the worst you can. They are just. It's a hell. I don't know what the embassy experience is where you are, but here in the UK, it's a hellish experience. It's a torture chamber.
The New York consulate, I mean, I think it's even worse because they are ready to punch you in the face.
They will talk to you anyhow. There's no
exactly.
other. Do you know they don't even have ticketing? To say, here is your ticket, then you know that if your ticket 50 and they are calling 5, you can go and have lunch or something, go to the pub, and then come back. They don't even have a ticketing system. And when you try to deem to ask any question, they just shout at you anyhow.
They thrive in chaos, actually. I think they planned that chaos. They want it to happen so that people who are still set, who have the mindset of typical Nigerian, will go to the toilet, signal to them and give them some $100 so that they will have an edge. So it's deliberate when you see them cause chaos like that. They know what they are doing. So we need new ambassadors, new consular officers, and that at least will.
You know what we really need in Nigeria is automation. The country needs to be as automated as possible. They should remove as much human contact in engagement with governance or departments in Nigeria as much as possible. Because the moment you come into human contact with the Nigerian official, then everything starts to go awry.
Yeah, we are losing a lot of revenue, actually. If you remember a couple of days back, I sent you the train station, the one in Alagomeji, Yaba. And you can see at the car park, they are everything is manual. Even at the train station, there are people with POS machine. You have to go to them to get the Naira and then pay cash. Which country do you see them pay cash directly for such a journey? Everything's supposed to be automated. You know quite all right that, I mean, the car park, even when you see the attendant at the car parks, when you see the quality of jewelry they are wearing, you will know definitely these are people ordinarily maybe earn about 50,000 a month. But the jewelry they will be wearing alone will run into several hundreds of thousands. That is where we are losing a lot of revenue. And I think this government is aware of all of these things. You understand? And I think there will be correction.
I think they look the other way because, of course, they don't pay them on time and then they pay them poorly. And they know that these people have to eat. Let's take the average police person. If you don't pay a policeman for 3 months and you know he has a family, then what argument do you have to tell him not to be corrupt, not to be taking money from downfall drivers?
Yes, I agree with you actually in that sense, because when you pay banana wages, then expect to have monkeys as your staff. You understand? So that is what is happening there. I mean, particularly in this police force, a policeman is supposed to be respectfully dressed so that he will be addressed respectfully. But when he's wearing rubber slippers and ordinary belts you and I will be using rather than the official one, I mean, it's a disgrace what is happening. Until we start to pay living wage, I think we may not get
police officers wearing slippers. You know those slippers that we...
that's what I meant. I mean, how can he run? How can he run?
Oh, God.
It's disgraceful, actually. I mean, I expect us to do things in a very different way. I just look forward to it so badly, honestly, because we are losing revenue and we are losing respect.
You say we are losing revenue and we're losing respect, but what we really seem to be losing is brains. At this headline, Baba, a report shows that Nigerians are the second largest tech migrants in Canada. So the next gold mine globally, of course, is tech, and the holes that we need to harvest that tech in Nigeria, they are all now in Canada. So what are you then making then of this now never-ending story of brain drain from a country that needs its brains badly?
Well, I don't believe in brain drain, whatever we call it. I always believe these people are out there to acquire more knowledge. And what the Indians are leaving, we are mopping it up. And eventually, Nigeria will be the ultimate beneficiary of these people. Because if they don't even come back home, their success will rub off on people back home. You understand? In the sense that they could, some of them will grow into business, grow their own business, establish their own business, and of course they could have branches in Nigeria. So it's a space I think I'm enjoying, even though people are complaining. I like it so much. Let those who can go out and acquire technology, because the world just doesn't start and end in the Nigerian space. There is a wider world there to be conquered. And I'm happy for my people when I see them like this, because they are called digital nomads nowadays in the modern lingo. So it is good for us. Eventually, Nigeria will benefit tremendously from this.
All right. Let me take you to this headline, Baba. Sit tight presidency. Actually, yes. Just this piece by. Let me actually take you to this piece by Aisha Yesufu. Because when I saw it earlier on, it struck me. I'm not a fan of Aisha Yesufu, but this thing that she said struck me. Activist Aisha Yesufu has asked African leaders when they will suspend sit-tight presidents. So she then goes on to say, in a tweet posted on her X handle, Aisha wrote, when will African Union suspend Equatorial Guinea ruler Theodore Obiang, who has ruled the country for 44 years? Cameroonian Biya, 41 years, and you know the story, Museveni, 37, etc., Eritrea, 30, Congo, 26, and Rwanda, Paul Kagame, 23. When I was reading through this, you can just see right there that the inevitability of coups in Africa is all vested in this sit-tight presidency. Presidents for lives that we're having are still, we say that we're still having coups in 2023, but we're still having, Paul Biya has ruled that country for most of our lives. And even before a lot of people that are listening to us were born. 41 years, one president. Why would you not have a coup? And what is the African Union doing about that?
Well, it is strange actually, because it's sickening actually, because ruling a country, as far as I'm concerned, is wahala in itself. And for somebody to be going through decades, putting that on his head, I don't know the reasons for it, other than they are just drunk on power. That is all. Because after your 2-term or your 3-term permissible by your constitution, what's the rest? What's the excitement, other than maybe you want to enrich yourself the more? And when you ended up owning the country, what does it benefit you? I don't know. I think it's a mental thing, though, because most of them have nothing to offer. Nothing to offer. And I think also the military boys who are coming in, they are the same thing. Don't let us be deceived. We shouldn't be deceived. They are all the same thing. But I think Mo Ibrahim, one time, I don't know if that still subsists. I think he has what we call African peer, this thing for our presidents, and giving them an award of, I think, 1 million every year or something like that. I don't know if that still subsists. It's a good thing when your peers have to audit you. And if you are good, you are good. But I think that doesn't happen anymore. African Union, as far as I'm concerned, is just a tea party. They are very unserious, and it's like a cartel. They have blocks, different kinds of blocks at the African Union, and they are not a serious body as far as I'm concerned. I think, and some of them are spies for the West, for the Chinese,
especially the Francophone ones.
Yeah, they are spies and things like that. So, I mean, China built the African Union headquarters, and a lot of the walls are embedded with listening devices. So there is nothing. We're just deceiving ourselves. Honestly, we are deceiving ourselves. All this sit-tight president, I think it is just the citizenry have to be educated. We have to be alive to our own responsibility as citizens, like a kind of a vigilante activist, political activist for our country. If the constitution says 2-term or 5 years or 4 years, the moment we are smelling something that this guy wants to extend it, we picket the parliament. We threaten our representative. I like what happened in Nigeria when after Baba Obasanjo just 8 years and the whole thing. I mean, look how we all rose up in unison to attack it relentlessly, vehemently, with all our strength. And the idea was perished, was dropped immediately. That's what I call democratic credentials. So that example has to be followed by other African countries. Those are the kind of examples that has to be emulated. If they can do that, I mean, we can't go illegally into Rwanda and start tutoring them. They need to imbibe that kind of thing. It has to be something that is in their blood. Until they do that, we didn't call anybody to our country to help us, insisted then that it has to be 2-term. So if we can arrive at that station during that period, other Africans should do it. Don't they read? Don't they have educated people?
You know the mistake I feel we make sometimes, Baba, is that and we do this even on an individual level. I think we make the mistake to presume that other people at our level of functionality, so because you can see it and it's so clear and obvious to you, then you just you work on the premise that others can see it too. A lot of these African countries, they are far behind where we are in terms of development, in terms of worldview, in terms of expectations of govern and being governed, resource management, every single metric. a lot, especially all of those francophone spaces, they've still not gotten out of the shackles of colonialism. A lot of them are just outposts of colonial superpowers.
Yeah, true talk, one man. Actually, if you've been to other African countries, you will be amazed at the servitude of the lower cadre in that country. You'll be amazed. You will be amazed, and they do it happily. So Nigerians are, I think, like we say, in the street lingo in Nigeria, our IT. Nigerians, our IT well. So I don't know. Maybe during Babangida's time, I think Bolaji Akinyemi's time, we had this thing. People will export, just like this thing in America, where young students have to be shipped out to other countries and work almost for free in civil society areas in individual countries. What's it in America now? It's called
internship. Is it some sort of internship?
No. I've forgotten the title. What's the American Peace Corps? Yeah, Peace Corps. Peace Corps members. You understand? We used to export some to West Africa in those days. I think it's an arm of the National Youth Service Corps. And I don't know.
Do you know that I think it's Sierra Leone, if I'm not mistaken, and Liberia. Do you know that the judgment, their judiciary system, when the high-profile cases, governmental cases, is usually Nigerian justices that goes to those countries to adjudicate, and when they have an election to be sworn in, it's usually the Nigerian judiciary space that goes to swear them in.
Yeah, of course, we don't know that. I think even in Kenya also, until recently, I think their chief justice was a Nigerian. But even it's not a new thing. Even I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, I think during Gowon's time, Justice Alexander, yeah, I think he was from Guyana also, somewhere in the West Indies. He was a West Indian. He was our chief justice here in Nigeria. So it's always a good thing. We don't actually appreciate the quality of Nigerians, but we are well qualified and we are even appreciated outside than we are. I mean, look at recently, I think in Georgia, Yoruba language has been accepted as to test you to obtain your driver's license. Yoruba language.
No, I saw that. It was all over the news. Tony is correcting me that it's in Gambia that we actually sit on their judiciary space. Yes, what's that all about? Yoruba language being embedded?
Yeah, it's in Maryland. It's Maryland.
Yeah, and even in the UK, there most of the big shops they deliberately go out to employ people who speak Nigerian languages. Now,
yes, I saw it as well. I think it's Reno Omokri that is promoting that storyline, isn't he? He's using the Yorubas to attack
the we don't value ourselves, how important we are. I don't know why we do that to ourselves, but we are well educated people. Maybe because of the bad government we have, but we are on the right track as far as we maintain this 4 years thing. At a point in time, things will change. Those that are holding the country to ransom will pass away. Our founding fathers have passed away. Those who took over from there.
You know, there is no reason for a coup in Nigeria because
it didn't happen.
We are transiting from democracy to democracy, and that democracy is abiding by the constitution, which only facilitates for 2 terms. They told you Obasanjo wanted to elongate. We don't know if that's a story or not, but certainly he only did his 8 years. They told us Buhari wants to elongate. He certainly only did his 8 years. And we've seen power transit now. Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, Buhari, now Tinubu. We've even seen power change hands from one political dimension to another political dimension. And now this latest 2023 elections that we've had, this now election is now interrogating the electioneering process. So when we have the next round of elections, nobody will. A lot of the gremlins that we saw under 2023, either real or imagined, they certainly it will be a vastly more improved election in 2027. So, in terms of our democratic trajectory, we are leaping in bounds, are we not?
Oh, sure, woman, true talk. Because I think even it's already in our blood. Look at all our analysis here. I've not had anybody here on this platform projected Tinubu beyond 2031. So you can see that it's natural to us when we are even giving Tinubu chance for 1927. We've never said, oh, maybe it will even extend beyond that. Already, when we say, oh, in 31, power will shift again. It's come natural to us because we have imbibed the principles of democracy as enshrined in our constitution. So it's a very good thing, and I think other African countries will emulate it. But I think Ghana also is an election cycle ahead of us. And they've never even talked about a third term or anybody. Nobody has propagated it in that space. So it's a good thing. I mean, the Anglophone countries are leading in that sphere.
All right, the Anglophone countries are leading in that sphere, but a cautionary note from the southeast to the southwest: there will be no coup in Nigeria except North sanctions it. Ohanaeze faction. So this is Ohanaeze purporting to be somewhat sounding a note of warning to Tinubu. But is it a note of caution or a note of threat? Let me represent it. It's a very short read. A faction of the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization Ohanaeze, headed by Okechukwu Isogozoro on Sunday, claimed Nigeria would not experience military incursion if the North does not sanction it. The group made the claim whilst cautioning President Tinubu of the danger ahead. Ohanaeze warned Tinubu that the recent coup waves in Francophone African countries are warnings over the continuous declaration of fraudulent election results in Africa, bad government, lack of respect for the constitution by political elites, and the imposition of geriatric African presidents by the West. So that's a statement by the Ohanaeze. A statement by the factional secretary general of Ohanaeze, Okechukwu Isogozoro, said the northern leadership and political leaders are dissatisfied with Tinubu's presidency and are waiting patiently for the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal verdict on September the 16th, 2023 to know their line of action. Isogozoro alleged the northern leadership shut down President Tinubu's led ECOWAS planned invasion of Niger Republic through the northern senators, the traditional rulers, and their elder statesmen who were unhappy with the president's style of leadership and key appointments to the southwest. Ohanaeze also praised the Nigerian military for their total allegiance to Tinubu and their continuous vow to continue to safeguard and uphold Nigeria's democracy. So that's somewhat of a what do you make of that? Let me not even color your thoughts. What do you make of that?
This is Suguru. What is his name now? He speaks from both sides of the mouth. I don't know what he's smoking. You understand? I think I will tell him for free that whatever is worth, we will start to experience the totality of governance after the Supreme Court gives its verdict. It is then, on the space of human rights, judiciary and reform and everything, will come into force and will come into play. All this rubbish will stop. The government is not going to sit back and allow people to put blocks on their way. You understand? The government itself will be a caterpillar that will break all barriers. Because all these things they are saying, because you lose an election and you'll be alluding to the fact that you want an autocratic government to come in, those wishing it, they will be the people as a bulk that will suffer in the hands of the military. If they are not telling themselves the truth, they will suffer more. They will suffer more. So the like Yoruba will say, they have to be very careful. They have to be very, very careful, because when you read a lot of things they are pandering to, a lot of insinuation, innuendos, and I just look at it that, do they even do critical thinking? Because if they do critical thinking, no, they will not even wish it upon themselves, because they will not be part of the coup, and they will receive the end of the short stick of the coup plotters. So if they even want to actualize Biafra from the onset of a coup, it's not going to happen. They are surrounded by most of the South Delta is there, Kogi is there, River State is there, Cross River is there, and Akwa Ibom is there. They are surrounded, landlocked. They will be outgunned. So what are they thinking here? What are they saying? I don't know why they keep on doing this. Though privately, if you talk to the elites, they just look at it as a joke, but they are not talking. They are not speaking out, because they are afraid they will not be able to go back home when they speak out against this kind of thing.
Baba, whenever I see the language and texture coming out of the Southeast, it's almost like self-harm.
Exactly.
Tinubu is already putting together his government, and all the key positions are already being filled. So now they're still posturing and doing whatever it is that they're doing. But when the verdicts come in from the judiciary space, all of the positions would have been filled, and then they will be left marginalized again. So but they're still preening and peacocking and flapping feathers and doing whatever it is that they do over there.
Yeah, aren't we all marginalized? That word marginalization has even been bastardized. I will tell you, even in my own Lagos state, I'm marginalized. We've never had governor from our area, which is Central Lagos. We've never had one. Or the best we've had is Pedro, Kufur, Kirele Bokno. Those are deputy governor position. Am I not marginalized? But am I dying? We keep on pushing. We keep on complaining. And things, that's how democracy works. You put your case forward. You back it up with actions that are not detrimental to the smooth running of government. That's how these things work. You have to put in the hard work. Nothing is served to a people as a group or on a platter. You have to work for it. You have to work for it, strive for it. And that's how it works. You build bridges. You build bridges. You don't isolate yourself. You don't have a mental siege or deprecate yourself and say, oh, I will never have it. So because of that, when the rain falls, it won't fall on one man's house. That is what they have to realize.
All right. When the rain falls, it doesn't fall on one man's house. So Mary Odili, she has mustered the very little Yoruba that she can that she knows. She has mustered the very little Yoruba that she knows, and she has said to her people, "Gbagbe, gbagbe." Tinubu's lawyer, Wole Olanipekun, master in tribunal cases. Losers should accept defeat, says Nigeria, save Nigeria from chaos. So now this headline, under normal circumstances, is standard fare, but coming from Mary Odili is well worth reflecting on. Mary Odili, of course, that facilitated the judgment that overturned Peter Obi's impeachment. So what are you then making of Mary Odili speaking truth to our space?
Very good question, one man. You see, let me use the word. She's a principal. She has her customers. They've all used our space. They all know how it works. Or when I say all, including Saint Peter Obi. And that is why they are kicking. Is a kicking of the last truths of a dying animal. Is gone from their grip. It's what Yorubas we call any yawo lugungbe. The person there has captured all the space and rope it in, so and kind of reel it in. So they can't do anything. So they have to wait for 4 years. If you understand what I mean, I don't want trouble for your platform, but putting it in that way, I think everybody will understand. So she's not playing game with anybody other than a certain party. So that is all.
You say they have to wait for 4 years, but is it not the case that what really is is rankling at the heart of these people is that they have the realization that after this 2023 window, the window doesn't open again till another 16 years. Is that not really what they're looking at?
Well, God is the owner of life. You understand? Life is not guaranteed to all of us. And it's not a must that what the soup you cook, you eat out of it. You may cook and finish everything, even pound a yam to go with the egusi soup, and you drop dead. In the morning, people will start eating the egusi soup and the pounded yam. Just do your best and leave the rest. 16 years, 80 years or 16 years may look too far. You understand? But, we could all do the...
Let me ask you this, Baba. Tinubu serves for 8 years, and then the power transits to the north, which serves for another 8 years. So that's 16 years. When the power transits back to the south, do you think the Southwest will now agree that it is the Southeast's turn? Or do you think the Southwest will look to get that power for themselves again?
This is where our politics is interesting. We don't macro-manage to each wing of the southern flanks. You understand? This is where my brothers in the East have to start doing the work. It's a process. It's a work. You build bridges. You make friends. It just doesn't happen. Let me give you an example, a throwback into history. I happen to have the chairman of a company I used to work for in the 80s. We do bunkering. The chairman was Chief.
You do what? Bunkering? Is that legal?
Yeah, don't forget the language we use all over Nigerian space. Bunkering is the job of supplying bunker fuel to ocean-going vessels, AGO, PM, even up to lubricant. It is a licensed operation.
All right.
They call it illegal bunkering. Illegal bunkering.
I was going to...
You can say illegal bunkering. Yes, it takes place, but...
I was going to call MI5,
No, it's oil theft. Oil theft we refer to in the national space to bunkering. It is not bunkering. Bunkering is when you supply fuel to vessels. That is fuel to, you have a bunkering ship, you load your own, you buy from NNPC. NNPC issues a license, MPA issues a license for your vessel. And that's where people like the Oyo State man, the Baba that was impeached, that's where he made his money, because he has his company. We collaborate then. I've forgotten that Baba's name, the one with mustache who was impeached. Your state governor. So, Dr. Shogbeson.
Is it Ajimobi?
No.
Ladoja,
that's right. Ladoja made hell of money. He was already a multi-millionaire. You can say he's corrupt because I know we collaborated well. He even have a lot of fuel stations in Benin Republic. He speaks French fluently. So let's cut that. Dr. Shogbeson was the chairman of my company, and he worked with Awolowo. He's from a Kenya. They are like cousins. They are his younger cousins. And he was telling me a story. We had some, because I was very young then. And that, look, one of the mistakes Chief Awolowo made was that he did not have what he called then, I remember the word, people's skill. And people misunderstood him that, for instance, when they go to meeting, naturally, they start bringing food and everything. But because he was a vegetarian, you know, it was a mistake. So Mama cooks his own food. So when people are going to take from buffet everything, he opens his own food flasks and starts dishing out his own food and eating. The people, particularly from the north, they saw him then as somebody who is very proud, who doesn't want to mix, who thinks they are leprous. That's why we will not eat with them. So little things like that counts in a. So these are what our brothers have to.
I never knew Awolowo was a vegetarian.
He was a vegetarian. Any Rosicrucian at that level, like Azikiwe, everybody is like that. You understand? They don't even sleep with their wives. At a certain stage, they become something else. So this is what I think our brothers should be doing, because this thing they were saying, even in this electionary circle that declared Tinubu as a winner, if they have thrown it to the east, I don't think until the deadline date they will come up with a consensus candidate. They have to learn how to work with one another.
I mean, if Peter Obi was the best that the East has to offer, then that tells you that they're not ready for the presidency yet. Because Peter Obi is not presidential material.
The support he has, you understand, is the fear of IPOD. IPOD backs him. And I don't want to go deep into exactly what happened in that space, because they will end up disputing it and everything. But those who know. You understand? So the bottom line is they need to start the hard work right now. They need to start the hard work right now, warm themselves into the hearts of other parties in Nigeria. It's not servitude. It's not eye service. It's about getting what your people...
But is it not against the natural instinct of that space to parley and form alliances? Is it not against their natural instinct?
Yeah. Actually, if you ask me, that is it. You understand? It's like, how do I put it? It's not like... I don't, but I think that's about it. They measure themselves differently. Let's look at Wole Soyinka and what happened with Chief Chinua Achebe. You understand, during the Nobel Laureate Prize. You get my point. He relaxed. He was too sure that he would get it without even lobbying for it.
Please, let me interject here, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
I don't have good connection, so let me just get my interjection in before I get cut off with this thing. Is that okay, one man?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. You know, Baba, you are a smart man. You're a smart man. You're educated. You come here every day and you make statements just like one you just made about Peter Obi and the East and what they have to prepare for. That you prepare to be president of Nigeria, right? And you say, don't let you go deep into it. I don't know if you're soliciting. I could see one man doing it because he's a media man and he wants to create conflict and have people argue it out. But in your case, I fail to understand why you keep doing this. You come here like a reasonable person, a gentleman.
What's going on? I stepped away from my screen for a moment. Are you attacking again, Patsat?
I'm not at all. He just made statements. I don't know if you heard what he said.
What did he say?
About the Southeast and about Peter Obi, right? So what he needs to do for us, for those of us who find it perplexing, what is he talking about? Peter Obi, I accuse you of coming from the north, but you say you're from the southwest. You have a northern accent. You have a northern way of reasoning. Nigeria has never produced anybody like Peter Obi. Nobody in Africa has produced a Peter Obi. He's an honest man. He's governed. It's not like he's a novice. He's been a governor of a state, right? And he governed very well. His state loves him. He makes a lot of claims. Some of the claims he makes are that since he left office, he has not taken any state money whatsoever. And if you could pinpoint, even when he was a governor, where he misplaced the state monies, that he would quit running. So all those claims he's making, you have not shown anything that shows that he's lying. So now, the challenge you have, in order to put this to rest, so we don't come here every time arguing, you tell us what's wrong with a public servant who's done his job, serve his country. He has ideas. He's got a manifesto. He's honest. He has integrity. He doesn't attack anybody. He has no racial or tribal animals whatsoever. He has none. So when you come and you're saying that it's East, you compare your people, let's say you're from the Southwest to the Southeast. What are the virtues? What do you have above the Southeast? What are they going to do with presidency? What are you doing with the presidency? You got one now. You had one before. What did you do with it? Why should a tribe try to pursue to be a president? Why should that be a goal? You have to make these things clear so we know where you're coming from. Not when you don't have Southeasterners on the panel, then you sneak in those silly comments, trying to belittle a public servant that is of our highest integrity.
A saint, put it straight.
Let me land so that he can address it. Please, it's good for him to address this. In order for us to move forward, it's very good to put it to rest. What is it that you're talking about when you pinpoint the Southeasterners? They give you Nollywood, the second highest grossing movie industry in the world, second only to the United States. They brought you independence.
The Southeast gave us Nollywood.
Okay, yes, can I come in, Pansat? Yeah. Can I come in?
So let me, Balandebe, please address this so that it's not just for me.
Okay, let me address it now.
Yeah, don't spare anything. Just go ahead and
let me address it.
Before you address it, let Ajale Koko come in briefly. Ajale Koko.
Okay, Ajale.
Pansat, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get what you're trying to do, because Baba have not said anything that is bad at all by advising the Southeasterner to start building bridges. I mean, working with other parts of the country. You know,
okay, hold on.
Hold on. Let me land.
Just hold on 1 minute. You're gonna continue. Just hold on. I'm saying what you're just saying right now. The Southeast, they got Afenifere to vote for a Southeasterner, Pandef to vote for a Southeasterner. They got the Northerners to vote for each one of those candidates won 12 states, right? So when you're talking, you shouldn't even come in, because he's here to articulate his thing, and he's an articulate man. Why are you inserting yourself in to ask me a stupid question, right?
Aja, let me answer him. Just come back, Aja. Let me answer him.
No, you will answer him.
I won't carry it. No. I understand him. I know the temperament, so I won't go to that route at all.
Yeah, Baba. Let me say this. You will respond to him. Okay. Look, from what I've heard so far, that Baba said, he has not said anything wrong against the Southeast. I don't know what is wrong with you, Pastor.
Let him answer.
Hold on, let me
You know what is wrong with Pastor is on a special diet now. You know.
Let him stay out of it.
Let me answer.
Okay, Baba, go ahead. Okay, Baba, go ahead.
Okay, Pastor, calm down and listen to me. You understand?
Can I say something?
Hold on.
Let me finish this one. Let me just finish this one. Pansat, if you're listening to me and your ilk, I don't have one fiber of bigotry in me. Let me tell you, I've been to a couple of places in the East, up to Isikwato, Okwele, Isunjaba, Okaititi, Aba, Esikenesi, Aaron Dizogwe, Igbere. If you look at, go to those places, any of their top 10 is a friend. In my house, in my home, I have Azuka, I have Ndidi, amongst others. In the space of grandchildren, I have a Bube. So you know the quality of person you are talking to. You understand? You know the quality of person you are talking to. I'm only analyzing the problem and saying it like it is. Your people have to do the hard work. Nothing is given to anybody free. You have to do that. You have to build bridges. If you want to live in the Nigerian space and belong, your people as a group have to do the hard work that it entails. It's not an automatic position. It's not given to anybody. It's not assigned to anybody.
Okay, let me ask you something. Hold on, right?
No, Pansat is just in it for the fight.
Hold on.
Pastor, let me say something. Pastor, let me say something.
He just wants a fight. That's all.
Pastor, let me say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that issue of Baba, I respect your opinion, but that issue of building bridge, fighting for what? What are we going to fight for? The Southeasterners. Do we say that somebody from anybody can come from anywhere to contest for the president of this nation? There is nothing to fight for. It's either we believe it or not. P2B might come tomorrow. Another person from Southeast might come tomorrow. If you find him worthy to vote him, vote him. If you don't find him worthy to vote another candidate you like. It's an opinion. There is nothing to fight for. If we as Nigerians cannot think to say we are having what we need now is a candidate that will save the country from the mess we found it, then we are not ready to develop as a nation. If you find a Southeasterner qualified and you begin to think, because I had the first statement you made by attaching P2B to IPOB, I was just laughing. They won't brought up the issue of IPOB. Even if the IPOB are they not Nigerians?
IPOB supported P2B. IPOB supported P2B.
I said, are they not Nigerians?
Okay, yeah, but you're right.
Did they fall from the sky?
Of course, they are Nigerians.
Then why should you continue to make that assertion?
You were not listening to me attentively.
I was listening to you very well. Why should you defy everything that comes to a Southeast as IPOB in order to paint that vision very bad?
It's not the reality. It's
It's not good for country.
Is it not an entity? Is it not an entity?
Pansat has gotten us.
Is OPC not an entity like IPOB?
It's good for the
Is it not an entity?
Pansat has gotten us to where he wants
Is
us to
OPC
go.
not an entity like IPOB?
Ethnic divide that you've been trying to push on this place, Pansat.
One man, hold on. Let's put this away today. Look, Baba, let me ask you something, right? You just told me you went to Sikwato. You named a lot of places in the Southeast that you've been to, right?
I've been there for housewarming, weekend getaway, wedding, burial, everything.
Hold on. My question to you is that the only vice, the only wrong thing somebody do is not being tribal, okay? You say you are not tribal. Do you believe that somebody could be indignant? That somebody who's been to a place, seeing the villages and towns of an area, could be irrational, that they could have resentment, that they can be discontented, they could have animosity, they could have hostility.
He told you that he has grandchildren called Chukwuemeka.
The only,
what are you even talking about, guy?
The only bad thing somebody can have is not being tribal. You could, like I said, you could have hostility. You could have hatred.
Everything is just about tribal, man. They don't talk about
people. It is you guys that are tribalistic.
So my
question, it is you guys.
Everything is about tribal. We can't talk about Southeast, but we can talk about
Lagos. I was not talking about tribe. I was not talking about tribe. I was talking how you gain power. How you gain power is what I was talking about.
All right, Pansat, we must move on. It's just.
I know, but hold on. He needs to answer my question now, please.
No, because
no question.
All of this because I mentioned Tinubu. That's all of this. That is all of it.
You can't mention Southeast. You can't mention Peter. What's going on now?
Question, I'll be satisfied.
But we can talk about Tinubu. We can talk about Lagos.
Because all this that the mentioning of P2B has brought about this fine.
They can talk about Lagos. They can talk about Southwest.
No.
But we can't talk about Southeast. Are this crazy, man?
It brings up bile in them.
They will start bringing emotional to everything.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Solomon. And then.
But what about the question I'm asking? Let me ask the question first.
We don't have any question, man. Any question?
It's just you want to create a divide.
One man, I want to speak. Hold on.
Baba, hold on.
Baba,
can you hold on?
Don't whistle away.
Take it easy now. Take it easy. Let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, come in. Eze of Abuja. Solomon.
Eze.
Solomon, no.
He's not here. So let me ask the question.
He will come back. He will say,
because I didn't come on yesterday, he's forgotten how to unmute. Solomon. Solo.
Don't worry. He will come back.
Let me speak. But Pansat, you have to know when to give it up. Give it up, man.
I know, but let's
answer
my question.
We don't know the question, and I'm not sure that anybody is especially keen.
Let me put the question to him. Hold on.
No. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. You can't be doing this now. You do this every session. You try to turn it into something else. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, Pansat and Ekene. Ekene. I don't think that what you guys are doing tonight, I don't think is the best way to even fight for your
fight for yours. Let's 5 hours. Fight for yours.
Let me land, man.
5 hours.
It's not the way to fight for Southeast. What Baba have said, I mean, for God's sake, except you want to lie to yourself, you know in the heart of your heart that the way the politics is playing in Nigeria is for, people to work hard, particularly a particular zone that want to sponsor the presidency. They have to come together like one force with one voice, and then connect to other part of Nigeria, champion their candidate. That is the way it is done.
Exactly.
And that is what this guy
Obi
is
made more connection than Tinubu.
And hold on now. Hold on. Let us. We are not here to. Don't let us yell on each other.
Before you continue, I want to ask you this. Do you know that a Southeasterner might come up tomorrow and the Southeast might decide not to support him? Do you know that?
Well, I don't know, but what I am saying,
but just take it like that. I know that another Southeasterner can come up in 2027 and say, I want to contest. And almost all the Southeast will say, we don't support him. Do you know that?
Get your team to win. It can never happen. It can never happen.
Then let me tell you.
That is how we behave. So take it or leave it.
No, that's fine. And hold on, Ajanle Koko, that's fine. If a Southeasterner comes up and you don't support him, that's fine. Then somebody else gets the presidency and it will govern you. So that's fine. No problem with that.
Yeah, that's what I want you to understand. Everybody to understand. We are not supporting anybody because of Southeast. So anybody just leave it, just take it. Anybody can come up tomorrow. Somebody like me will not support him.
I don't know how Pansat got us.
Fine, let me land. Let me.
My problem is this: stop making it Southeast issue. Anybody can govern.
We talk about Southwest. Stop it, man.
There is no bridge to build. There is no bridge to build.
What's wrong with you now? Anybody cannot talk about Southwest. What's wrong with you now? We talk about Southwest here. We talk about Lagos here. We talk about Tinubu.
Hold on. Ekene, you have to listen to what Kumi is just saying there. On this platform, almost every session, we talk about the North, we talk about the Southwest, we talk about the South-South, and we talk about the Southeast. So
and we call names.
Yes, and we use all manners of descriptive.
We have never talked about the Southwest.
I'm just going to have to remove you.
We talk about Southwest. We talk about Tinubu every day. We talk about Tinubu every day.
You know,
as if when I'm going after Tinubu here, you don't see the way some of the Batify will go after me. So you never see me going after Tinubu here, Pansat or Ekene. What do you guys want to say? We are
discussing Southeast issue, and I'm bringing my opinion.
Then we are discussing Southwest issue.
Did I say here that nobody should discuss Southeast?
We will talk about Southwest.
We are trying to iron. You are the one shouting.
We are not ironing anything. We will stop that.
Based on what Baba brought out, that we have to do.
Stop your emotional game. Stop your emotional game. Stop it.
That we don't need that. Anybody from Southeast can still come out tomorrow.
We talk about Southwest. We talk about Southwest. We talk about everybody here. Stop it.
So it's not about whether you shout or not. If anything, if the opinion comes from the Southeast, and we decide to kill that opinion,
we will talk about Southeast. We will talk about Southeast. Stop your emotional. Stop it.
Please calm down.
Can I say something?
What the fuck now?
Okay. Anybody can
let me
hold on.
We don't vote for him, but does not stop the person from becoming president.
Guy, hold on. Let Ajande Koko land, and then we hear from Charles, and then Solomon can wrap up that space.
I have to wrap up. I'm still it's my space.
No. No, Solomon, and then we'll come back to you. But I am Ajande Koko, Charlie Boy, and then Solomon.
Okay, so Southeast is an integral part of Nigeria. We are all Nigerian. And what Baba said, nothing wrong in what he said. We have said it countless of time here, that the best way for Southeast to be the president of Nigeria is to get themselves together first. If Tinubu had not been able to get all the political leaders in the Southwest on his side, he might not be the president of Nigeria today. But he played his politics well. Every political leaders, every traditional leader, maybe not every, but at least absolute majority of them, all of them were fully behind it. So what Baba was saying is that, look, Southeast can be president. Southeasterner can be president if they play their politics well. And playing the politics well is by building bridges across the country. Once you, as a politician that is ambitious to be president of Nigeria, once you have friends across the country, the political
is that the Chinese takeaway being delivered?
So once you can build bridges and have other political leaders across the country be on your side, it'll be very easy to be president of Nigeria. That is what Tinubu did. Tinubu was able to connect with the power that be, particularly in the north, across the country, particularly in the north. And that is what got him to where he is today. And he was saying this advice to the Easterner to get their politics right. Nothing bad in what he has said. I don't know where Pansat brought his ethnic jingoism, coming after him and trying to describe everything he said as if he's spreading hate against the Southeast. He didn't do that. That was not Baba did. He was advising that let us get our politics well, let us get it right. Southeasterner should build bridges, and that's the only vehicle that can take them to the position of presidency. That's it. So that's my take, one man. That he didn't say anything bad against the Southeasterner at all. I mean, we should not listen to people. You might have
you
said
should know
something in
Baba
the
enough
past.
to know that it's not in his nature anyway.
He might have said something in the past that you don't like. Maybe you have that biases in your heart, and guess you are listening to him with your bias. Maybe that is why.
No, Baba, I'm not listening to bias. You know, my point is this. You say you want the Southeasterners to build bridge. But sometimes I see that an issue when people say, I begin to attach IPOB or that to Southeast candidate and all that, or whatever Southeast does. You don't even want to kill that narrative. You always want to back it up.
IPOB backs
but nobody, even when Atiku contested, nobody tag Boko Haram the way they tag P2B with IPOB or even
Boko Haram did not back
all that and all that. So let me finish. Whether they back him or not.
Yeah.
But you are the people that said IPOB backed P2B, and you have your reasons and all that. But the other ones don't have your reasons. So let me finish.
They are not Nigeria. They say they are not Nigeria.
Let me finish, John. Let me finish.
So
my point is, you want them to build bridge, but you are still bringing that narrative to kill that bridge. So keep it to yourself. That is my point. And my point is, every time we talk about presidents of this country, I want to give you assurance. It's not everybody you present to Southeasterners to vote. The vote, you are saying P2B or that or Southeast. I'm giving you my assurance. If P2B decide not to contest in the next election, another candidate comes up, Southeast may decide not to vote that person. Just have it at the back of your mind. It's not because of Southeastern. And you know that. So there is no bridge to build. It's all about competence. If you don't understand it, you don't want to build a nation. Keep it that way.
But we never see that in IGBO in Southeast.
All right. So
whatever you want to. Whatever you want to happen.
All right.
That's whatever you want to think.
All right. Come settle down. Charlie boy, let's hear from you.
Yeah, to me, what Baba says is insult to the Igbos. What he said.
What did he say?
He's saying that Igbos. That's insult.
What did he say? No, hold on. What did he say?
He's saying that he's seeing Igbo like a child.
No, you heard my question. What did he say?
He's saying that Igbo should build bridges. Why should build bridges when the North means Igbos in Biafran war?
Sassy.
He didn't hear anything. No, it's just Pansat waiting. But this is what Pansat does.
Solidarity to Pansat. That's what he came to do.
I want to say something. I want to say something.
Woman, can I just stop, please?
Who said it? Let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah, the discussion has been interesting so far. Yeah, and like what Baba, I agree with Mr. Kede with certain things he said, like him having that narrative that Baba is somehow tribalistic. Yeah, sometimes when Baba talks, it sounds tribalistic. But today, what he said was just the truth. You know, I've always said it here that this election, the politics we played, that is with the Southeasterners, we did not play it right. Anybody just remove emotions. We did not play it right. We just behaved like novice, like people that have not been following Nigeria since the creation of this country, since the independence, we gained independence. We just behaved too naive. We don't even behave like we had people like Azikiwe. We did not behave like that at all. Like we had people like they were our founding fathers. We just behave like, I don't understand the way most of our Southeasterners behave. It did not really make sense. So yeah, I agree with him. We did not play our politics right. Forget politics is not about emotions. It's not. We have to learn. We Southeasterners, we have to be matured enough to stop using emotions to do certain things and put our interest first. So all these ones they are here saying that this one somebody's grave. See, till tomorrow I'm still angry with Obi because of this 2023 election. He knows as an elder, he knows that he's not going to. He knows how the politics in Nigeria is, but he wants to just. I don't want to say he wants to just feast on the gullibility of especially from our region. how gullible, he knows, because of how ignorant most people were. He just played played them with the way he was coming out to talk, make noise and all that. All those things he was doing, they were noise. Because if he was honest enough, he knows how Nigeria is. That with the way he's going, he will not win. He went through even if he told him, he did not come out to say make it open that the tribal sentiment in. Yeah, but the other people are seeing it. Look at the way the results came out. How many people, even during because some people are here making we saying that they rigged in other part of Nigeria. In the south is that other parties did not even get, even the PDP that used to be the party that wins there, did not even get reasonable votes. And you see how they were,
Solomon.
I can hear you.
If Southeasterners play that politics because of Obi, what happened when they played it because of your article?
As in, I don't understand.
In the 2019 election, you know how many votes the Southeasterners gave article?
Bro, we see. Let's stop this thing. We did not.
No, when they played it that way. Let me finish. When they gave Atiku that bunch of votes in 2019, did you complain?
We played our.
What was the reason of giving Atiku vote in that 2019? Is it that Atiku is very good? It was just that it was not that we know that Buhari has already failed. So there is no option.
Obi is the VP. That's right. It's not because of Buhari.
Let me tell you something.
It didn't happen only because of Obi. Let me finish. When they gave Jonathan the vote they gave him, was it because of Obi? When they gave Obasanjo the vote they gave him, was it because of Obi? When Zeke, Ojukwu contested you. Let me finish. Stop interjecting me. Let me finish. When Ojukwu contested against Obasanjo, and the Igbos gave Obasanjo all their votes instead of Ojukwu, was it because of Obi? So we should stop thinking that way. We are matured enough to know what we want. That is my take on Southeastern.
There is nothing you want to say. This particular one, is because
no, there is nothing like particular about it. If we can do it, let me finish. If we can do it for Obasanjo, do it for Jonathan, do it for Atiku. There is no reason why we should not do it for Obi.
You've done it for Obi now.
You cannot compare him with all those. See, if we can do it for all those guys, there is no reason why we cannot do it for Obi. And if it is the reason, if it is still a reason why most of you feel that Southeasterners don't know how to play their politics, you can continue to think like that. Because I know what
you know that Obasanjo was contesting against Olufalaye in that election. You remember that?
About what did you say?
It was two Yoruba candidates.
Yeah, it was two Yoruba candidates. So
who is that?
Obasanjo was contesting against Olufalaye in that election. Yes.
Then what happened? Two of them are they no Yoruba?
Yeah, no. So when you are saying you gave him votes, you didn't give him.
You brought out to Yoruba, and we made our choice.
Yeah, there you are. So it wasn't especially. Do you not get it?
So
there is nothing like as far as we made our choice within the Yoruba, it's still Yoruba. Unless if you want to say about Obasanjo is not a Yoruba guy. There is nothing to say about that.
That question is out there, or if it's Yoruba or not, because
we have it. You can continue to question that.
Hold on. Let Solomon land, and then Baba wrap up that space. I think we spent enough time there.
I have one thing to say about that space, please.
I want that space to end today, but Solomon, back to you.
Yeah, anybody can say what they want to say. If we continue behaving like this, we'll just keep losing the track. That is just the truth. We'll just keep losing if we continue behaving like this and saying that we don't need, like during the Senate president stuff, they were saying, some people were saying we don't need any political power. How will you, when we claim that we're people of that we do business and all that? How are we going to influence some policies? How are we going to bring up some policies that would help us in our help our business? I will be there making noise and be saying that they are getting marginalized and all that. See, we have to go back and I know that they're not, because they don't trust these Yoruba people. Yoruba people to them are Sabo. So I know that they're not ready to align with us back. We have to go back now. And all these our socio-cultural groups, you should, like that is Ohanaeze, they should do well and start helping us to even build those bridges well, and not what some people that I don't even understand. Like they've not even tried to just look at the Nigerian space from, let me just say, 1960 to even that 2019 to see how things has always been in this country. For us to play our politics right, we really need to play our politics right and stop blaming some people. If they want to talk that why they did not vote for PDPs, what has PDP done for them for how many years? But there are some states that had PDP governors and the governors did well. It's our own people, that our own selfish leaders in PDP that did not do well for us. It's not to come and be blaming the PDP. I don't know, tomorrow, see, in the north now, PDP might still, with what APC is doing now, PDP might come up well in the north again. It's still one of the strong parties in the north. So let's stop blaming. We'll be blaming the party. It is our people in the party that are the people that did not do well. We have selfish leaders. So when we can stop electing, or when we can use this energy, know the right party to follow, and we were able to partake well in the politics and bring out people that will represent us, the reasonable ones that represent us, and not the selfish ones. Then we'll now know how the formation we use in playing the federal in the federal level. So let's just stop this thing of here trying to justify with this action. Obi did not, he knows he will not win this election. There was never a time, even with everything, the religious thing, even if he did not even go that, even if it was not his intention, but with his action, he was hypocritical to the system that he was part of, and you're yet thinking other people will believe you. The worst part of it is the South people. The way some Southeasterners say, look at Edo.
Be careful. Panzat has outed you as a South man. We always knew you were F-Young.
Somebody has been in America.
We always knew you were F-Young.
God forbid. Look at Edo people that they are making noise of LP. PDP won the 18 local government in one headline I saw. I don't know how true it is. And we'll be here saying that Edo people are with us. Look at them, the key positions now that we are supposed to even have, them now have taken it. And look at River State, that they say they Wike rigged, that they are angry. But when they gave Wike FCT minister, they were celebrating in River State. Even those people that claim that they voted for me. Let's stop this thing. Let's stop being deceived. And let's just be politically matured and not these naive things we come here to just see.
Do you think the space is opening up to that political maturity? Because anytime anybody tries to open up conversations around that space, it ends up in this sort of what we are doing now.
Yeah, one man. If you see, it's like the way things looks now, it's not even opening up. The only thing there is that.
So that is throwing 2027 out of the window. If they are not coming on board with the politics and they're still doing whatever it is that Pansat just introduced there.
Yeah,
so they're not even 2027 is not going to happen as well, and maybe 2031 as well.
At one man, let me tell you, I'm still looking at. I'm still trying to figure out which way we can go back on track again.
Because you need to get Peter Obi out of the way. That's the first thing you have to do.
If not for this nonsense he did, we have there was every probability that this would have come back on track again in this 2023 election.
Yes, you have to promote Soludo and get Peter Obi out of the way. Hold on, Ekene. let me say that, and then let Solomon land, and I think Aizon especially came in for this, so let's hear from him as well. But Solomon, back to you. But my own personal thought from the outside looking in, as soon as this tribunal, whatever is over, I just get Peter Obi completely, throw him back to Oka and lock him there, and let's hear the voice of Soludo. Let's all the great brains we have in the Southeast, let them come forward. We don't want this nonsensical
dumb things.
One man.
Can you hold on? Let Solomon land and then let Aizon come in. Yeah, Sir Solomon.
Yeah, one man. For Obi to leave now.
Well, man, I still want to push Solomon though. I still want to push. I have some questions for Solomon.
I'm very, bros. You are somebody that I used to like the way you talk here, but
yeah, but I still we still have to disagree.
You know what, Pansat?
We still have to disagree. I have a question for you.
It whips up that innate ethnic something that everybody has within them, and then he will rally them to that. This is what he does all the time. But land Solomon, and then let's hear from Aizon.
Yeah, it's for people that he can do that kind of thing to not.
Yeah, it whips up.
Yeah, because I already know where the country that I am in. So there's nothing anybody wants to tell me, and it's very painful that people are still. I don't want to use the word ignorant. That people are still wallowing in this thing, that this kind of, I don't know. We need to learn. We need to stop this thing and stop claiming right that tribunal say. Look at that Mary Odili. She's a Rivers woman. She has come out to say now this thing she has said now is already pointing to the direction that where this tribunal stuff is going to go. And there is nothing anybody will do about it. There is nothing. So we need to go back to. It's not like you will not love your fellow. We're all Nigerians, but when it comes to politics, we have to look at how our founding fathers played the politics in this country. Then we know how we would strategize. But coming here to say that in this place here that they voted, so you want to tell me will be one Kano? Anybody that will come here and tell me will be one Kano, that person, I will not insult that person. But the kind of insult that I have, the kind of thing, that name I would have called that person, so be one Kano. You want to tell me that in your clear eyes, in your dream, you
Kaduna.
Solomon, can I ask you a question?
One Kano and Kaduna. What kind of talk is that? Or Sokoto?
All right. Solomon, let Aizon come in. Aizon, you've made your rare cameo appearance. So Aizon.
But why are you shutting me for Solomon? I want to. Is he not my brother?
I want to hear. I want to hear Aizon because he will disappear in a moment, and usually he drops a gem. If you listen to him, you will see why. Aizon, come in.
Yeah, one man, thank you. Yes, Solomon, I think before I get into the main point, the last thing you said about anyone that tells you they want Kanu, look, people are entitled to their opinions. Your opinion doesn't make it a fact. So someone can come in and say, yeah, Obi want Kanu. Okay, well, that's your opinion based on your feeling that there was mass cheating across the country. It doesn't make it a reality. But on the other end, I listened to Baba give his analysis. I think, the analysis was fair. I think the delivery is where you have issues. And if you want to compare Baba to maybe some other people, I don't want to call any names that have been on the platform that really sound ethnocentric, and very one-sided. Those people, yes, heavy criticism can be on them that they are just broad brushing and stereotyping Southeasterners as a whole. But, when you look at it, he's allowed to give his political analysis on the Southeast as a Nigerian. That's his right. But what he's not allowed to do is to broad brush the Southeast, is to say, you people, you don't want to do this. Southeasterners are not a monolith. Igbos are not a monolith. There are Igbos that support Tinubu and are heavily in his camp. There are Igbos that support Atiku and are heavily in his camp. There are Igbos that support Obi. Although the numbers show us that Obi won upwards of 90% in most of those states. Some people have said that Obi cheated in the Southeast.
That's their opinion. It doesn't make it a fact. So I want us as Nigerians to look at this thing from those lens, and let's try to stop broad brushing when we refer to different places. I think if you were to reverse the trend, and a group of Igbos were sitting down having a conversation, and you hear them saying, broad brushing Yorubas, it won't come out, the delivery won't come out well. But they are allowed to criticize the politics of the Southwest as well. So it just comes down to the delivery. I think we should everyone is entitled to give their opinion on Southeastern politics, on strategies the Southeast can use to improve themselves so they can aspire or achieve, the executive office. But in how you do it, just make sure that you're careful in that delivery. So that way you don't come across as being an ethnocentric person and you're trying to portray that your region or your ethnicity is superior because the strategy that one ethnicity has used to elevate itself to national office, this other group has not done it yet. Therefore, this other group, they can't coordinate. Although, again, I will tell you, I have a lot of Igbo friends, and even those people have criticized Southeasterners as not being unified in trying to make a push for presidency, for the presidential office. And so some people will argue that criticism is valid. But again, it's just how it's said. And I see, because of how it was said, maybe that's why Ekene is reacting the way he's reacting. But, Baba is entitled to his opinion of giving his analysis of Southeastern politics. We're all Nigerians. And I just want us to keep that central, that we are Nigerians and we need to talk about issues as that. Let's stay away from this ethnic thing. It's very important, because if we don't set the trend,
is that possible for Nigerians?
It's possible. One man is
that not is
one man is very possible, because here's the thing. It's very possible, because if we don't set the trend as leaders, if we don't say we're going to have conversations, and we're going to have conversations by not stereotyping groups, by not broad brushing groups, by not saying things. Every now and then we can joke. A joke is different. All of us will laugh about it.
Do you think a Southeasterner is capable of a conversation that is not ethnic based?
See, one man, you just did it there. You just did it. You just said, do you think a Southeasterner is capable of? You see, and that's the thing. Southeasterners, yeah, of course they are capable. But every Southeasterner is different. My brother, every Southeasterner is different. And the thing is, we have to talk like that. Because if we don't, that thought process and that behavior will carry out itself as we relate with each other. And right now, the level of threats that our country is facing, we have no choice but to build a stronger bond. And maybe I'm speaking as someone that went to a unity school and I've kind of drank the Nigerian Kool-Aid, right? I can criticize Nigeria without, condemning Nigeria. There's a difference. Or without saying, I'm going to talk about Southwesterners and I'm going to broad brush Southwesterners. I can't do that. Like when Nnamdi Kanu was calling Southwest, I've forgotten the language he was using to describe Southwesterners. That was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. Because at the end of the day, what did he eventually try to do? He eventually tried to, build bridges with some people in the Southwest. So in those regards, we all have to be careful, because in every ethnicity, you have different people. The Southwesterners that Nnamdi Kanu was criticizing, is it not Afenifere that supported Peter Obi? So, it's
even with that criticism, we still have a Southwest as a friend, which is a Showore.
Yeah, Showore is an Ijon man. They're trying to steal him from us. They're not going to take our brother. No, yeah, he said it is an Ijon man. So, but so I think your platform, as great as it is an area where we can practice how to talk to each other without talking about ethnicities and without condemning certain ethnicities. Now my two cup with that.
Yeah,
well, let me say this.
It's ethnicity that gets the juices flowing, though.
It does get viewers, one man. You're right. So
Isaac, can I say something things to you?
Well, can I come in now, one man?
Yeah. Let me just say something to Isaac. I love your sense of reasoning. You did a very wonderful job. You know, when a Nigerian speak, I always commend him. You're a Nigerian and you spoke very well. So I commend you very well. You see, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to bring out. The issue we are raising here every day. And when you say you are supporting Southeastern should build bridge, and you are still the one killing the bridge by tagging it IPOB and all that. So if you want a Southeastern to build bridge, stop bringing those narratives. That is my point. But if you don't want them to build bridge,
why should I tiptoe around my points?
Let me finish.
This is
Now,
a
let me
problem
finish.
here.
Let me finish.
One man, please let them know that we have right to talk about Southeast here. And
nobody is saying that you don't have any right to talk about Southeast.
You have anytime we mention Southeast, you come back, you come here, you start crying. You cry a lot, man.
I'm not crying. Whether you want to take it or not, I'm not crying. If you want to talk about Southeast, whenever you talk anything bad about Southeast, and that is when I react.
Nobody's talking bad about Southeast. Anything we criticize it. We will criticize. We talk about it. We are all Nigerians. Let us talk about this again. We can talk about Lagos. We can talk about Lagos.
If you understand the Southeast space very well, if you understand Southeast space very well, even before this election,
you don't want to hear anything about Southeast. You don't want to hear anything.
Let me finish your gun now. Let me finish. At least you've talked a lot about my state. I don't even know your state. You have talked about.
I'm from Oyo State. I'm from Oyo State.
Maybe this is the first time I'm knowing you. You have not even discussed your governor here, but you talk about Anambra State.
Because there never been one man.
So forget about it. Let us not go that round. But I want to make a point.
One man don't talk about the governor. Don't talk
about the Igbos.
Let me finish my point. If you understand people like me that I'm not even interested in all these politics only because of this last election. That's how Southeast behave. What I want is good governance. So if you want to say bring the Southeast and this and that, I want to kill that narrative. It's not about the Southeast. And I'm giving you that for my word. If you come tomorrow and say we are giving it to Southeast, you're not the one to choose for us. You can still bring out somebody that we cannot vote. And it's a clear point.
We can choose for you because we're gonna vote for you guys too.
You cannot choose for us. You understand? So because we still be the one to say this guy is not good to go represent us in the highest office of this nation. We don't do such politics, and that's my view.
Okay, you spoken well. Can I come in now and round up the space so that we can go to other topic, please?
Please, I have a topic. 1 minute. One man, you've been silencing me now since morning.
I want to end that space now.
I know. Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute. I beg. 1 minute. Thank you very much. Ekene, I like what you've just said. It's good. Everybody here, we are trying to find a solution to our country. And what we are all saying, it's out of love. If Baba is making a submission that the East should make bridges, he's saying it from the position of somebody that is concerned and would want to see a different political strategy from that space. So what I wanted to end it with is this. If Brazilian president would play politics by coming to Yoruba land to pick the Oba of Ilefe and give him a grand welcoming, give him presidential everything, just to appeal to almost 40 million Yoruba speaking people in Brazil so that they can vote for him. This is what they call building bridges. I don't think what Baba has said is wrong. So let's not fight ourselves over it. Let's just see it as we are saying it from a point of love for one another to make sure that things go well. That's just my point. Thank you.
You see this thing you just did now. If you do it now to, like, for instance now, like maybe to a Fulani person that you know that is above you, they will say you are licking ass. So when we can stop all these things, be humble. No matter what you have or what you're into, be humble and know that there are certain things or certain persons you need to be in certain positions. So you understand. So that is the part of building bridge. And for breaking it, let me tell you something. We will build bridge. We don't need the Yoruba people. Let me tell you, we don't need them at all. Once we are ready, we have people to align with, and not Yoruba people. Yeah, oh man.
Okay, Solomon, thank you.
I'm
what
joking,
we don't
I'm
realize,
joking.
yeah, what we don't realize actually is, one man asked me a question. He said, when power comes back to the South after 16 years, would the West conclude that it is the turn of the Southeast? That's what one man asked. And that's what actually set off this whole disagreement. And I answered very well that, well, the thing is between South and North. Nobody has macro-managed it to say, okay, if it comes to South this time, it's not going to be Southwest again, it's going to be Southeast. And I said, not so fast, because there has been precedent here and there. So this is where the point. But in answering that question, or in analyzing it, or explaining myself, or opening up that space, I touched a sore nerve by mentioning OB, by mentioning IPOB. That's what has set off all of this fire. But there is nothing wrong in what I said. There is no bigotry there. When you analyze a situation, 10 people can sit and analyze, and 10 people can come up with different opinion. It is their opinion, but there is always a point of consensus. We can disagree, but it's not good to be disagreeable. What I'm saying, and I still maintain, as there is IPOB, there is OPC somewhere too. I have my opinion about OPC. There is no taboo subject. There is no taboo subject on platform like this, because we are not just speaking for this time. We are speaking from historical perspective for the time to come in the future, when everybody on this platform will have gone. Somebody will tap on Google, somebody will tap on the where is this space, and find out and say, oh, this is interesting. This was said in 2023. Oh, this is 2053. You understand? That is what we should all be mindful of, what we say on this platform, because it is there for future generations to meet up with. So this is the situation we find ourselves. There is no way, the thing has not been micromanaged. So if it comes back to the Southwest after 16 years, there are no guarantees. But the Constitution is very, very clear about our political process, what you have to do to win. And fortunately, we have a tripod, 3-step, holding on the table head. So 2-1 will win you something. So if you don't align, look at Buhari, for how many years he tried with all his 12 million votes guaranteed. He tried, he failed, he tried, he failed, he tried, he failed. He built bridges, or they helped him to build bridges, and he won. That's how the election works. No particular group of people can win election on their own in this country according to our constitution. That is paramount. So if you cannot win with your own people, then you have to build bridges. And when we talk about power, we are talking about power here. You have to work for it. You don't apply. It's not an application thing, that yes, an application for the position of presidency. No, you have to work for it. Working for it doesn't mean you crawl or you do anything. Some people went by taking chieftaincy here and there. People like Abiola was said to have garnered about 200 titles, married several women from different areas so that he will belong. It paid off for him later. Same thing for Atiku. Though Atiku has not been there because I think he's just unlucky. Tinubu even gave him a platform, AD or so, on which he contested for presidency some cycle back. So this is how these things are done. Today himself, Atiku and Tinubu are not best of friends, but time was when they were best of friends. So this is exactly what I'm trying to say. Nobody is saying that the people of the East, doesn't belong to the Nigerians. We are all Nigerian.
And IPOB did endorse Peter Obi, so why are people trying to recall? They did endorse.
I have my own complaint. OPC did not endorse the candidate I like, but that doesn't mean that I hate OPC or anything.
Well, man, you are the one causing this problem, more because you know how I don't like this
IPOB really did. Let me tell you the truth.
Look at even what happened recently. Solomon, look at what happened recently. I mean, Yorubas fighting Yorubas. It's not because we are not Yorubas. That's the Ilorin issue. You understand? It is like that. We disagree to agree, or we disagree not to agree, but we should not be disagreeable. We are all talking sense here. Nobody is maybe talking rubbish. We're all talking sense. Whether I agree with what you are saying or not, you have made your own opinion. It is your own opinion. I can buy into it. I may not buy into it. So this is my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Baba. So we go on from Baba to Ajande Koko. But before we go on to Ajande Koko, I'll take that anecdote that Solomon wants to give us. But before we take that anecdote that Solomon wants to give us, let me just say this. When I say that IPOB did endorse Peter Obi, it's only because they did. They did. Ajande Koko is here. We followed all the way through, long before the elections. We built up. You were here as well, Solomon. All of those spaces that we used to go to under the Nnamdi Kanu phase, that they used to get all of their bills, all of the Facebook spaces, all of the Instagram spaces, that were Biafra till we die, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu is our savior, all of them, as soon as OP declared, they changed the moniker on their spaces and it was obedient. Ajande Koko is here now, he'll tell you.
They even said there will be no election in the East.
IPOB endorsed Peter Obi. It's beyond question. Solomon.
Okay, how would they know him and still say there will be no election in the East?
No, right. see, bro, you don't know that space. You just showed that you don't know that space. IPOB is like, they have two factions now. That one is autopilot and one is IPOB. The autopilot are the people now running the re-raise for the referendum thing. But the other IPOB now, is cash out that they are doing. They are cashing out massively, and in fact, they are the ones that to me that they are the fake ones. And it was from that faction that people, even when there was one interview, one section Simon Ekpa had, and all those other people that were in the other IPOB, they were all talking in that platform, and Simon Ekpa told them that there will not be any election. They said no. That they're IPOB members, but they have to since Obi is now in the ballot, they have to support this guy. So anybody here that want to say, I will assume that you don't know that space much, but we don't need to. This platform.
Solomon, I'm not saying that I don't know. My point, what I'm saying is this. Anyway, if they like, let them endorse him. But you are talking like this. We have given you the best governor. Now, that is why you come here. You don't know what is happening in Nigeria again. At least your former governor, who could not be able to do anything in your state, come out today was praising the governor that we gave to you people. That he has secured Abia State.
He did not give us any governor.
We have championed him. We have given you the best governor in Nigeria today.
He did not
you cannot travel to Abia State and sleep. Why my Anambra is boiling? That is why you have mouth to come and they talk about You see, when people make good choice, it pays a lot. But you don't understand. Look at what Joseph coming out to praise Alessoti because his state is secured now. He can sleep in Abia State now. He can travel to Abia State and sleep. He was talking good about him. So we are talking about good governance, nothing more.
Bro, it is not like I don't know what you're saying that about the candidates and all that, but it is the way. It is the way that you to achieve this thing that is what I'm talking about. According to B, he's talking of the process of the election. Me, I'm talking of the process of even getting in the primaries, getting the card. being the
You
candidate
know,
of the
you
party.
know why I said this to you, Solomon. You know why I said this to you, Solomon.
Why?
All these things, when we are talking about good governance, people will be this Alessoti, even in my space, I fight in Alaba. I have to campaign for him from my market with my friends. Now he has gotten to that position, and I'm very happy that he's doing very well. That all my effort is not in vain.
All right.
But
when we are talking about it, you say it's not
state and
we have
federal.
to move
You
on.
can't compare
There is nothing like that. The man is really
you can't
interesting
compare
me.
state and federal.
All right. Thank you. Let's go on to Ajande Koko. So Ajande Koko, you are up next. I don't know, man. But for the benefit of, we will continue to discuss Peter Obi, of course, and the Southeast, and the Southwest, and the Northeast, and even the whole of Africa, and even sometimes we'll throw stones at America. So nothing is off the table. But Ajande Koko certainly on the table now. So Ajande Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, man. Oh, man.
All right, brilliant. So Tinubu recalling all of the ambassadors. This is something unprecedented according to what this report tells us. But what are you making of that? I was saying to Baba just when we were discussing it, that it looks, because he sacked all of the heads of all of the agencies and all of the government parastatals, sacked everybody. So essentially, he's resetting the country to ground zero. What strategy do you think is in play here, Ajande Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Before I say something on that, on this headline, I think I would like to inform everybody here or remind those of us that have been long enough on this platform with Pansat, that Pansat was an RPOB guy before he changed to OB.
Yes, of course. Remember his first thing here when he told us Buhari was a hologram. That's how we came in.
Oh, yeah. He was championing RPOB's cause very, very, very strongly on this platform. And
this was 10 months ago, thereabout.
So just to remind what Passat, the road, we don't know where it's going to go tomorrow. So, but
it will end up with Sunday Igbo. The way it's going, it will end up with Sunday Igbo.
So, but to my brother Eze, your secrets they don't leak up. They say you're from South. You are the job.
We always knew it was Effiong. We always knew Solomon was Effiong.
Come for me.
So, Aizo, your brother, you don't know, say Eze and your brother, so they don't reveal where it came from. So,
sure.
No, Eze, Solomon is actually
Solomon is your brother from
Port Harcourt. So. Yeah.
God forbid. It's the truth. We are the people that were for the best. I'm looking out for the Southeast. I want the best for the Southeast. That is why I supported Atiku in this election, because I know that our Igbo people will be featured in properly in this, assuming Atiku was declared the winner, and because I really want us to have people that will represent us in government, and not this thing now. Like I feel marginalized. Not that this administration did it on purpose, but it's because of how everything went. So that is why it's even women that they picked from Southeast.
When Atiku said he was the best pathway to an Igbo presidency, he was right, because if Atiku won that election,
it was not out of arrogance. It was just logical. It was logic. But people,
it was out of arrogance, whether you want to believe it or not. It was out of arrogance.
Don't say this thing. Why, bro?
No, if one man should give us a little time now, I will just iron it out with you. It's out of arrogance. You don't even have any rights to contest for that election. You
One
don't
man,
even
can
have
we
any
just
rights.
move on? One man, can we
He's a
move on,
party
please?
team.
Don't let us go back again.
Me, I
Please.
believe in a party loyalty. Do you understand? Is it forget the way he has clinched that he has gotten that ticket, but he's a party
You don't
team.
have any right to contest.
He's a party team.
He's the most annoying. He's the most annoying candidate in that election. If you don't know it, he's the most annoying
that
candidate.
is to you anyway. That is to you.
You are looking at PDP. You are just looking at PDP, but I'm looking at the individual that is contesting. How can you tell me after the mess of Buhari from the Fulani region, you want me to have another Buhari, another? That region has already failed. So you move it to another region that can bring fresh idea. What are you telling me?
Okay, I've heard you.
All right, back to you, Ajande Koko.
Okay. One man, you see, I think ambassadors around the world representing our countries, they are the number one citizen of our country in that country where they are our ambassador, and they are to protect the interests of Nigeria as a state and the citizens of Nigeria that live in that country where they are the ambassador. So just as we have the president in our country as the number one citizen, so they are appointed by the president to represent us and represent himself too in a foreign country. So the president, since the appointment is at the mercy of the president, so he can recall them anytime. So what the president has done is within the law and the power given to him by the Constitution to effect. So recalling them, I think is the right thing, because those ambassadors there were appointed by his predecessor, whose agenda for the country is different from the agenda of Tinubu. So Tinubu is recalling them, I believe, to familiarize them with the agenda he have for the country. And if some of them have to be taken out, he will do that as well. So because he have to appoint a new team anyway to pursue his own agenda, particularly on diplomatic his own on diplomatic.
All right, Ajande Koko, let me take you to a different place.
Let me land now.
You seem to be struggling with that topic, Abokare. Yeah.
No, I'm not struggling. What are you doing here? Give me a chance.
Is it me or somebody else?
No, not you. Somebody.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I said you are. Do you want me to come back to you?
Okay, I'm being distracted here. So as I was trying to talk, somebody is hovering around me here. Don't want me. One of my sons is speaking or something. So what I'm trying to say here is that Tinubu is doing the right thing, recalling all of them. Surely he will have to strike some of them down. He will take some of them down, and those that he would like to retain, he want to let them know the party want to take the country on the diplomatic mission with other part of the world. So, and he have to appoint many other people, to represent us as ambassador. So, I believe ambassadors to Western countries must be those that are really, really ready or those that are close with the president that can really pursue and build a very strong and stronger relationship with the West. Because as we see what is going on around the world, we have the BRICS operating on their own. We Nigerians have maintained our, what do you call it? What do you call non-aligned, country status. So, meaning that, well, our relationship with the West will still remain as close as it is today. So, how do we build on it? The president is going to the United Nations. U.S. president will be meeting him by the side. So, what is he taking to the U.S. president? What is he going to, on what basis do we continue our relationship and build our relationship upon on the way forward? So all of this really matter. So he must appoint new ambassador, send them around the world that can pursue his whole agenda as to how he want to, package a new relationship with the rest of the world. So I think there's nothing wrong. It's within the power given to him by the Constitution. It can appoint, it can remove, it can reshuffle. So I think it's acting right. Nothing wrong in what he has done. That's right.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Not often do I agree, but it's very difficult to disagree with Aisha Yesufu. Activist Aisha Yesufu has asked African leaders when they will suspend seat-tight presidents. So it's off the back of all these coups that is sweeping across the, especially Francophone spaces. So he's saying, okay, you are suspending all these coupists, but why are they committing the coups? So Equatorial Guinea, 44 years, Paul Biya, Cameroon, 41 years, Museveni, 37 years, 30 years Eritrea, Congo, 26, Rwanda, 23. So as you read through that list, you are rest in the knowledge that there will continue to be coups in Africa, because that seems to be the only way that governance changes in a lot of these African states. So what are you then making then of Aisha Yesufu's presentation, that why is the AU not suspending seat-tight presidents?
Well, I can just describe his the question that he is asking them, that why are they not addressing the cause of coup, and why should they allow others that have already planned coup, using their own position as president, to plan coup as the country by changing the constitution to prolong their terms in office and all that like that. I think I can just describe what he's saying there is that they are African Union of puppet leaders, or African Union of leaders that fit for no purpose. Because what has African Union done good to Africa in the first place? What is it? Are we, as the Union, brought development to Africa in the areas of science, in the areas of technology, in which area can we point to in terms of development of mankind? What is it that African Union have done for Africa that you can say, look, African Union this is how they have mobilized the whole of Africa, to achieve this, to empower African states economically, and pool our resources together and resist the dominance of Western countries or outside powers outside Africa. What have they really done? They have not really done anything, but rather they play party government with each other. So it's a union that have not really done much to help Africa and help their people. So that lady, Aisha Yusuf, challenging them in this manner, I think she's on point. She has not. I mean, her question is a legitimate question. We have many of the African leaders that have toppled democracy in their country. They have turned themselves to how do we describe them, to life president. We see that of Cameroon. We see Uganda. We see what have they done? They have not challenged them, but rather they allow them to remain in their position, to continue to terrorize their people, and continue the looting of the commonwealth of their country, and they are disgrace to Africa, if you really wanted to. So I don't know. Since they have changed that name to African Union, they became more ineffective than when they were Organization of African Unity. When they were Organization of African Unity, we saw a lot of things that they did, even though that many of them back then were military. We have a lot of military leadership across Africa, but they were able to on the diplomatic front, they were able to stand for Africa. During the struggle of apartheid, we saw the role that Obasanjo played as a military leader, and some other military leader in Africa back there. Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah, even Abacha. Even Abacha.
Yes. So we saw the role that they play. We saw the role that Babangida played. We saw the role that other leaders in Africa, military leaders in Africa, Muammar Gaddafi and some others, Miriam Mengistu of Ethiopia and some others, we saw the role they play. Challenging South African apartheid regime until they forced that regime out to give the power to black people. So, but this civilian, can you imagine one man during the time before Gaddafi was killed? Can you imagine this union, this OAU, or what did they? No, not OAU. This African Union allowed Hillary Clinton to come and deliver a speech condemning Gaddafi, one of their leaders, in front of them. Gaddafi has his own bad side, but out here in Africa, one of your leaders, an outside person, stand before you all in your assembly, condemning one of your, and you are, and they are checking out, and they allow it. That's an organization that fits for no purpose. It's a goddamn organization. I've never seen such.
Yeah, go on.
No, one man. I'll let you go. I just wanted to add some key points. What Ajane Koko is saying, I love it. But you want to go first, or you want me to go?
No. You go first. Actually, probably what you have to say would make more sense than what I have to say. Carry on.
Yeah, I doubt it. But no, I as Ajane Koko was talking, I immediately realized that I hadn't actually looked up what the role of the African Union is. Most people probably don't know. Yeah, and if you look up the role of the Union, it's kind of a hypocrisy to what is happening in Africa now, to Ajani Koko's point. I'll just read it to you. The African Union was established to promote unity and solidarity of African countries, defend state sovereignty, eradicate colonialism, promote international cooperation, and coordinate and harmonize member states' policies. So I would say at least almost every single one of these roles, they have not followed through on any of them. For instance, defense state sovereignty, they watched as United States and NATO bombed an African country in Libya and removed a leader.
What could they have done to stop that?
African countries, if they had come together and they had taken a stance and said they were going to send peacekeepers to Libya to promote peace, and you had 54 different troops from different countries on the ground in Libya saying that they're promoting peace on that peacekeeping mission, NATO would not have been able to move forward with that. They would have had to stall. If you remember, they put a no-fly zone over Libya, so they were able to ground Gaddafi's airlines. And then, according to some experts, investigative journalists from the US, they found out that the people on ground were the same people that were activated in Syria, who had then gone into Libya, who essentially were proxies for Western countries when they were trying to overthrow Assad. And then they came into Libya, they were on the ground, and they were the ones fighting the Libyan government. And then they created a no-fly zone, because Hillary Clinton was running around saying how he's bombing his own people, So they went to NATO, NATO created a no-fly zone. He couldn't fly his planes, they grounded all his planes, and essentially provided...
Do you remember Chemical Ali from that space? The one that was meant to have killed a lot of...
that one is Iraq.
That's Iraq.
Oh,
yeah. Right. The person you're referring to, I've forgotten his name, is the person that was supposedly involved in the Panam bombing, right? Yeah, but essentially what NATO did is they provided air cover for Al-Qaeda in Libya. And then they overthrew him, and then they let those savages get access to all those weapons, and then those same savages came into the Sahel, and then next thing we know, we have bandits randomly doing what they were doing in Nigeria. So African Union's role at that point was not to allow a foreign group come into Africa and do what they did. Apart from the Gaddafi case, defense state sovereignty. Oh man, we have 29 US bases in Africa. 29. If you look on the map, it's scary. So how are you defending state sovereignty when you're allowing these countries to come in and then, eradicate colonialism? Look at what's happening with Francophone countries.
That's another US base in Germany as well. The US controls the world.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it all right, though, right? States have sovereignty. If you look at South America, how many US bases do you see? Does Venezuela have one? No, right? A lot of South American countries.
We have African army bases around Africa.
Africa does not control the world now. US does.
No, around Africa. Around Africa.
Yeah, we have one in Guinea-Bissau, I believe so.
Yeah. So one man, when you look at one of their roles is to eradicate colonialism. With everything, even if people didn't know about the pact for the continuation of colonialism that the French had with Francophone Afrique, if you know today, it has become very clear that the African Union failed in its responsibility to eradicate colonialism because they allowed that agreement to stand. That agreement was a continuation of colonialism. They should have come together and approached the French to say, this agreement has to go. You cannot say you've eradicated colonialism when you have countries, majority of the countries in your continent, that can't make a decision without going to Paris. I mean, come on. That's the thing that really pisses me off about this whole thing.
It's just a talking shop, really, isn't it?
It is. It's unfortunate. An unfortunate talking shop. So let me give you like this. It's like you have a lion. You take away its claws and its teeth, right? And then you throw something in the goat in there and say, "Oh, I killed the goat." It won't happen. So it's the same thing. You can't say you stand for all these things. You're taking money from China to build your headquarters. You are standing there and watching all these things happen.
Imagine that they are taking money to build the.
Yes, now that whole place, that whole place is bugged. If the Chinese know every law they pass, you know what's crazy? Even the African Development Bank.
Even the inherent contradiction in that. I'm saying that the whole of Africa, they cannot band enough money together just to put up one building.
Exactly. The African Development Bank is funded primarily by non-African nations. I think Nigeria is one of the African nations.
Can I ask the speaker a question?
Heavily funded. Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Woman, can I ask the speaker a question?
Aizon, yes, Aizon, the name is.
Okay, Aizon, nice talking to you. Is there any country Is there any country in Africa that is self-sovereign, that can stand on their own and economically and can make decisions politically? Is there any country in Africa?
That is the point, though, right? You're making the point.
Okay.
So the fact that doesn't exist after 50 years since we got flag independence. I say flag because in all actuality it wasn't real independence. Right? That is why Nkrumah,
anybody that feels any of those francophone countries are independent, that person is a fool. They are still very much under colonial. They are still under colonial rule now.
Yes, now
you will say all of us are, but they more so are still under colonial rule.
Theirs is bad.
What is going on highlights that. Yeah.
Man, if you get a chance and you go and read that the breakdown of that pact, it is scary. You can't buy any goods without the approval of Paris. France has first right of refusal to all your natural resources, so you can't do a business with anyone if they don't give you the green light. Your money is kept in their bank. Your people have to speak their language. Your military is trained by them. Goodness, you're a slave. You are slaves.
Do you think, if you don't mind, do you think any country in Africa can decide to cut ties with this colonialist and be self-sustained? Do you think they stand a chance?
They're still playing some colonial tax.
You know why I'm asking this question is this: even when you decide to be self-reliant and eat what you produce, we still find a way back to that doorstep, knocking and begging. Reason being is this: they're technologically advanced. And if you look at today's world, this is not about industrial era anymore. So we are still dependent on them in supplying of weapons for defense and all that. So that's why I asked the question: do we really think any countries in Africa can really do without the input of this Western and colonial?
Let me ask you a question, right? We're talking about the OAU, which is now the AU, right? One of the key founding members was Nkrumah. Okay, Nkrumah's vision for OAU, Organization of African Unity, at the time, with Julius Nyerere and some of these real Pan-Africanists. When I say real, I mean people that believed in the continent. They fought for our independence. These people were true Africans, right? Was that the African Union would have independence and they would band together to liberate all African countries. Nkrumah believed in a single currency and he believed in a single military. The reason why is because he knew, and a lot of these guys knew, that you cannot have these Berlin Conference nations go and negotiate or stand on their own and try to negotiate power internationally. It was never going to work. He knew it and they knew it. You can't have Togo go and negotiate with United States or Britain. That's a joke. So they said, listen, the only way, this was in the 60s and 50s, the only way we can survive as nations is if we come together to speak with one voice. A lot of countries agreed to this union. Several countries, which is always the case in Africa, we have these fifth columnists that this Benedict Arnolds that show up and just betray us. They said no. They came out and said no. And because a lot of them are Francophone countries too. Keep in mind. They said no. And the minute they said no, that idea or that vision fell apart, and they were able to deal with individual countries, get them indebted, break them up, separate them, create disunity. And right now we're all struggling. One country on its own, to your point, can one country go out there and stand? They can't. How? If you're Francophone, first of all, forget it. That's not even a possibility. France has to give you permission to go and negotiate abroad. So in reality, a lot of these countries, with maybe a handful of them, and a lot of the North African countries, a lot of them have some sort of a semblance of independence. Specifically, you look at Algeria, they actually had to go into physical war with France to get their independence, right? They make their decisions. Morocco, they make their decisions, right? You look at those countries. But if you look at sub-Saharan African countries, for the most part.
Are you there, Izon? All right. I think Izon is caught up with something.
Hello, woman.
Yeah. Hello. Let me quickly bring you this, Ajande Koko, just to that space. This is something that we should have taken on a while ago, but just to give some backdrop to what Izon was trying to flesh out. It says, how France continues. I won't give you the full reading of it, but I'll just give you enough for you to get a texture of what Izon was talking about. How France continues to dominate its former colonies in Africa. It says, in France, former African colonies, in France's former African colonies, imperialist monetary policies from Paris continues to cripple domestic economies and undermine democracy. Colonialism in Africa won't have meaningfully come to an end until the economic sovereignty is allowed to flourish. So that's the preamble. I'll just give you about a couple of paragraphs. The economics of sub-Saharan Africa burst into the headline in the first week of March as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala assumed office as the first female African Director General of the World Trade Organization. Mass youth protests broke out in Senegal over deteriorating economic conditions. Sweeping in to help everyone make sense of the situation was the English translation of Africa's last colonial currency, the CFA franc story by Samba Sylla and Fanny something or the other. The book lays out the French state's continuous meddling in Africa, a masterclass in capitalist villainy, victim blaming, and versatility. After the abolition of slavery, huge reparations were paid to French former slave owners. These were used in part to establish colonial banks in Africa, later joined by others, which would strive to ensure that French domination will endure post-slavery by maintaining the colonial pact. This pact involves the deliberate underdeveloping of colonies' economies, their forced reliance on raw material export, and a French monopoly on shipping, export, and import. The CFA franc was the currency designed by France to ensure that French control survived colonial official demise. It goes on and on. But I'll put the link in the comment section. It's only because it's a long read, and I'm not sure that people want to labor through it. But like I said, anybody that feels that the francophone countries are out of colonialism, that person is a dunce. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
No, but one man. Here's the thing, right? So, Adewale Abi, Adewale,
it was Dewale, yes.
Yeah. So to his question, it is a possibility for African countries to fully be able to negotiate and stand alone. I think that's part of the reason why they're trying to create this AFTCA. I think that's the acronym. But the idea is to try to create a union so that way they can stand together, but you can't have a union if majority of the countries within that union have ceded their decision making to Paris. I mean, how many francophone countries do we have in Africa? If you just think about it, if all of their decision making has to go through the French, then the French control what decisions they make, and that's the challenge, and that's why they keep these puppets in power for a long time, and they don't take them out. The Ouattaras, the Bias, the Bongos, the Nguemas, they keep them there for a long time, because if they're there, then it's good for them. They continue to get what they need. And, that's why we're seeing what we're seeing in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, because these people are tired. They're tired of it, man. They just can't take it anymore. And the other thing is, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and he's a pro-democracy guy. Oh, but they can protest, and, they can try to do it through elections. I said, and I was just explaining that, listen, how are you going to do it through elections? If the French control that much of your country, you think you can get some messiah that would campaign, win, without French approval, and get into power and then start to govern, and it doesn't favor the French? How is that going to happen? The only option these guys had is the coup. The only option they had on the table to take their country back is the coup. Now, the only prayer we have is that maybe these coupists will then do the right thing, create a new structure, new constitution, new type of government. I just pray. That's the only thing we can pray for. But outside of that, there was no election that would have changed the status quo. There was no mass protest that would have changed it. Forget it. This is, yeah.
All right, let's get back to Ajanle Koko. But looking at this list, Ajanle Koko, this tells us that the coups in Africa has just begun. Because we have the anticipation then that there's going to be a coup in Equatorial Guinea, because of course the president has been there for 44 years. Cameroon, Paul Biya, he has been reshuffling, but he's gone. Museveni, who has been trying to kill Bobby Wine, I think he will have bigger problems than that. And Eritrea, I don't know, Congo. So the coups, if we have all these sort of situations, then we'll continue to have coups in Africa.
Well, yes, I will agree with you, because the central factor that is responsible for coup, rather that attract coup, is bad governance. So, bad governance by civilian bad leaders or civilian leaders who are stooge to foreign powers, that allow foreign powers to loot their resources at the detriment of their people, as long as they can, enrich themselves. I think coup plotters will always justify their reason why they carry that coup, and people, we always welcome them. They will always jump on the street and celebrate. So, you see, France is losing out every day that we wake up in Africa. France we continue to lose out, because what has happened recently in those countries where we have military government now, like Mali, Niger, like Burkina Faso, and the other Guinea, or what do they call that country? It's a strategic embarrassment to France, strategic disgrace. And look at Niger, what they're doing in Niger is so shameful that they don't even want to leave. They are struggling because they have been embarrassed by those guys, the Niger coup plotter. They are not the one behind the coup. They were caught. Those guys caught them off guard and they were shocked. So they didn't know what to do. They thought that Nigeria and ECOWAS can come in quickly and flush this guy out. But African leaders, leaders from the north, leaders from the northern Nigeria, the Senate in Nigeria said, no, we cannot go to war because this is not our war. These people are our neighbor. And so that allows the coup plotter to strengthen their position, to strengthen their hold in power. And they are even threatening the France now. You see those people, they mobilized like 10,000 citizens to the France military base, telling the France to leave their country, their officers, their military officers to leave their country.
The French ambassador has still not left their country.
He's going to go. He's going to go. He's going to go.
Who's going to make him go?
The people of that country will force them to go. Because
How?
How? You have seen them on the street.
They will say, please, sir, go. Please, sir, go.
No, they already cut off the electricity supply to his resident. They cut off water supply to this resident. And the people are in front of the resident 24 hours that this guy, you have to leave. People are in front.
They cannot make him go. They cannot forcefully make him go. And if they attempt to forcefully make him go, France will blow up their country.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. They will not force them. You understand what I'm saying? But the situation,
they will say, please, sir, go. Please, sir, go.
The situation on the ground will force them away, because that is what happened in Mali. They forced them to leave Mali and Burkina Faso. The people took up, the people went on the street, went to their bases, their military bases, chanting, France, leave, until when they left. So it is going to happen here. It's a matter of time. So France, in the recent time, have been, strategically embarrassed by all this coup that has happened in Francophone country. And France cannot continue. You cannot, because this is too obvious. The way they have held those countries down economically, they are the one controlling their economy. They are the one controlling their financial, their monetary, what do you call it? The monetary management of their country. They are the one controlling the economy of their country. They are the one that determines who to sign contract with. They cannot buy any military weapons from any other country except from France. And they do exchange. They will take all their resources. If the weapon costs like $10, they will take resources that cost like $1,000 to give them a weapon or anything we are giving in return to them for $10. So this is what they can't last for long. The young people we have in this world are more enlightened, they are more educated, and they can see what is happening around the world. The world is so small now, not the way it used to be in the past. when we are all far from each other. There's no telecommunication, you know, the telecommunication was not available there for people to reach each other easily back then. But now, within a minute, within a second, you pick up your cell phone, you can call any part of the world. You can even see anybody in any part of the world. You go on your WhatsApp, FaceTime, whatsoever. So, yes.
No,
I was waiting for him to land so I can play the video.
These are your people.
So look, France have to get away. They have to give these people their freedom. They must let them have their sovereignty. Otherwise, it's a matter of time, one country after the other, that we continue to see this coup and they will kick out France's interests out of that country. So it's so embarrassing for France now. They don't even know what to do. They don't know what to. They don't know a new strategy for them to play against because what they have been eating and enjoying for long time, they don't want to leave it because they live at the resources that they are taking from Africa is at the backbone of their economic power and success in this world. Take all African country, out of France. France will be as poor as what do you call this country?
Niger Republic.
Niger Republic. So it's unfortunate that we have ourselves and we have all these leaders that fit for no purpose across Africa. And it is when we have this democracy, this so-called democracy that we are practicing in Africa, that is when this African Union became less effective, worst ever. When we had military leaders across Africa, they were more effective. They stand for African. They resist the dominance from other parts of the world. They fought for the independence of each other. They did everything, to make sure that a lot of African countries, particularly in Southern Africa, got their independence. So we saw all of it's shameful that we have democracy. We have democratically elected leaders, but they cannot fight for the interests of their people. It's just shameful. So African Union, fit for no purpose, is damn useless organization. One man, that's my son.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Adale Koko. Stay steady. I want to bring this next clip up. Somebody sent it in.
Who is this love?
Yes, I want to point it in the direction of Aizon, but you can chime in as well. But I think this is more suited to Aizon because he's from the Creeks. But Aizon, are you still there, Aizon? Aizon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So this is it. It says love lives here. So what is more beautiful? A young couple finding each other, and you think this is what life is all about. So boy meets girl is a story that gladdens the heart. Who is not gladdened by the narrative of a story of a boy meets girl? So now, if boy meets girl in these times that we live in, they usually announce it on the social media space. So that is still consistent with norm, but it starts to deviate when it's no longer a case of boy meets girl, but boy meets boy. Watch this. Is on. So this is where this is it. Sorry, I'm cutting out the music for reasons of copyright. So that is your friendly neighborhood Bobrisky telling you that boy meets girl. So it says this video just is how you should care for his boyfriend Ade. So is this now a culture that has come to stay with us? It's on boy meets boy, no longer boy meets girl.
Oh man, what did this one get to do with Creeks now?
Well, you know, it's it's like.
One man, you are making mistake.
Say
one man not gonna leave you alone now.
Aizon, let me say this. He has changed to woman now. One man, what are you talking? He's a girl now.
Has he done the up? Has he done the?
Yeah, he has done it. She has done it.
No,
he has done it.
He's still very. I mean, the last interview I watched with Dele Momodu.
That is almost 3 years ago.
No, I think he did a bot enhancement.
He is doing the bot and they have cut that thing off. He said they have cut it off. Yes. He's done the books. He has done the front one, the back one, and they've cut the under one.
Wow. Well, it's now female. It's quite a thing, though. You know, I can understand that he has his issues, but how would a young man, a Nigerian male, probably Yoruba, allow himself to be? What's going on? I think you don't understand Yoruba, but you understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand Yoruba.
Is this where we are now? Is this where we are?
Yeah, woman. So here's the thing. This.
So let me say this. He even wear pants and bra to showcase he has changed.
Yeah,
if you go to his page, yeah.
No, I'm speaking more. Bobrisky is already a lost cause, but I'm speaking to about this young man I mean, is this hunger?
Maybe he doesn't know.
Is this the fuel subsidy? Is this what the fuel subsidy has done?
Oh, woman, you didn't hear that in Canada? Wait.
Why are you asking ISO? You should have asked Spencer.
That's why I said that. Why is he bringing it to me? Everything this one get to do with Chris. But
you should have asked Spencer. These are Spencer people.
Look at the size of it's starting to make sense now. Is that the price of oh God?
So Ojo ti baba yen na papa gan.
Oh no, Monso now. My goodness me. Aizon, rescue us. What's going on?
Woman. So recently in Canada, there was a man wedding they announced. 2 Nigerian guys though.
Yes, I saw it.
Oh my God!
Quite hefty looking guys, not even effeminate looking people. Like,
yeah. So look, this is the thing. Remember during Jonathan's time, when our House of Reps passed that law against homosexuality in Nigeria.
Yes.
And we got all that pressure from Obama's administration. I believe that's part of the reason why they really wanted to get rid of Jonathan, the American.
That was the primary reason. Yeah, it was after that they turned against him.
They turned against him big time because he said that, we have to let democracy play. Our legislature is going to pass the law, and they passed the law. It no be death penalty. Abi, on our life imprisonment.
But let's be delicate with the language.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Topic, but carry on.
Yeah. So, okay, by penalty, but it's a law. It's against the law in Nigeria. But so every time I see a video of Bobrisky, or I just say, man, this, I don't even know what to call him or her. But this person must have...
You see, the first struggle is always the adjective. You don't know quite what adjective to use.
Man, woman, I avoid... This is not America that I'm in. I avoid that conversation because they will ruin your life here. If you use the wrong adjective, I promise you, your life is finished. You know, how they say it in Yoruba, your life is finished. You can't do anything. If they find out,
Aizon is worse in Australia now. These people now, they are pushing for they should remove male and female out of the toilets, public toilets now.
Yes, no. Oh, let me even tell you this one.
So they are just 3%.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest things now. So you know how the age of consent is 18 in most of these Western countries, right? now you don't even have to be 18 if you're a young girl that wants to become a boy, or vice versa. So in essence, you can be under the age of consent, but then go ahead and have a change. Because I was listening to this expert, this lady was saying how there's so many young girls that have done this thing, and then later on in their lives, they're now regretting. And then there are also medical side effects to the change that are very, very detrimental, because you're messing with hormones. You're not just dealing with physical change, you're also changing hormones. You have to take pills. So there's a lot of stuff that goes in it, and it really destroys lives. Because before you're 18,
I read once the narrative of a guy. Is a guy now that had this up round about 14 thereabout, and then he's now in his transited male to female, and he's now in his mid-20s, and now he discovered that's not what he wanted. And now it's a life of depression. So on top of those hormone pills, he's now taking antidepressants.
Can you imagine?
So just completely effed up at that. But really, who allowed that at 14?
Listen.
You know that at that age they go through phases. When they want to be a fireman today, a policeman tomorrow, and an astronaut the next week.
Yeah, in England, why are you talking like you don't know this Western world now? Me, I have to hide to spank my 7-year-old. He's 7, every now and then and I want to smack him on his butt. Hey, shaping up. My wife will say, no, careful, don't let these people see you. And it's true. And I'm not talking about cane, the kind of cane I chopped when I was young. I'm talking about
those are quick.
Just quick correction. Be careful. Don't even.
You know they've negotiated that in this country to open palm or not open palm in terms of disciplinary smack.
You can't discipline your child.
If it's an open palm, then how impactful was it? You have to fill a form to correct your child.
Your child can call police on you and they will arrest you. If you make that child angry, I'm telling you. So imagine like what you're saying at 14, who allowed? If the child tells you, listen, Dad, your daughter is, I'm a boy. And you're like, will you keep quiet? How can you say such I'm a boy? And then they go to the authorities. The authorities say that's her right. She wants to be a boy. And they will approve sex change if she wants it. And there's nothing you can do. Nothing. If you make too much noise, they'll just call you a transphobe and they go finish your life. You will lose your job. They will ostracize you. And Nigeria, you go find yourself. Listen, it's no joke. And that's why you see when Kamala Harris went to Ghana, what was she talking about in Ghana?
When you find yourself in Nigeria, this is what you go there to make now. This is it's again, stop the world I want to get off. That's where we are now. Stop the world. We don't belong in this place anymore. Stop the world I want to
but you know what the thing about Nigeria is Nigeria, okay, it's against the law. But don't you think that penalty is too severe?
No, it's extreme. It's extreme. I don't object to it. By the way, if it's a fundamental way of being, if that is your inclination, because they've even documented it in the animal kingdom, so it is a way of being. But some people actually do it just as a fashion. It's almost like a trendy something now, and that's everybody now is some sort of effeminate, what's it?
To the point where they're selling it to children as something that is cool. You understand? So what you're seeing now is they're making movies that have it. They're even making cartoons.
Yes, and some of our favorite cartoons are actually embedding some of
this.
It's unbelievable.
Yes. So and that's the part that I'm revolting against, because I'm just like, okay, look, when you're an adult, you don't grow finish. Okay, baby, don't fool your chest. You want to make that kind of decision. God bless you. But a child, your brain is still forming. You don't even know what the world is. You need a lot of guidance. You're still, you don't know anything. Why are you indoctrinating that into that young child's life? Why? it's a good thing my name is Aizon here, so nobody knows me. But in my son's school, last year, they had a whole week of it. I come out from school the whole week. I said, no, you're 6 years old. What are you doing there?
You know that's why people are putting their children deeper and deeper into the church.
Yes, no.
Because people now feel they have to counterweight heavily with religion.
And that can even backfire. You and I know that. So it's almost like it's just I don't even know what to make of it, but I can tell you what.
They say it is now. Stop the world I want to get off.
But even some churches allow it now.
And those churches get as MB now.
Did the Pope not even start to recognize it a couple of months ago?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I think the whatever happened to the whole protection of minors, that's the thing that's really bothering me in this world today. It's almost like even during the COVID period, right? The whole protection of minor thing went out the window. If you recall, when the drug came out, some people are saying, "Oh, it's good." Then some people started showing signs.
Be careful with COVID as well. It's another trigger. You get struck by everything.
I know. You see, my brother, you can't even talk. That's the point now.
Yes. The real killer is that controlling of expression. That's
you can't talk now. You know if you talk.
You can't talk. Oh, you can't talk, and that's the real killer.
You see, this activity of this LGBTQ in America here is not popular in Republican Party control cities. Only in Democratic Party control city. That is where you see them promoting this activity in the school and in the society. But in Republican control, no, they don't allow it. That is the good thing in America here. You have the option instead of you continue to live. If you continue to live in Democratic Party control city, where it is championed and promoted, or you move to a city that is Republican based, where you know that.
But Mr. Aja, what's the agenda behind all these things? It must have an agenda now before they start to promote it.
It's freedom.
Yeah.
It's called to put a stop to man existence.
Yes.
The human existence, rather.
Don't go to extreme. I'm just
but it's also.
I have a different view from you guys. Maybe if you guys permit me to interject and hear my view.
No, go ahead.
But I want to understand Aizon first. What is the agenda? I need to know the agenda behind it.
No, I think the agenda is multi-pronged. I think, like Ajane Koko said, that's one. I think another one is control, right? And then another one is also it's also profit driven, because like one man and I discussed, a lot of these people have to take a lot of drugs, right? And those drugs are manufactured by certain companies as well. So I think control is one of it. And I also believe that is also profit driven. Because control, you think about it, if you have a certain amount of people that all hold on to this ideology, and some of them have changed and everything else, all those people are going to think a certain way. And the people championing that belief, they're all going to go under those people's umbrella, so they can control them more. That's why you see them coming to Africa and saying, you have to do this, right? Because they're trying to push it globally.
Yeah. It's just nonsense. It's better to marry 20 wives than this thing. What is all this?
But can I be very delicate with the language? Be very delicate, and everybody be delicate with the language.
You go convert to Islam now. Go convert to Islam very soon.
It's better than this thing. No, it's better to marry 20 wives than this thing. No.
Have we ever wondered why they don't take it to the Arab space? Why is it only in Black Africa? I think,
because
in
they
my
know that
opinion,
those one doesn't tolerate nonsense now.
No, but that practice has a long history in the Arab space now. It's just that they do. I don't know if you follow what goes on in Afghanistan, but they have this culture of and they have some funky cultures in the Arab space anyway. But you know.
But it's not noticeable. Look, they do it
They
on the
don't
ground,
pronounce it
but
because
it's not. Yeah.
yes.
One man. Let us give credit to where credit is due. All of you here talking about Bob Risky. Look, it was this American comedian, a female. She's dead now. I've tried to remember the name. She's an old timer. She said, "Look, let me use the exact word that she used so that it may sound a little bit vulgar, but I will try to finesse it." She said, "People call women weaker vessel. That do you guys realize that it takes a lot of energy for a woman to take a pounds from man? You know that machine God gave woman takes a lot of power when the man is pounding it. So, and yet you're still calling a woman a weaker vessel because it takes a lot of energy for a woman to take a lot of pounding from a man. So here we have a man who is taking a pounding from another man. And here you guys are talking. How many of you guys have had another man or another person pounding you from behind?
Do you want to confess to something? Dewale, do you want to confess to
Let's give
something?
credit. Hold on. Let's give credit to Bobrisky. Among 200 million Nigerians, he has to devise the way to feed, to live, to sustain. And this guy has stuck with his gun all this while. He's making money from there, whether he's taking a pound from behind or not. And yet he's still in our face. We're talking about him today. So give him some credit. However, if he ever has fingers stuck into your anus, you will realize
give her some credit to me. Give her some credit.
Well, see, that is where I have conflict because I don't know where to place whether it's she or he. Now, in this case, I will refer to him as a he because his name is still Idris. But you see, this guy, whether he's taking the pounds or not taking pounding, his device means to sustain and to live among 200 million.
What confuses more is that in a recent interview, he says he prefers girls and he looks forward to being a parent.
But you see, ideally, by the constitution and the law of the land is supposed to be picked up because that is promotion of homosexuality. You're changing your gender, right? So in a country like Nigeria. So,
but I think seriously, I think it's a device where other devices have failed to control the birth rate of the blacks. They tried with AIDS, it failed. Birth control failed. Ebola failed.
I'm not sure you can say that, Baba, because it's
That's
more
what
prominent.
I think.
Yeah, but it's more prominent in the Western space than in Black Africa.
That's what they are used to. They don't give birth. They marry and they say, well, yes, sir.
You see this guy called Idris, I don't believe him. You know why? His younger brother in the same trade called James Brown.
Yes.
You know the way his feminism, the way he was displaying it and showing it all the time. There was a video online where it was depicted to have been pounding another woman. Seriously. And here's the guy
they follow woman anyhow.
With the long nails. You see, they has to eat. Asha Joe, they has to eat. That's why they're doing all this.
The farmer needs a wife, Abby.
Oh yeah. But
because
I think Pansan is more qualified to speak to this than everyone.
It's amazing.
Can Baba tell us why they have not taken this shenanigan to Arab world? Maybe you have something to share with us respect of that, Baba.
Because they have money, and of course they are vicious because of their religion. Their religion frowns against it, and anything that will provoke them, the world tread carefully. I think that's just it. They don't take any rubbish to them.
So Baba, can't we make the same argument though? Nigeria is 50% Islam now. And our Muslims, they know they play too.
Oh, go
They
and
can't
discuss
get to
this.
the
Go
north
and
now.
discuss this topic in the north. If they will not cut off your neck, even they didn't allow Miss World or Miss Universe to take place in the north. They refused. Even
In
Big Brother
Abuja,
was a
even
big
they didn't
topic.
allow
Big
it in
Brother was a
Abuja.
big
Yeah.
topic here in Nigeria. Big topic. Big Brother was a topic. They don't want it.
I think there
They
was
don't
one
want it.
2 years ago or a year ago, one northern young lady became the Miss Nigeria. What was it? Woman. I think we treated this here when
Yes,
some
and it was,
Islamic.
and she was a
I saw,
full
I saw how
hijab.
love this.
Yeah.
I saw how love this Muslim audacity, and sometimes I find most of their religion interesting. I mean it. Even not for violence, I love some part of their laws, and because this society is getting
Woman,
wide.
Yes.
next time you are bringing this topic up, make sure Pansat is available to discuss it.
No, you Pansat,
This is his area.
Pansat is.
This is his area of expertise. I tell you that.
Woman, but should I make a prediction that no one is going to like on this platform?
Carry on.
These Western countries, the more they have us in their palm, indebted to us, they're going to push this thing and continue to push it on Nigeria. It's not going to end now. It's not going to end 10 years from now. They will continue to push it because
And
they
we will
know.
not accept it.
Yeah, I'm just telling you because they know if Nigeria adopts it or relaxes its laws to it, doesn't even need to adopt it. They'll say, well, let's at least have a conversation. We can at least say, okay, fine, let them live. But you don't have laws that, and once you relax it a little, right? Then
Hold on, Aizon. Do you think some people are naturally this way?
I don't know.
I don't believe it.
I don't know.
I think
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
It's a mental problem.
Now why you? Everybody is born this way.
African man, Yari.
No, I don't think it's a mental problem because
It
they have identified it in the animal kingdom as well.
I beg it is.
Yes.
It's a psychological wala.
Hello, woman. Hello, woman. Can I just
Dupsy day. Dupsy
But
day.
please, yes, Dupsy.
No, winning.
Yeah, hold on. Dupsy, manage the language so that we don't trigger YouTube. That's if we haven't already, but be delicate with the language. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, woman. Thank you. Good evening. Ekalesa. I want to correct Baba. Baba's talked about the Arab country, right? That this is not common. It is very common, but because of the hypocrisy, they hide it. It is very, very common. And don't forget, one man will allow me to say this. In their book, I don't want to talk about the book. It's there. It's even there. Amongst the pleasure.
We saw Princess Rosie fighting them over
the permissibility of it.
Yeah. It's in their book. It's in their book that the pleasure they're going to receive if you're faithful to Allah, it's in their book. Young boys.
That's new.
We pleasure you. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's it. It's in the book already.
That's not true.
So it's there. It is very true.
That's not
it is
true.
very true.
Can you not?
It is very true. You should research it. Excuse me, I'm not here to argue about religion. I don't do religion.
But that's the
research
thing.
it.
When you're not,
go research it. I'm very sure. I'm 100% about what I just said now. So
but I just asked you where in the book?
Go research it. So one man. I want to say
that's
something
the thing. We have to be careful. That this is some of the things that cause like religion conflicts. Like if you don't understand,
I'm not conflicting anything. I'm not about here to argue with anybody. I'm just saying go research it. Then if you come back, you can come and argue with me.
You should be able to direct me. You should be able to direct me to where you found it.
If you are Muslim, don't get offended about it. It's still a foreign religion. So don't bother yourself about things like that.
We know, but when we speak like
this,
don't
get offended unnecessarily about things like this.
When we speak like this, it's not good. because it's not there. Because
It is.
many times
I'm not slandering. I'm just telling you the fact.
it's not a fact. What you
And
said
I'm not here to argue that with you.
I'm not arguing. I'm just letting you know that
Oh,
what
brother,
you said
take
is not
it
a
easy.
fact.
Don't carry religion on top of your head. Come on, I don't have time.
Yeah. Hold on, Oriola. There's a culture in Afghanistan which is called it's really along the lines of what Dupsy may or may not be saying. There's a culture in Afghanistan called it's called Bacha Bazi. So it's a culture of dancing, but then that culture of dancing it involves males of some sort of a juvenile space. Let me put it that way, because we just have to be mindful of the language. Actually, I'll play you it. You see them. So this is in Afghanistan. They call this they call it Bachabazi. You'll see it in a moment. I'll just going to take you to the space. So that's that culture there. So that culture there. That's in Afghanistan. So anyway, let me not even go too deep, because I'm just going to get myself into trouble.
Yeah,
But,
hello, woman. Yeah, like Dupsy was saying, she's very right. One thing about this Islam religion is that, there's a lot of pretentious and a lot of secrecy. Like in the north now, this has been practiced
were you not
long.
fighting them on?
Yeah. Because that man,
he is
that man was so biased. How can you be talking? You say you are a doctor, and yet you can't talk with you. You're just talking from one side. You didn't make enough research. So I'm saying, this thing is practiced widely in the north.
They're not the same thing.
No, what I'm saying that this thing is practiced widely in northern Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's the culture.
It's not the culture.
Don't mix.
It's not pretense. All this. Look. Let me tell you, Dupsy. When I was in the north, I did my youth service in Yola. During this Ramadan period, you will see some of these students. They say they are fasting. You see that their water bottle that they are using to do whatever it is, that they say the purification. Yeah, sometimes they have beer in it.
Stop.
So that's true. Even in South Africa. So why are you pretending? So that's why I'm saying this lifestyle. That lifestyle is practiced secretly in the north.
No.
So don't come and start saying this is not saying the truth.
What you're saying is wrong. What you're saying is wrong.
If you hear the rumors they say about them, they always talk that the politicians, the northern people from Nigeria, they always talk about them, that they practice this a lot with Nigerian girls. Even in Nigeria, they say that a lot about the
culture is not the same as religion. Be careful.
I'm not here
culture is not the same as religion. No, but because what you're saying is wrong. This is how
let her talk now. You will get to your own tongue.
Allow me to talk. What is the problem? Am I here because of you?
There's no need to yell. There's no need to yell.
Let her talk.
Yeah, but there's no need to yell.
But let her talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
Let her talk now.
Anybody can talk, but
no, you can't continue to interrupt her like that. It's wrong.
Yeah, but what she's saying is wrong.
So forget, you can talk your own later now.
You know the truth you have to say.
What's your problem?
No, relax. Even if you're gonna have me to calm down, you're not gonna yell at me.
All right. Let Rosie talk, but let Dupsy rather talk. But Dupsy, please be very delicate with the language, because there are certain words that can trigger YouTube. So navigate and that's to everybody as well. Navigate the conversation with delicate language. Yeah.
Even I want to say about those politicians. If you remember all the rumors back then about them, especially the ones from the northern part, they usually say that about them. Do you understand? And for somebody to say this is not a mental case, that these people are not mentally unstable, it is a lie. Even if you listen to Bobrisky
I'm not sure you can
well.
say that.
No, let me say this, woman. Just wait. I used to listen to Bobrisky interview very well. He indicated that he was abused. He indicated that. If you listen very well to what he said, most of these people were abused as a child. It's a trauma. That is just it. I'm telling you the fact today. So that's why you have to be careful.
I'm not sure you can say that either. But
please don't say we should go and bury our children.
Hold on, Dopsy. You know, if you say certain things, it's going to upset YouTube, and then they'll start to harass me and the platform. So just be delicate with the language. That's what I'm saying here.
Okay, you talked about the church the other time, that we should bury our children more in the church. Oh man, don't bury your children in the church. I can't talk.
Because if you do that, Dipsy, like
if
you are saying,
talk,
if you do that,
Dipsy will come after you.
Like if you do that, Dipsy, you know that if you do that, if you bury your children in the church, the wrong place, they will be messed up there too. Because you have a lot of these pastors that do the same thing. So you have to raise your children yourself.
My sister,
you don't let any church or any person raise your children yourself. You bury them in the church, they will mess them up there too. Didn't you hear what was happening in Deeper Life? How they were practicing it there in the Deeper Life schools?
Seriously?
Yeah, there's a case of these Deeper Life schools, the boarding house schools, where they practice things like that. So you raise your kids yourself. Don't expect the church or the society to raise them for you. You brought these kids into the world. So why are you expecting other people to raise them? You raise them yourself.
It's very important for us to know that as parents, to raise our kids ourselves. So Pastor Chibuzo again.
So you will kill the idea of body school.
I don't know. Yeah, so body school is dangerous now, and you should be careful. It's very dangerous nowadays. A lot of children are speaking up. It is dangerous. So don't think that you can take your child to Deeper Life School or any of these church-owned schools. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. It's not that everything is upside down nowadays. Even I was watching my children's PlayStation. You know, most of those characters in the PlayStation are they've changed their private part. I don't want to say it. You know, from a boy to a girl, most of them, or a girl to a boy. Most of those characters. So it's very dangerous. So we have to be
we're living in a new world. That's just what it is.
Dopsy, like you are saying.
I still wonder how
like you are saying.
I'd like to come in.
Dopsy, like you are saying, look at this Nickelodeon, this popular SpongeBob. You see, it's so out there, it's so glaring. So you have to raise your kids.
But what's happened to SpongeBob now?
It's open. If you watch it, they are subtly forcing it down your throat. That's why you have to.
That's an unfortunate metaphor, given the conversation, forcing it down your throat. But there it
okay,
is.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm only joking. You didn't get it, but carry on.
So what I'm saying is that you look, if you're not careful, even right under your nose in your house, right under your nose, they are messing up with your kids. So you have to watch the type of cartoons they are watching, the type of movies they're watching. You have to be alert. You have to be aware. Don't just sit down.
But the thing is, you cannot really be fully, because technology removes that parental control. And
it depends on what you want. Like my kids, when they were growing up, when they are watching any movie, I sit there and watch it with them. I don't allow computers in their room because I don't want them going online and doing stuff.
Do they have phones?
That was when they became older. I didn't let them. But you see, one thing with a child, if you raise your kids the way to go, when they grow, they won't depart from it. But you have to start the foundation early. You have to start early. So you cannot say, oh, they have phones.
And you have to always have that conversation with them. Don't shy
yes,
away
you talk to them, you educate them. So once they are knowledgeable, they will not do those
that
things.
Conversation all the time.
Yeah, I talk to my kids.
Please let me ask you a question, please.
Can I come?
How come the opinion and attitude of 3% of the population is overriding and overtaking the
It's
rest
not
of us.
3%, so daddy. It's not 3%, sir.
No,
There are
they
a
say
lot
it's
of people
3%
involved.
here.
There are a lot of people involved. It's just about hypocrisy and pretense. I'm telling you,
This is
sir.
woman's place
There are
now.
lots of people involved.
Let them teach us more now. We want to have the idea.
No. I don't want to hear more. I don't want to learn more.
Wait, can I give you this analogy? One minus times 1,000 positive will still be negative. One minus one times 1 billion positive will still be negative. So usually negative spread faster. Dupsy, I'm not trying to argue with you. All I was just saying that definitely Arabian, they definitely can practice that, but it's more culture. It's not a religion. There's difference between the culture and the religion. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, what about in the north? What about in the northern Nigeria?
Yeah, but that's called it could be a culture. And see, you just mentioned something about you mentioned about going to boarding house. I went to boarding house. I saw this happen, and actually one of the guys that
was that in Nigeria or outside Nigeria?
In Nigeria,
okay.
I was in secondary school in Nigeria then, so we saw it happen. The guy was disgraced because he would try to do that. Back then, we saw it as someone trying to intimidate the other guys to do such things, and we found it like ridiculous. So what I'm just saying is, it's not religion. It's just something that people just. It's just something that people just take and try to, or they write on it. It's not something that it's not a common belief. That's what I want to. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, if you say it's not a common belief, I'm not saying it's a belief in the north, but the thing is that some religions are they pretend a lot. They cover up themselves with all these things, but underneath they are doing a lot of things.
My sister, all the religions pretend.
Yeah.
And I want to say this to Ariola. I'm not fighting.
I mean, I'm sorry to say, look at the Catholic Church. See what happened in the Catholic Church. Do you know how many cases they went? How many? How much they had to pay to sort out some? I mean, so this is there. So don't let the church.
Rosie, let me say this to Oriola. Oriola, I want you to know that this is a learned behavior. So if it's in the religion, as I said to you now, somebody that has the originator of that religion believed in it is a learned behavior. So that person must have been practicing it himself. I'm not slandering anybody. I'm just telling you what's up.
Dupsy, you are very right. Most of
I'm telling you.
Dupsy, you are very right. Because
even the animals, well, one man talked about the animals. The animals like it. Most of the parents do that to them. Most of the fathers, they do that to their child, the animals. I'm telling you. It's a learned behavior. Even amongst the animals.
Just like you're saying, some people that does this is because they were traumatized as kids too. So that's the only way they came to know it. Listen to my English. I said some people. Right. So sometimes it's a mental disease. It's a mental disease because they've been messed up already, right from very young. So that's the only way they think it's normal to them. And you see, what they receive, they're giving it back. So some people are messed up already.
Rosie, I wish you can listen to Bobrisky interview, the one she had with the lady. I can't remember the name of that lady. She said her mother was driven out of her father's house. I think the woman was promiscuous. So the woman was having loads of boyfriends. So Bobrisky was asked to stay with some of those boyfriends sometimes when the woman goes on rampage with some of the
I'm sure that's how they messed him up too.
Exactly.
So maybe it was
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly, my brother.
Use words like that, Oriola. But let's move away from this topic because I'm not sure if we are.
Can I make one point? I'm a Muslim, and I haven't come across what she said. I've seen something, but I just want us to be careful because I feel like usually when someone like me, I've never seen that. If somebody bring that to my attention, I would like to know exactly where it's found. So that's why I said what I said. But I want us to be careful. Other people like that will also probably not agree with that. So we have to be careful how we say.
I know, if you notice that we have talked about Christian tonight, we have talked about Muslim. So it's not as if we're siding anybody. Both myself and Rosie, we have cleared that.
Right.
Yeah, that's why you need to do more research.
No, I'm saying
you need to do more research. You need to do more research.
Wait. Don't say do more research. I just asked where in the book. So I'm not disputing what you said. Just direct me to where you found it.
Okay.
So you
I don't know exactly where in the book, but I always listen to a guy called Prince, Christian Prince. If you can just try and Google him.
Yeah, you listen to people.
He usually he brings the Quran and he trash it out. So I followed him. I learned a lot about that religion.
And you're saying the same thing.
Please, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. So don't think I'm bashing you.
No.
I'm a free thinker.
Don't think that way. I'm not See, I'm actually the last person that you would think that. I'm not.
Which one do you belong to?
I'm not frenetic.
I am a Christian. I am a Christian too. I am a Christian.
I want to know where you belong, bro.
In and out. I'm a Christian.
I'm a good person. I love you.
She belongs to Yemoja. She's a Yemoja person.
I love Dupsy. Even Dupsy is not a Christian, but I love her because I mean,
Yes, it's inside the Bible as well. What you just said, and it's inside the Bible as well.
About what? About what's in the Bible?
No, what you just said about.
They picked everything that is good in this world. They said they're the owner, they're the originator.
I'm not saying in the Bible. I said even the Catholic Church. There was a lot of that was practiced there.
What's the difference between Christian and Catholic? It's the same.
No, it's not the same.
I think it's the same.
All right.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Okay.
Don't see, if you are from Igbo, you would have given you as a wine.
What's the meaning of that?
I don't know. It's a great name.
It's for the rascality. It's to do with rascality.
No, it doesn't have to do with rascality. It has to do with top class women. As in, there are women that you cannot go there. As in, you cannot touch their face. Those are those kind of ladies in our
life. You are busy me now because somebody is there. I will catch you in after.
No.
I will come for you.
That's why. It's a great queen.
Let's leave one man to continue with this thing. I'll see you guys later. Rosie, love you. God bless you.
Love you too, Dupsy. Love you. Bye bye.
All right, brilliant. So
I would like.
So Rosie, we saw you kung fu fighting earlier on with
I just couldn't take it. I was boiling under. I'm like, you know what? I just need to say something.
All right. All right. I'm going to bail out, hand over to Thomas. Thomas, try and guide the conversation away from that space. It's only going to trigger YouTube, and we don't really want that. Otherwise, we'll not be able to gather in the future. But let me acknowledge, I think only 2 people brought their wallets to the session today. Ike Ogeame, I think that's one of that's one of Kaizorian's spaces. So thank you, Ike. And that's Ayo, of course, ever steady. So thank you to the 2 of them. So thank you to the 2 of them. So now, as per tradition, let's bring him in with his music. Thomas, let's see if he's there first. Thomas, show me.
No. One man who timed me out in the comment section.
What did you do to get timed out?
No, who dare time me out on this platform? Who did that?
Did you not show your badge at the? Did they not know who you are?
Okay. Why did double? Am I worried? Go ahead.
All right. So Thomas, here he comes.
The junta, the Jimas here. Babati, what do you do? I don't know what they did. For them to time you.
I didn't do anything. I just said that if you keep going in this direction, this might be the last show on this platform because you are triggering so many words being used might trigger YouTube. So
I don't know who did that. I suspect somebody. I didn't do that.
It's one man. You know one man is he's probably one
man. No. One man will not do that now. Yeah, I suspect somebody. I won't mention the name. We have many.
I
administrative.
I want frenemies, Abby. I want frenemies on the platform. No way. Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, let's leave that. This is just timeout now. Just 300 seconds. So you are back now. You are not being banned. So sometimes it happens like that. Yeah. Oh, thank you, everyone. I think we should change the topic outrightly. I'm not going to that space anymore. Maybe back to politics so that we won't trigger YouTube. YouTube are so sensitive with all those, you know what I mean. So let's just move away from there. But that guy Bobrisky, I don't know. That guy is just. It's just I know it's not a role model at all, and some people, some young ones are following this guy now. You know, we have the likes of
Thomas. Just one question for you. Why do you think he enjoys? I mean, he or she, whatever. Why do you think he enjoys some form of immunity where ordinarily people will be picked up for engaging in this act in Nigeria, but for some reason he enjoys this privilege? Is it because do you think because he knows people in high places, or what is it about him or her that
let me tell you, Babati, he didn't formally declare himself, so he's still hiding under I am acting, but I am cross-dressing. He called himself cross-dressing. So if he's still calling himself cross-dressing, nobody will pick him up or her up. So that is how he addressed himself. He said he's doing it for making fortune. He's a cross-dresser. The last time I checked, the last interview I listened to, he said he's a cross-dresser. He's still a male. That is what he said openly. But according to people, and we don't know the fact, some said it's all those things in the front. It's still silicone, something that he put there. It's not really trans. So it's just doing it for, you know what I mean? Just to make money, you know? Just I don't think it's really trans. To me, I don't think so.
I saw this individual with a brand name stuff on. So that means if you have a popular brand name and you're wearing it, that means you've been sponsored. It's a sponsorship. So maybe they see the impact it's having on the Nigerian space, and so that's why I'm just wondering.
But do you know he's making fortune with this?
That's my point. No, I'm saying the guy has over 40 million Instagram followers, I believe. About 4
yes,
million.
He's making fortune. So why would you continue? He's making fortune. People are showering with gifts, cars. Do you know how many cars this guy drove?
Well,
he just got Rolls Royce some months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he's making fortune. So, and he didn't call himself. He still call himself or he or her. I don't even know which one to use now. I'm even confused now. So
but
he still call himself trans.
Thomas,
he's called himself cross-dresser. So nobody will pick him up.
In all honesty, I think eventually they will have their way on the African soil. Some way, shape, or form. There will be. It might not be as liberal as it is in the West, but eventually, I think they will have a room to express themselves. Maybe not as much as they do in the West.
Babati, don't you see all these kids making? They change themselves to male to female to do their skits. They are making fortune.
Even the popular actors, they've engaged in that. But back in the days when they engage in this art form, quote unquote, it was funny. That's what thought it was. We didn't.
Just funny, just for fun. Yeah,
right.
for fun. Yeah.
But now it's evolved into an actual lifestyle beyond the screen. There's more to it now than just the fun part of it. So how does that permit towards the culture itself? So that I would say it's concerning to me. I don't agree with it, but I understand the new world that we are today, that eventually we might have to accommodate that lifestyle in our own culture. Or like, unfortunately, but that's just the reality.
Babati, you know, I live in that society here. Australia is now among it has been passed to law here. So you can't even say some things. You can't say it. But we have to. I'm living with it here. I don't know. You guys have it in US as well. At least we are on the same page now. But it's my brother. Let me just it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But this is the new world we have now. So we have to. It's not going anywhere, Babati. It's not going anywhere. So,
but you know, even beyond that, even beyond that, it's even gotten worse to where we're not even embracing gender fluidity, Thomas. That means on Monday you can be wanting today, and Tuesday you can switch to something else.
You can switch. Yes. Yeah.
So even saying you're one thing that people are still having issues with, now you can even be fluid with it. But like I said before on this platform, like a few years ago, I think a few months ago, the end goal is NAMBLA. I don't want to say that what that means. It's towards the P word, because once people can move from sex, gender, race, then they can move from age. I can say I'm 12-year-old and engaging, if you know what I'm talking about. So that's the end game.
Yeah.
So if that is accepted by society, then we are doomed as a society, as a people. So so social re-engineering at its worst. So that's where we are. So
what is that adult age in where you live? Is it not 18?
No, no, marriage actually, like I said before, people were shocked when I said it on this platform. In America, with consent of the parents below 16, if you have the parents sign the form in some states, you can get married to some girls.
It's no more 18 here. It's almost 16 here as well.
Yeah, but there's a way around that. So yeah.
No, it's even here. It's 16 now. Even if you are 15 now, you can drive here. 15 years old, you can drive. They brought it down to 15, 16 here.
Yeah. Because once you can go and sign for America here, below those age, you can go to court for emancipation from your parents. So if you go to court for emancipation, even if you're below the legal age, you can go and for emancipation. And if you can prove your point, they will let you free away from your parents, and you can get things done on your own. So the freedom taken too far, I guess. The freedom taken too far.
It's going too far, man. My brother is going. But what can we do? What can we do? Yeah, if you are 15, you can decide even to pack out of your parents' house. Nobody will stop you, man.
Nobody. You know, I was even talking to one of my sisters earlier today, Thomas. She's a pediatrician, and we were just talking, having conversations, and sexuality and stuff like that came up in the conversation. And we talked about, the freedom is good and bad in some ways. In some way, our own culture, you kind of stifle or suppress kids sometimes. They can't really express themselves. Here, they have that much freedom to express themselves, and sometimes it might be the detriment of that is very severe on the other end. So it's a balance, Thomas. I hope I'm making sense. It's a balance.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You want to be free, but not too free where you don't have somebody guiding you. I wouldn't say controlling you, but at least guiding you through life as a child. So that's just and she has to deal with that with our the kids she sees. Because
But Babati, we were controlled when we were young, and I think that is what let us become what we become today. If we were not controlled, if we were guided when we were growing up, maybe we would have go astray today, isn't it?
Yeah, but
even the tendency of young ones, teenager wants to go astray is building every teenager. But because we have a street parent, so even though the Western world we said they smack us because that is abuse, but that smacking, that is what let me become who I become today. All kids wants to go astray. Am I right?
Yeah, but
that's smacking.
What
that's controlling.
What I'm saying to you, Thomas, is one thing for your parents to have that value system, right? But also collectively as a society, they also share the same value. The conundrum is if you live in the West as a parent and you have that value as a parent in terms of this African way of discipline, if the society at large does not share that value. So it's one thing to have a child that you discipline and monitor at home, but when they leave home into life and it's a completely different belief system. You know, one thing that worked for Africa is that when your parents were disciplining you or guiding you at home, when you left home to school or to the market or to church, the culture itself reinforces that belief system.
The same thing out there. There is no contradiction.
Right. So there's no. So if your mom can discipline you, your teacher can discipline you. So there's uniformity across the board in some, not perfectly, but in most ways. But in America here, as an African parent, even if you have all these values instilled in your kids, if they get out there exposed to something else, it conflicts with what you've raised them with. So you have to constantly reinforce that.
My parents always tell me two things in Yoruba. They will say, "Ma buruko ebi wa je, ranti omo eni to nse." That's what guides me in life. That's what. In English, that means remember the sum of who you are and don't spoil the name of this family. That two word, Babati, guides me in life. Because if we have tendency of wanting to go astray, but if I remember those two words, it guides me. It guides me a lot.
Yeah, it's the confusion that this fluidity brings into the culture. So wherever, because I believe this has been orchestrated by people behind the curtain. So I don't really know. I believe I know what the end game is, but the confusion itself, I think, is a form of control. So when people lose touch with reality and where they are, then the government or whoever is in charge can then social engineer the culture into a new order or into a new world where they want us to be. And they're going to get their way eventually. They've always done that. So it's just that whatever you think is sane right now, in the next 30 years, you will be in the minority. So kids coming up right now in the next 20 years will see you, Thomas, and I as old fools that don't know anything. We will be in the minority in the next 30 years with this belief that we have right now, because the new world order will then embrace those fluidities and those cultural changes. So this, what you call considered normal right now, in the next 30 years will be considered archaic and obsolete. So you'll be in minority with this belief system. But you know, what can you do? It is what it is.
It's what it is. It is what it is. That's some. It is what it is. We just have to live with it. But I would just say this: just you parents, guide your kids. I can say religion really helps a little bit.
Yeah, but
even though some religions can be,
Thomas, sorry to cut you short, but do you know why I said that men behind the scenes are pulling the buttons? Because those safe spaces that normally people that like me, you and I, will go to reinforce our belief system, those safe spaces have been attacked on purpose. So they are attacking the schools, the churches. So even your church that's supposed to be for the Bible or for the Quran or whatever, the Quran is still okay, but the church in the West mostly, even pastors are now kind of embracing that lifestyle. Like, oh, it's okay, God will forgive you, just come in and we love you. You know, they are embracing that as well. So there's no safe way to go ahead. Sorry,
Basically, can I ask you something? Don't you think it's just evolving? It's more like we evolve. That's the way I kind of say. Like when you have the liberal mindset that like you can be one thing today, you have believe in one thing today, and the next day you see other people's point of view. You're not judging, and you just accept them the way it is. So you remember that there's one time where you can use the word like, you can call someone like the FAT, and it would be normal, like it won't matter. Remember like some, and nowadays if you say that, people will look at you like, why are you body shaming someone? And if you remember, there was one period of time where you can use the GAY word.
I'm with you already. Are you there? I think you went off. Yeah, I agree with you. If you listen to what I said earlier, I said eventually we are going to evolve to that point where this belief system we have right now will not be relevant in the next 30 years. We will be in the minority. I mean, in terms of the way we see gender, it will be different, especially when you have tech, when you have all these genetics and all these new researches that come out talking about there's no male, female, and they might reanalyze what a chromosome means, DNA structures and terms. Everything will be redefined eventually, Thomas. That's just the reality. Everything about the human nature will be redefined to justify whatever is going on right now. So eventually, in the next 20 years, the word man and woman will be obsolete. I believe that very strongly. In the next 30 years, I think the word will be obsolete. Yeah.
The word redefined, do you think it just, I don't see it as more like redefined in a sense. I'm seeing more like we're more knowledge, like we're understanding some more things. So for example, like now, remember that they saying that every disease or every single thing in your body, like there's a DNA for every single thing, and now they're engineering different technology where they can take the DNA that would, maybe you have a DNA in your body when you're formed or when you're born, that DNA, there's nothing you can do. You're gonna have let's say cancer, for example. And now they have doctors where even before you were born, they can take you out of the womb, take those DNA out of your body, so you don't have that. I'm sure you remember those doctors.
Oyade, you keep coming.
We lost him. We lost him.
I get what you're saying.
Oh, you lost me?
We are back now.
Yeah.
You are dipping in and out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was just saying about where they can re-engineer a person itself, where like if you're gonna have a disease, and because they know particular DNA can, if you have a specific type of DNA, that no matter how you do it, you're gonna have cancer or you're gonna have this type of disease. So now what some doctors are doing is they can take that DNA from you before even birth, like when you're being born.
I know. Do you know? We right now we even encourage genetic counseling. There's some people don't even know this. How you know how you go for counseling before marriage, other things. We are now in medicine. We are now encouraging genetic counseling now to see before you get married to someone. You know, there are things that you can actually test for. That will be key. So, sorry, somebody is on the. Is that Thomas?
Yeah, good to meet Mike.
Yeah, so I agree with Oyade. So you want to use the word evolving. I'm saying if I'm very conservative and traditional, that is more like a change. It's an entire change. It's because it's a deviation from the traditional view of what a male and female is. So if you use the word evolve, then it's fine, but it's deviating from what we refer to as normal now. So I'm thinking in the next 30 years, the word man and woman itself will not be used as much anymore. There will be a definition of what it is to be. Like for example, now you know how they're trying to redefine what it means to be masculine and what it means to be feminine.
Right. I know.
You can see how we are kind of evolving away from that.
Yeah.
So the end game is to do away with the difference between the genders, where you would say you are just one in the same, which is very Luciferian in nature. If you're well versed, in, that is a very Luciferian ideology.
I don't think we're going to get there actually, because actually what the scientists say, and I believe that everybody knows that there's actually difference between a male and female. I think there might be just some other things that come in place, but coming to a conclusion that there's no difference, I don't think that will ever happen. And I also believe in this law, like the cycle of life, where you have when we were little, we were taught like carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, where everything go back around. It comes around. It's just like, for example, if you wear sneakers now, all the sneakers, like the Jordan sneakers, majority of them, they're created before 1990s, like 1, 2, 3, 2 up to, was it 14 or 16? They're already created, but they bring them back out just like every other thing, like the dressing that we're doing today. Majority of them, they just like repeated, because people in the 70s, 60s, they dress somehow like this. It's just fashion, it goes around. So I believe that this cycle would go back again, where people will see that some of this lifestyle is not what we want to do. It just, that's what my own belief. I might be wrong. The way I say it, I just think that it's just about time. It's just time. Like everything will go in reverse. There was a period where some music was so good, like you listen to them. Like if you listen to hip hop, gangster rap is so cool. Back in 20 from 2000 to like 2010, 11, it was nice. But when Drake comes, everything changed to like pop music.
And if you do you notice that even Nigerian artists, they are leaving their so-called Nigerian pure form. They're now going back to their American way. They kind of going back to the old thing that they left in the early 2000s.
Right. It's not. It's not like the same. There's some changes, but if you pay attention, it's still the same thing. Like they want to copy, dress the same way. I just feel like that's the life. Like we just go in circle. And the thing about like being traditional and conservative, because the way I say it, more like I believe tradition is more like when you're focused more on tradition, you don't really change anything. It's more like back when the way marriage used to be, or the way communication used to be, it has to be face to face.
Sorry. I did. Let me so you know where I'm coming from. I'm sure you follow what's his name, Dyson, the popular astrophysicist, right?
Yeah. I follow him.
You know the backlash he got when he came out and talked about gender fluidity. Have you seen those videos? Where you should look it up. It came out recently talking about why, like, he was moving away from the traditional way of seeing things about gender, where it was for the so-called evolution of genders. So people were like shocked, like, wait a minute, how can you as a scientist be talking like this? You're supposed to be with the science. And he found a way to justify this. So that's what I mean by evolution away from the norm, where the smart ones in your society start to justify that movement from the traditional viewpoint. So
even when we look at it today, the most smart ones, like if you Silicon Valleys, what everybody is trying to run away from that you don't want, that's what they actually majority of them practice, and they're like the people that actually bring innovation to life, but they practice those things. So it's more like it's hard in a way. I think somebody said it more like, the fact that if you the way you train your kid is the way like they will actually believe when somebody else is trying to change them, it will be hard for them to go away from what they were being taught since they are little. So, for example, now, like when we watch movies when we were young, like Spider-Man and other, I never want to go outside and hack that way because I just see it more like a fiction. When I watch movies like Terminators and other shooting Transformers movies, I never want to like go out and start shooting people. You, I never wanted to do such things. But if you look at it, there's some other aspect of people that they want to actually hack what they saw in the movie. So do you want to, I think the training that I get and some other people got when they're young makes me not to really believe that it's something I could do. Like I can watch a movie for what it is. It's not like I'll go outside and start acting up. I can listen to gangster rap music where they're talking about killing and doing all of those things. I don't never want to go out and act it out. But there's some people that they don't have that training while they're younger. They might want to take that life because they will feel like maybe what that person in the music is saying to me or the movie I'm looking at, maybe that's the way I need to act. So I believe what someone just said, that the way you're being trained, that's the way you will act regardless. Like nobody can change your mind.
So you saying like parents' responsibility, because science will say formation of personality ends by 5 years old. You already form most part of your personality kind of. So that very delicate Oh, sorry, Kay, are you there or you wanted to contribute? I just saw you pop up now.
No, I don't want to touch this topic with a long stick. You guys continue.
Yeah. No, that's pretty much it for me. But if you wanted to say something I'm sure you're here to speak on something, but I don't know. But
no. I just saw one man posted the link. I wanted to join earlier on, but I was busy. But now I'm a bit free. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever you want to talk about, we're here. Thomas, over to you, sir. You are the host of the show.
Oh yes. Where is our man?
Can I bring something up if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I knew that you guys discussed this, and there was a little bit of argument, but I couldn't come in. The fact that I think was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago when you're talking about refineries in Nigeria, and I think Ajal was saying that all the refineries was built by the military. Then I had to like look some things up. There's actually some people that did research on those things. That wasn't true, and I don't believe.
Ori, first of all, did this surprise you that it was advocating or campaigning for the return of military? Were you surprised? Why?
I was. I can't believe that because I'd rather have what was this guy calling for? Sure, where if there was some revolution and the military actually support us. I rather would go for that than have a military take over. Remember what happened in Egypt? Was it like 10 years ago, where there was like uproar with Egypt, and I think Turkey has the same thing. I'd rather have that instead of military taking over, because I've been through military. I was born when military was in there. During like up to like I was like 13, 14. Military I've seen what military did to Nigeria, so I never would wanted to like see something like that. So I was surprised when he was saying it, and all the things that he was saying was surprising.
Oriola, can we say those people are enemies of the country?
No, they're not enemies.
For it to be
and I would say
to
why
me, they are enemies.
Oh, okay. So the reason why I would say they're not enemies is they've never like. So I will use some other country, for example, where I've actually seen the school system. When you go into schools, like it's not something that you want to learn, but because you're in school, you're being taught every single thing that happened in the past that you don't know. All of these people, they never went through where, there's a history class where they're being taught that from this era to this era, military, this is the type of government we have, and this is how people were cooking. There's no food. I knew like our neighbor, they can buy gas cylinder, like the stove. They can buy kerosene. They had to use something called, I forget,
It's called pumping stove. You used to pump it.
Is it the dust? No. The
sawdust.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to see them.
Sawdust.
I had to see what people went through, and now someone came and saying that that's the best way to go by government. And I saw like where a lot of people were running away from the country. I mean, imagine, and I would never support that.
Do you know what's going on? They are mostly anti-Tinubu. That's what it's coming from. That's the honest truth.
Anti-Yoruba,
I won't go far saying anti-Yoruba because some of them are Yoruba people. But I'm saying that they don't like the APC. It's so bad in their own delusion. They rather have military takeover than have Tinubu become president. I think that's really what's going on. I don't think it's more some kind of objective reason. It's more of the dislike for the Tinubu government or the APC structure itself. I think that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, but don't you think because the learning of what people in the past went through, if to say that they sat in a class and they were being taught those things, because imagine like United States, a lot of people would never want to do such a thing because a majority of people know what that life would be. So imagine like those younger kids, they went through those time where they're being taught those things. I don't think they would ever.
Oriola, do you know what I'm waiting for?
What? The court?
I can't just wait. I can't just wait for this whole nonsensical stupidity. I can't even. I have many adjectives. Don't let me go further. I can't wait for that. If they want to sack Tinubu, they should sack him. If they want to put Obi, they should put. I don't just wait for that verdict, so everything can go a little bit down. I know some people will approach the Supreme Court, but that fourth verdict, at least it will peter down some tension in the country because it's too much, man. It's too much. I've never seen this in my life before. I was born in the 80s, so maybe because I'm young, I don't know. Maybe you guys are older than me.
Well, I was born in the 80s too, so I know. I was in the
80s. No. K was born in the 50s, though.
Oh yeah.
Me, I'm not an. I'm older than you guys.
Before Nigeria was even formed, they already had Colata, so yeah.
But it's not the first time now. During Awolowo's time too, it was like that. So,
yeah,
but the only thing is there was no internet and there were no noisy kids on YouTube shouting obedient. The thing is like a
but
religion.
there was no history then. You remember that back then that was the first time that such thing happened.
I do it. Give me 1 second. I do it. So so Tinubu has replaced Awolowo in their delusion.
I've told you guys since now that Peter Obi is the Awolowo of obedience. I said it a long time ago. You guys were laughing at me. You can see it now. Like they so believe that if the man was president now, things would have just been working. And I mean, Kumbaya, everybody will be singing Kumbaya, holding hands, Kumbaya, my lord. Like, no, man. These guys, at this point in time, I think some mental illness is starting to show. I don't know the particular DSM number to give it, but it's not. This is not real anymore.
Okay, wait. Actually, I had to look it up. I have a friend psychologist because we were just talking about it. He's from Kenya, so it's an actual diagnosis. It's called post-election stress disorder. It's an actual diagnosis, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. I labeled Joel. I wasn't kidding. It's called post-election stress disorder. It's an actual diagnosis. So look it up and you will see the same signs that you see in obedience. Is there.
Yeah, but it happened 2019 now after Shorello. Acting out.
But I'm saying that they need therapy. In all honesty, it's no joke.
Oh, they do need therapy because I don't think it's the way they're acting now. I don't think it's normal behavior. is abnormal. I tried to listen to Niger Watch. Like, I've not listened to it in a long time. So I just tried. I could not bear it at all. It's like they're living in an alternative universe. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the same thing happened in 2019 though. If you guys actually follow
But
that,
hold on, Kulata. If you want to keep your sanity, don't just go to those channels. Don't go there. I banned them.
I was bored.
I banned them on my phone.
Bored.
I banned them on my phone. I've deleted. Nothing can bring them on my screen. Those people are so toxic. They are so. I don't even know which adjective to qualify them. Don't just go there. Don't go there. Those people. Don't go
I was
there.
bored. I was bored.
I was bored.
Thomas, do you know what's happening is that those channels, they are struggling to survive. You know, they had that spike in numbers and subscribers. So
the number is still very high, like 800 people watching.
No. I'm saying that they need to keep doing that, because if Obi goes away, those channels will not survive. They have to pivot to something else. That is their lifeline. That's their bro. Look at, I won't mention his name in Scotland though, but look at the spike in his numbers now with Obi and all this obedient space. It's making money off.
That Yoruba guy, what's his name?
Yeah, you look at how he's gone up dramatically with his numbers.
Oh, is he supporting Obi?
It wasn't.
What's that guy's name again?
Yeah, you know him, but don't let me put him. You know that before he was calling them obedience initially. Then he now with them. Yeah, he was abusing them before now. You know, he was a Yoruba Nation before now. But
yeah, it was no. It's still Yoruba Nation, no.
But once the story pay, can he enter? He just went.
The guy too is cashing out. So you don't take that away. He's cashing out.
I'm saying that, of course, what is he going to do? You keep doing the same thing now. When you pivot away from Obi because don't turn here. But I'm like, if Obi leaves now they have to move to something else. So they have to keep going with the same rhetoric all the time. The same.
I'm actually confused because, to my understanding, Obi went to court. He wasn't saying that he won the election. He was just saying he was challenging the process. So
that was the initial stage of when he filing. What happened is his supporters were like kind of edging him on, so he kind of switched to I won. Initially, it wasn't that he won.
No, he never said that. He never said he won. He was challenging the process.
But Obi never said he won. Obi never said he won.
They only
even till now.
Yeah, he was only challenging the process. That's all he's challenging. I think.
Can you hear me? No, guys, hold on, seriously, hold on. Can you hear me?
What's the meaning of challenging the process? What is the meaning of that?
Because no, guys, hold on. Because to his fans, so they are thinking that he's supposed to go there and they have this reverse that he won. That's what.
Right.
That's
people pick and choose what they listen to.
Right. So
we're having conversation now.
Are they listening? Let's calm down. To his supporters, him going against in the court to go and challenge the election is that he's going to come out of there and he'll be declared president. That's what they think is challenging the process. Oh, believe Bokolo change anything, Bell.
What he's fighting for is cancellation of that election and to redo the election. That's what he's really fighting for.
So that's the actual idea. So pretty much it's not time to just change the system. He wants to.
Yeah, he's not challenging I won. He's more like...
now, that's my point initially. He wants to win. I think we have a long-term system. That's not. It's conflicting with what they claim that he really wants. It's not aligned.
No. Here's what I think. I think he was challenging the fact that INEC came out and said this is how we are going to deliver. This is the process we're going by, and at the end of the day, they didn't go by that process. To my own knowledge, the way I see it is more like he's challenging that process. That if you told us you're going to do this, you're going to upload it into the portal, but you didn't upload it. What happened? I'm challenging this process. How you come?
For my brother, it is not a law. It is not constitution they should follow. It's just a guideline. I can change my guideline.
I know,
isn't it?
I know what you mean. It's not even in the I believe in the INEC policy. It says that they
Oriola,
can
do you
determine.
believe the portal of INEC was attacked? Do you believe that?
Definitely could. If they
So
say it
if
was
they use
attacked, I believe it.
so if they use their prerogative to take the thing offline because they know they were attacked, will you blame them?
I don't blame them. And here's the thing: I don't see anything wrong in challenging the process either. I mean, if you think I'm a liar and I can go to the court and prove that I'm not a liar, then you should just accept it. If I prove it that I'm not a liar, then accept it.
I have a question. I have a question, guys. I was reading a tweet by Omoko. Interestingly, I didn't even know that even though Obi claimed to have, I'm sure he went to UNN. To INEC, he never really presented his degree.
He did not. He only presented WAEC.
So can you only question mark, because they said no. Wait,
he didn't do well in school. That's probably.
He didn't do well in school. Now he didn't do well. He's just a dumb man now.
Maybe
man.
Maybe that's why he didn't want to present the university, because you're gonna pound on him that he didn't do very well.
How did you get? Wait, sorry to say, not disrespect, but how do you get top class in philosophy? It's philosophy, for God's sake. How do you get? I'm sorry.
Judge Bush was the third.
But guy now. Come on now. It's philosophy. How do you go talk lower? Come on.
Philosophy is a tough course now in UNN.
Oh my goodness.
Come on. No disrespect to philosophy majors out there. So shout out to all the philosophy majors on the platform. No disrespect. I'm just saying, that it just, yeah, but I don't know. You can just go with you. Come on, move on to life. I don't know.
I want them to just go away. It's irritating at this point.
Well,
do you remember all these? Colada, do you remember all these obedience adage? If you see Tinubu, if you see Obi, who will you employ? As just that it just came on.
All those nonsense.
All that nonsense.
Yeah, but Tinubu too. He didn't make it I feel like he was pretending way too much, because to me, myself too, the way he acted, it's more like he's doing everything on purpose just so people can pound on him.
Yeah,
because
but
now you can see
whatever happened to the frail Tinubu that we thought was going to fall down at any point in time? What happened to him?
I know, that's
hand they shake, leg they shake. What happened?
The guy was pretending way too much.
I remember that guy. Oh my God!
Even though we knew Tinubu has his health challenges, nobody can rule that.
What health challenges? Which one? That guy doesn't look like he has. Definitely old age.
But guys, he's not sleeping in Aso Rock. Do you guys know he hasn't been sleeping in Aso Rock?
Yeah, you can tell. Every time
he sleeps in his apartment. So and again, his personal doctor now is his cousin. His last name is Tinubu. So if maybe they're giving him shots in his apartment, but I know definitely he's not sleeping in Aso Rock.
No, if he's sleeping in Aso Rock, she added it to now.
Exactly.
Wait, what does that mean? Does it mean that Aso Rock is bad? You're gonna fall?
No, if they're giving him injections or something, they can't give him Aso Rock, but it will leak to the press.
Yeah, it will leak, obviously. Yeah, but what injection? Okay, we have someone.
I don't know.
I don't think so, man. I think the guy.
They wait now. You ask the question now. Ajidewe is called
Ajidewe injection. Ajidewe injection. No. But it's looking different now. I don't know. Maybe you guys
maybe they are pumping him with some peptides. Who knows?
Okay, do you know what they're using? They are using that Buhari. Whatever Buhari is using, it's kind of recommended it to his friend. Like, I'm gonna try this thing.
He's looking healthy. He's looking healthy. He's looking healthier lately. Yes. It looks different. I mean, something there for that president seat where they make them look at Buhari now. Buhari stands straight, look agile, look fresh.
In
You
his
remember when
80s.
Buhari was
Do you
sworn
know,
in?
Thomas,
God.
Buhari is looking so smooth that people thought it was fake. That's how good it is. It was looking
That
like
is
it's
it.
so good. It's like, no, it can't be you, man. No way.
No. Well, Nigeria money as no. Taxpayers' money. No. That is where your money is going, my brothers. That is where your no. I just look at Buhari 2015. Go and look Buhari. Look like anger that you should just kick him and he will just fall down. Now look at the cheeks. Look at. So we can't blame Nnamdi Kanu now. That say the Sudani from Saudi Arabia or from Sudan.
What I think is, like when you're trying to get something and there's a lot of pressure, you don't sleep that as much. You have to attend different meetings, go to different states. There's a lot more pressure. But now they get imposed. They don't have that much pressure like that. They're more comfortable, more relaxed.
No, but Oriola, when they get to the seat, that's why the pressure should even mount up.
The pressure should increase. Nigeria doesn't.
The pressure should increase.
I know.
Oriola, look at Obama. Look at Barack now. When they first got there, looking young. When he left, look at American presidents. When they get there, before they leave.
American president, but Trump. It's only Trump that
That one a Yopi guy now.
but do you want to compare the way Nigerian is? Like if you're a manager in this country, you have to actually go to work. You're not saying now. But if you're a top manager in Nigeria, you're basically just sitting down and telling people what to do. So I feel like the lifestyle of when you're in Nigeria is not different. It's not the same. Where the president cannot just sit down and be designated work. He has to do some things well. Nigeria, you can just sit down and have people do it for you. I feel like there's different style of governing. The governance, the style is different. Same with if you're working IPOST in Nigeria. If you're a director, CEO, you basically just sit down and have people do stuff for you. You're not going around and doing stuff. That's might be the difference.
It depends on your leadership style. Like Buhari was very hands-off. It did not. He hired you. It did not follow up with you throughout his tenure. It didn't follow up with you for once. But they said Tinubu is a micromanager. So there's your
We
style.
can see that. You see all the ministers going everywhere, like Umaye, like he's going traveling. When was the last time you see a minister traveling like everywhere just to check what people are doing?
The only one that I know was
Colata, they said we want to join the G20. I know you guys are very vast in all those things. Are they going to add us? We will become G21, but the number doesn't matter. What is going on there?
We can join, maybe not permanent membership and all, and be part of that club. What comes out of it, that's the main thing. At the end of the day, I don't, except they want to use Nigeria for their strategic interest, just to kind of poke the Russia and go.
The Russians, yeah.
But Russia too is part of G20. I want to believe so, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They are.
China is there. All of them are there. So if they include Nigeria, that's fine. But at the end of the day, is what will Nigeria get out of G20? But anything that will help us, I don't mind. Whether it's G20, whether it's BRICS, whether it's whatever. It's at the end of the day, we need money.
So why would we want to be a pawn in a chess game between the East and the West? If we're not
Babati, is whether you're willing or you're not willing, you're a pawn.
Wow. Thanks for that response. That was really encouraging.
Yeah, but Nigeria is not. Nigeria, they're not saying Nigeria should join. They're asking AU in total, all of the AU should just join the G20. So it wouldn't just be Nigeria only; it would just be all Africans together. That's what I heard.
Because at the end of the day, if I mean most of our who really is the West that really buys from us, really, uh, to the most extent. China, yeah. But in terms of countries I would like to do deals with, I think I prefer China because China are no scruples. They don't tell you to come and change your sexual orientation to do business. They don't try and sermonize to you. They don't try and moralize to you. You just you give them your money, they execute, or they give you your loan, they execute. China is strictly business. So that's why I prefer China. The West is nonsense that they'll be telling you to do, just nonsense. And then they will now want to give you grant, or they will give you grant, and then, you squander that grant, and then you now take a loan, and then they'll put some draconian condition on you. You'll be forced to do some things. So it's like that. We need the money. We're broke. We need the investment. If I was Tinubu, I'll start selling government assets. I'll start selling government assets. Just because we need that
done the right way,
liquidity.
right? Done the right way this time. If they're gonna,
If they can do it the right way, because we don't have
not that article way of just banjo, Mugbede.
Oh no, not that fire sale of article. No. Because right now we need to just attract these people. We need to attract money. We just need to. Like, I wish there were opportunities. Like, we need to think about opportunities opening up. You see the way, how that time we sold GSM license, that everything was like $1 billion or something. We should look for another space in the economy where we can attract foreigners, where we sell something.
Okay, you know that that's power now. That is the next GSM kind of investment in terms of.
But they've messed up the power now. Some people already have some licenses. People that are not qualified, Jonathan gave them.
No, okay, hold on. No, guys. I already told you the solution is very simple. Those people are drowning. Some of them are drowning in debt. Just force the banks to recall the loans. Then they will force a sale. Banks take over those loans. Then you start negotiating the deals. It's not that difficult. It's just political will. Oh, they're not profitable anyway. So force the banks to recall the loans. They bankrupt them. They take it back from them. Then government can just do a resale and rebidding again. Now to a credible bidder. That's all. It's not that difficult. That is the next GSM.
Can it be fast?
If you are serious now, if you know what you want, then you speed the process up. They're already owing. They can't pay back. Remember, the government even have to give them money at some point. Those discussions and deals that will be funded by government.
Because you can have AMCOM take over those.
Just banks recall your loan. I beg, take it back from them. Then let's do this deal over again. That's it.
Wait, I don't understand that sector. How you guys are, because I have different point of view with what do they currently have? Are you saying that because
distribution deals, electrical distribution deals?
Oh, so you're not talking about actually the source, creating the main source for power
generation. Generation.
More like
generation to their problems in generation. Like they were just talking about this Mambila power project that's supposed to generate, is it 3 point something gigawatts?
No, it's just about maybe 1,200.
Is it 1,200? I thought it was like 3,000 megawatts or something.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure of the figure, but it was issued to a company called Sunrise, Yoruba guy, by another Yoruba guy under a Yoruba government. Obasanjo is now denying that I was not aware that there was a.
But okay, can I? Okay, this
$6 billion.
This is what bothers me. Why can't you just sell to the actual company that has the expertise to do this, as opposed to these guys that they don't have anymore, just because they are.
All this briefcase business they do in Abuja. They don't do that. They sell it to themselves. And if you have a good will, if you have a good heart, after I sell it to Babati, you will now go and look for a Chinese company or a German company that has technical expertise. That's if you care. But a lot of times they don't care because they sit on the contract on purpose. There's kind of like a scam in Abuja where people go and get contracts where they're not qualified. And then when government tries to break that contract, then they'll now take you to court abroad to do international arbitration. and then you will now win. That's what Danjuma is trying to do with us with the PID deal, the gas deal. And that's what this Sunrise is trying to do to us with this Mambila power plant.
And also, why is government still holding up to transmission? That one I don't understand.
So
I don't
that transmission now don't get key leg. You know, Buhari signed a deal with Siemens, and they were supplying some transformers. So Siemens just came back like 2 months ago or so, or last month, I think it's 2 months ago, that deal that they will not be able to even supply all the stuff we want till 2025.
Wow.
2025.
So even all these guys pumping money into the nation is just a waste because you can't even transmit.
You can't even transmit the damn thing. Yes.
So you know.
Yeah, but why? What I think, how come we're just depending on one? Like, how come they can't just put it out if you're interested in this particular area? Because to be honest with you, one company cannot do it all. Like the amount of power that we need in Nigeria, for example, for about 100 million household, I'm not even sure how many household we have, that amount of power that we need, we're not generating it one. And we can't have just one or two.
We need about, I've heard, don't quote me, about 35,000 that we need right now. Of course, you got to scale it up to 60,000.
35,000
megawatts of
electricity. No. For Nigeria. Come on,
right.
Man. No, you need at least 100 and something thousand megawatts.
Yeah. We can't afford that. We can't. I mean, that's too much.
Don't quote me. No. It's not too much. What do you mean? For
we can't afford it now.
We can't afford it. But that's why I said that. Why don't they just put it out? Like, for example, if I want to like generate power, maybe I can buy a large farm and put solar panel there. Then I can supply whatever power I'm generating to Nigeria.
That one you can do. We're talking about industrial scale of power generation.
Wait. Yes. With solar panel, I'm not talking about the roof solar panel. I'm talking about large scale.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Transmission should be done. It should be rigid. The same way you do in America, where you don't have one singular transmission line or power. Where you have, but in Nigeria, like he was saying earlier, the one big man buys these things, and if we make that mistake with transmission, we are done for. If they do the same article deal with transmission, we are effed, just like we.
Because but that's what I'm saying. Why do they need to just give it out to one person?
Because
this thing down.
No, because they were still kind of. I think that was even done. I think it was Adua, right? Okay, remind me. There was a deal
the sunrise one. Oh, that generation.
The one they cancelled. That the one that Adua cancelled.
Oh, that wasn't that Refinery?
No. OBJ did one with some kind of company where they will be using gas from south to power. But when Adua came in, he cancelled that deal. Was it CMS? Yeah, remind me. I think it was CMS. I'm not sure, but it was a foreign company that he cancelled that.
But Buhari restarted the KKK gas pipeline going to North now.
That was it, yeah. But
Buhari restarted that.
Majority of your power plant will actually be powered by gas. If you have a nuclear plant, it will be powered by gas. If you have hydropower, no. We won't turn it into a weapon. It's to generate.
Even maintenance. Nigerians, I'm sorry. We can't have nuclear in Nigeria. Don't copy no cake. And but for now, Nigeria is not ready for that. Remember what happened in Japan years ago? That leak in was it Japan or Korea? I forgot.
No, but there's a new technology now that won't lead to
Nigeria, me trust in that much.
Don't put any nuclear. You want to put nuclear power in Nigeria that they built second Niger bridge. Every single manhole, every single metal thing on that second Niger bridge.
So we should only depend on hydropower, right?
I'm saying that if you have a nuclear plant in Nigeria, they will start selling parts there. And it's nuclear now. You can't play with those kind of things. It's not something you can
Well,
mess.
I don't think we can handle nuclear technology.
Don't they have civil defense for property? For
They will
property
be the one to
security?
steal it. They will be the one to steal it. That civil defense will be the one to steal the parts. Yes, Ungo?
I don't think people love Nigeria based on what you
Nobody loves Nigeria. That's the thing, like.
Yeah, because I mean, how do we get somewhere if everything is just like nobody cares? We just
I mean, look at the rail tracks. They're stealing the rail tracks on a daily basis with trucks. They'll park trucks and they'll start.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, because you are the tech guy here. But I remember in physics, something was called superficial linear expansivity, right?
Oh yeah.
So when it gets hot, it expands. Then,
Yeah.
so those things that is meant
They
for
do
the,
that for bridge, my guy.
you now store those parts on the bridge. So what happens when it gets hot? Who does that?
But don't you think it's inside job?
But you are the one thing. You are the one thinking this thing. Those guys just want to go and melt that thing and sell it.
I think it's inside job, though. I think it's inside job. I don't think
This is not any inside job. These are random people.
I remember now. Superficial expansivity, linear expansivity. For
I know what
I don't know. But even that train one, that's human life now. You can't put people in jeopardy now.
I mean, you see, I don't know. Is it the hunger that is so bad that people just don't care, or people are just so criminal, or all of the above? Like, why would you Why would it even occur to you to start stealing parts of a public infrastructure? Like, it's crazy. It's just crazy.
Who do they sell them? What do they use them for?
It's money. Remember,
they melt it.
In Nigeria, where they even the power lines they used to steal. Now people used to die trying to steal that. They will cut those main lines from Kanji.
So they're starting this Lagos Metro now. I can bet my life that they'll start stealing. I know
they'll get electrocuted. Have you seen the sign? They'll get electrocuted.
I saw the sign, but is it everywhere that I can shock you?
Are they wait? The blue line is the one that is that has that one. No, the red line is diesel powered. It's not electric.
Right. But the red is not.
And guess what? And guess where that red line passes to? Oshodi. Well, good luck with those red tracks there.
Oh God! Wait, how long do you think we will be able to maintain the look of those?
Yeah, that bothers me too. I don't know, but
when I just see all these fancy things, I'm like, Nigeria is rugged past all this thing.
But they give the maintenance job to someone though. Those people, we need to hold them accountable because they probably won't take care like they need to. I mean, they give that job out to be cleaning and doing all of those things.
Then how long will people be paying for tickets before they start jumping? How long?
Let me do you one better, Kilata. When they can lap one bit, if you see me lapping, they'll be lapping in the train. Do you remember lapping now? Back in the days, now it was that
lapping in Molwe. I mean, boy, doubtful. Of course, I remember lapping. Man,
yeah, down.
So far, not good at all.
Laughing. Yeah, they were. Well, I hope like they take care of that train because I want Nigeria to do well, even though I know it's a very tough.
That is sorry to cut it short. You know, interestingly, I was working with this hospital network during COVID in Milwaukee. In Kenosha. So someone came to Milwaukee to purchase those red line.
Oh yeah, that's where I bought them from.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute, this is just like a hour drive to Milwaukee. Let me just go down and see what is going on. So I show up to. So when you see him on TV, I was there when he was meeting with the mayor or whatever.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I went there. Yeah, I went there. I went to Milwaukee. It's just 1 hour away now. So I'm like,
I mean, like when they were discussing the thing on TV.
No, when they came to inspect the train. Remember, it's a private company that was supposed to do the deal for the state, for Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But they had a political issue. That guy lost. It was Democratic, but they went to Republican. So they had some kind of issue So, but they already purchased the train, but they couldn't use it. So they had to force a sale in Banjo to Lagos. That's how they were able to afford it. They paid way under the value of the train because it was cheap. It was still brand new. But this is the issue. That train is designed for city. Not it's not interstate, like a New York kind of. No, it's designed for intercity. That means you can't be doing break every 5 minutes. So I was confused. Wait a minute. This is a very high speed train. It's very quicker than the one they have in Lagos Ibadan. So normally it's designed for like a Lagos to Ibadan trip. That's what the train is designed for.
And that's interstate now.
So yeah, but you are buying that kind of train for within Lagos. So it's not really. So I'm like, why are you buying this train for Lagos? It confused me a little bit because
I think you should go and check the history of that train. He's a former governor of maybe Oklahoma, one state in America. They manufactured that train for that state, and later on the governor cannot.
Yeah, that's what he just. Yeah, that's what you just said.
Yeah, that's what Babati said. No, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Yeah. So
yes,
I'm saying that train was the makeup. You know, the difference between that is that even the coach, the way it's designed, is for quick stop and quick.
I think maybe they see the train is cheap, or that maybe that's why they go for it.
Wait, but remember that even in Lagos, you can drive like hours. Like you can drive from one place to another, maybe like 3-4 hours. So I don't think it would be wrong.
No,
I think
let me. I did. Intercity states. The way the city are designed is for you to get in and get out within a few seconds, right? Like in New York.
Baba T, a question.
I know what you mean now.
In Gotimora, it's for those long hourly.
Yeah.
Why are you buying a train for
Baba T?
Design? Yeah.
Baba T, were you able to see the inside of the train when you went there?
Yeah, the people are allowed to go in now. Yeah, if you see the pictures, you will see someone who
I saw it on TV.
Yeah, I mean inside.
Yeah. I saw the inside.
I think sometimes the seat can be reallocated. I mean, if it's possible to.
No, it's not. Remy, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying forget the seat. I'm saying that the system, the brakes. I want to bang it. The system more is not designed.
I understand you. I understand you are thinking
brakes every 5 minutes.
You are talking about it's a kind of a bullet train from state
long distance for, but it's a
if that is the case, I think that there must be some modification that can allow you to run within 80 to 100 kilometers within a city. It's possible because most subway, like that Nigerian subway, is even running at a 60 kilometers, which is very slow. Actually, it's supposed to run 80 kilometers to 100 kilometers per hour. So that's how it's supposed to work. And I think you guys are talking about Mambila before. Mambila is to about 3,500 megawatts. And I think the problem with Nigeria is the site. You already said it. The orientation is totally bad. Even people just want to like destroy, and they will feel happy doing that or cut away a lot of things. We have a lot of people doing nothing. Why don't we just recruit them into maybe special force for taking charge of security for train or something like that, and you can give them something like 50 to 100,000 a month. They'll be glad.
But that's the plan. That's what Tinubu said initially. That is going to hire like 5 million soldiers and 1 million police.
Because if they don't have nothing to do, that's what they
but they need money to pay salary. That's why they have to take up.
I think what Tinubu is trying to do is that I think they are really getting a lot of money from this subsidy removal.
Yeah.
The amount of money that they pay the share in their federal allocation, and they continue to also put some into saving. If we continue this way in the next 6 months, I think we are going to have enough money to start doing some of our projects. I think that is the way to go. And I think, like you guys have talked about, Nigerians are not really patriotic enough. Everybody just want to game the country. I was shocked when I saw a TikTok.
That's Nigerian culture.
That Emefiele Emefiele gave Dangote up to 3.4 billion naira in one day. As part of money he uses to complete the it's not verified, but if it's possible, yeah.
Thomas, means somebody is snoring, sleep deep.
Maybe it's even Thomas that is snoring.
It's possible.
Who's that? Is it Oriade?
No, not me.
I think it should be Thomas himself. Or if it's not Thomas, then it should be
Thomas is muted now.
It's Thomas
Thomas is muted, so it's not Thomas. I think it's Kulata.
No, guys, wait. Let me cut this part. So that I can use this. If I look up against him later, so my romantic go wrong.
I've done it one time. I did it one time.
Tier was your own tier by money. Hello day.
It's cool, me. Just
I'm not me. I'm here.
Yeah, but I said you say this now.
No. That's about to sell red wine, so we got to watch online.
Early I was listening to one man talking about Lagos State distributing 50 kg of rice, 50 kg of beans, and 50 kg of gari to some people. If the problem about Nigeria is that the people that are even rich, they go and line up to see what to get the food.
That's not true, man.
I'll tell you that is not true. You don't know Nigeria.
It will happen, man. That will happen.
They will line up.
In college, in undergrad, some of the people that I went to school with that are Nigerians in undergrad were people that were using Nigerian scholarships that they got from the federal government to come and study. And guess what? They were kids of governors and senators.
Yes.
Right.
So they will, those things that are meant for poor people, they will still take it and explore and use it now. So don't be surprised that they are taking the food.
But you don't feel like they'll feel kind of like shameful.
Feel the care. Clone sorry now. So more Nigerian. What are you talking about?
Babati. No. I used to work with one hotel in Ibadan. And our next neighbor is the house of Obao Chudeko. This man that owns this hotel is is also a rich man. And when we have contact with, oh my God.
Can somebody call him?
Only Thomas. Thomas is and
a manager there. I'm a manager.
And then we usually cater for our clients from First Bank, Union Bank, Access Bank. They always come to the hotel to stay for 1 month. We'll provide lunch, dinner, and the rest. When we get a check, all the promises that the woman, the wife of the rich man, promised us that you this hotel manager, you get this, you this, you get this, you get that. Immediately she get that check. She got the check. Sorry. Story will change, eyes will change. So I now know that the rich are even more wicked and they like more money more than the poor. That is why she will renew it on all her promises. And before you could know it, the following week she's traveling to London already. Go and blow all the money there. I don't understand what is the problem with Nigeria and London. If you get easy money or any money like it, then she will travel out. And then she'll put her daughter there. Our daughter too does not even have to coordinate very well. So, and what I just want to say is that they game the industry a lot, even including Obasanjo. I also privileged to know some professor that was supposed to help Nigerian farmers. When they got to Nigeria, instead of helping Nigerian farmers, they were posted to Obasanjo farm, Danjuma farm, all of them farm. They don't use their money to do nothing. They just game the country anyhow.
Yeah, everybody act that way. That's the thing. It's not like, so with that we're talking here too, if we go to Nigeria, some of us will still act the same way how everybody else is acting. So it's not really one
So
particular people.
like somebody like you will act like that. So I will record your this statement. And if you're in position of authority in
No,
future, I will.
I wouldn't act that. I'm saying that some of us.
Hey, yeah, don't be afraid. I'm just kidding.
If you, I mean, you've never seen me went back to Nigeria and hacked, man. But the thing is,
who knows? Who knows? Your voice alone, that one will remain in my head for a long time. Just mere hearing your voice, I know this is the guy in one man show. I will remember now. It's so easy. It's not about face alone. Voice cannot change like that. So, but Babati, do you guys think about giving the state to generate electricity? Would they have to start from fresh, like generation, transmission?
No, the issue is not generation. Actually, to be honest with you, I think right now we are doing about 17,000 private.
No, you are doing 11, and you can only distribute about 6 or 7. I think.
Right. So you're doing 11,000, like we already said, but the issue itself is transmission. Now, if you try to so if you remember, there are three. You have transmission, distribution,
generation, transmission, and distribution.
The only one that was not privatized is transmission. So even if you have a let's even say you have 11K, you have metering and distribution. If you cannot transmit anything, it doesn't matter. But that is the one that government is holding on to. Now, the concern is that how we need to privatize this, obviously. And like Ade was suggesting, you must have lots of players in that sector. It cannot be just one, like CMS, where they will tell you you have to wait till in 5 or 4 years' time. So, I'm saying that, why don't you make it more interesting like you do in America? Make it regional. You can say CMNs for transmission in Southwest, you handle that. You maybe something Reliant Energy, take Northwest, whatever, spread it around that way.
Yeah.
But government has to let go of transmission. That's what it boils down to. They have to let go of transmission.
Right. So even if we were able to transmit the 11,000 that they have, still will not do anything. But at least, like you said, they should still be able to distribute that, to transmit the 11,000 megawatt. But another thing is this. So for example, we have the people that transmit this stuff. Like
do you know we are producing, we are not transmitting all we produce.
Yeah, but still, if you transmit everything that you produce,
we are not distributing all we generate.
Yeah, even if you transmit everything you generate, it's still not enough. 11,000 megawatts.
Hold on. This is what we are saying to you. If you can transmit my 11,000, then I will be forced as a businessman to expand my generation because I know you can carry that load.
Yes.
So if I do 11,000 and say, don't worry, we can do 11,000. Then I'll go to 15, 18. I will keep moving up the quicker you can expand your own network. So that's what we are saying. So for you to even inspire me to spend money on generation, show me you can spend money and expand on transmission. Then you will see people will start investing in generation because they know you can transmit that load. But if you can only do 5,000, why would I want to invest in generation when I know you cannot carry the load?
Yeah, I understand that point, and that's the reason why they can't just depend on just one person. They have to depend on different types of companies.
Like now that, okay, sorry. No, so Babati, like now that state and to generate electricity, can they do all the three together by themselves?
Right, that's what they said in their law. You can actually do those three.
So what is stopping them? Nobody is stopping them because I think
no, because it's still new now. It's still because you remember, like the one Lagos gave to Femi to handle Lagos. They gave him everything, the 3 phases. But what it's going to do, I believe, is that
no, they didn't give him the 3 year. They only gave him just generate and the transmission, I believe, because they already have people that's distributing
so they gave
thing
him
already.
okay.
Who are distributing? You mean those discos or something like that?
Yes.
No. You know the new law, I believe, because I follow I follow the Odua investment group. I follow them closely. You remember Lagos, Oyo, and Ogun? They came together for their own summit, and they agreed to partner in train network and also in power. And part of, if you go look at their communique, they have generation, distribution, and transmission there. So I that's why I said the law, I believe, also allows you to distribute on your own, like in America.
Because actually, apart from major capital city of Nigeria, all other cities or towns, those one can be powered easily by off grid.
Right.
Like
so
solar.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I think that based on if you can generate with hydropower, we can. There's so many ways you can generate electricity. So solar is there, wind is there, hydropower is there, nuclear is there. Then we can combine everything instead of just separating them. Don't separate them.
That's what I think Femi wants to do. I think here's the game plan that Femi. I don't go.
So how many years does Femi want to do this?
No, hold on. This is what I think we want to do. There are enough of his friends, like the Odili case, Davido's family. They are already into generation. I think he's going to invest mostly in transmission. This is the power play that I think Femi wants to do. He's going to build transmission lines. So if you are into generation, guess what? You'll be forced to move your load around on his transmission line. Then he will charge you for that. Forget him investing in generation. I don't think he has to do that. You go and invest in generation, then you carry it on my own transmission line, because it's capital intensive to do both. Yeah. That is a lot of money.
Yeah, it's true.
So, but like you now, Ade, you can say, I can only give you 5. I can only give you 10. If you have 100 of that, then come on my line and transmit.
Yeah, that's exactly what my point. Let's that's what we need to do. They shouldn't depend on one person. They should have different people generate, and they can out transmit it. All right.
So, Babati, what is the capacity of the generation of that Oshogbo plant? I forgot the name. Is it in Oshogbo or near Oshogbo? That big one generating plant that Nigerian government have. I forgot the name. They call it. Do you know, Babati?
Is it? I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because I know that the Mambila is about 3,500. They're still building that one, but there is this one already completed. You know, they have one in Edo. This one is very popular in Oyo. Is it Oyo or between the two? Papa Land Toro or something like that. It has a generating. I don't know how much is it. About 300 megawatt or something like that. And I don't know which Adeleke really owns. Is it in Lagos or where is his own generating plant? So I don't know how many megawatt will these 3 states need to power their industries and home. Are we talking about more than 1,000 megawatts for Lagos or Osun?
I think in my own, I think what they want to do is those power plants might not necessarily be in Lagos, but it will run those lines across where they can put the load on it. So I think each state will have their own distribution. Then maybe 2 out of 3 we have the generation, and they can just put it on transmission to Lagos. Because Lagos, I don't think is going to do enough in terms of generation itself, unless they want to go waste energy, which I think they have abundance of waste. By the way, why is nobody investing in waste as a form of power generation? Because Lagos, to me, should be a good man for waste form of power generation. Now you have enough crap to put in.
So we are not thinking very well in that country. Everybody
but the technology to do that. Do you know how much that's the thing? Like we can do these things, But the technology is more like, do we have expertise? And if they have to give it
Then
out,
we have to bring expertise from abroad. We don't have them, then you have to hire them. No
Wait,
choice.
no. I don't believe that that's how you build a country. Like just having people. Of course, you're gonna have some of your people that have. So, for example, if you're an electrical engineer, definitely all you have to do is read that particular area. So you
It's not only
listen,
rain, though.
listen. All you have to do is read, have idea, and you can get a good team. Because, for example, if I get expertise to come and do something for me, and I have no idea what they're talking about, all they're doing is just telling me what they think is good. That's not a way for you to do
I
progress.
don't buy that idea, because if you never practice anything and just say, "Oh, I'm an engineer, I can read and I can do it," that means you are just doing what you call it. Is the risk there is too high for any state government to pump in billions of naira and then give it to somebody else and does not have any experience of building such a thing before. I think we cannot be an island of everything. So
Thomas, are you? Sorry, Thomas, are you there, Thomas? Is Thomas?
It's there now.
Well, I post the link of what you asked that shows all the power stuff in Nigeria, generation stuff in Nigeria,
Okay.
and how much.
I'm here, Babati.
Can you click? Can you put that link on the main page, in private chat, the last link I posted, so that we can get to show.
I'll check it.
If you guys don't mind, I would like to comment on the last AGM of the NBA body. Oh, we never talk about that topic on this show, right? Hello?
No, your volume is low.
Is it low?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I said that I don't know if you've discussed the last NBA AGM issue that happens over the weekend, last week actually.
Oh, the one that the woman was exposing their dirty laundry in public.
Yes.
Oh.
We have a lot to deal with in that country, to be honest. I think tribalism also was part of the issue, and of course, political undertone to everything that happened. And I like the way the new NBA chairman actually came out boldly to, counter every accusation that was, leveled against him. But for the fact that he invited the president gives a lot of them headache. I think that guy is a pastor. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm not so sure, but I think he's like a pastor.
No, it's not a pastor.
It's not a pastor, but it sounded more like a clergy person. And of course, trust lawyer. The lawyer will come and bring the receipt. Unfortunately, what actually happened to that body is a microcosm of what is happening in Nigeria as a whole. Every now and then, we accuse the leader of being corrupt and other social vices, but we ourselves never look in the mirror, to accuse ourselves what we do the most. This guy accused all the other principal officers of trying to live off the predatory fee that the lawyers contribute to that body, and he felt for those who practice in the city are privileged compared to their colleagues that are in the rural areas that could hardly come up with 25,000, when they call for it. And to me, I think he also thought about, those who have practiced but also will be in need of insurance, maybe health insurance in the future and all that. And he was thinking big like that for the entire body. But for all the principal the principal officers to have ganged up and accuse him of running a one-man show tells, Nigerians that there's no way all of them could be right. And one person, one man, that means it was a lone wolf. It was a lone voice among all those corrupt principal officers. And if you look at those principal officers, majority of them are from certain region of the country. And unfortunately, the political blindness, that they have would not let them see beyond their nose. honestly, it was a shit show. It was very shameful what happens. Not even the elders of that body, those past presidents, could intervene because all of them were hell bent. But I like the way he had the last say about everything because he said he didn't feel like you need to have a rejoinder with all of them, but because the way it pans out, he had no choice than to talk. And he also came on about his show over the weekend on Sunday to elaborate more on what happened. And I think the fact that he invited Tinubu did not settle well with some of them.
Let me get this. A legal body, the NBA, thinks that the president of the country should not be invited because the case is in court. And how does that make any sense?
Because they believe that the case that is still pending in the court could swing anyway. And he said,
but that's not the he's still the president for now.
Exactly how he tabled it at the about his show, that as of today, by the authority, in Nigeria, Tinubu is the president, and the fact that he called him to declare the conference open was giving some people, stomach ache. And that tells you, even though they belong to that noble profession, and some people are still blinded by, ethnics and religious affiliation, so to say. I mean, even if he had invited, let's say, Kwankwaso or Obi, I'm sure they won't raise any of this issue. But the man said he personally sponsored some of the executive trips and all that, because he felt the body didn't have enough money. So why, spending the money, and why their colleagues that are actually struggling to contribute this money are wallowing in abject poverty and all that.
But what has culture not even permitted? Even Nollywood, if you remember what happened in the 90s, where they were like, if you dare, I remember only few people even survived that onslaught with Teko Benson and Zebejiro back then, where you had to pick a side. If you're Yoruba and you acted too many Yoruba movies, you were not allowed to come and act in this English side. If you remember, Kosoko was acting English movie before, unknown to many people, but he was forced to choose his own Yoruba. So you've always had those dynamics in those bodies, from sports to entertainment to even Super Eagles back in the days. We've never really resolved this issue.
But can it be resolved? Because
I don't know, but I'm gonna be honest with you.
We don't accept our difference. We have to accept our differences.
It can be resolved, but that's the upper tax. It's going to be.
It cannot be resolved. I don't agree with you.
It can. I will tell you the truth. If you are still looking at ways like democracy, we should do it in a soft, gentleman way. It's not going to be resolved that way. That country, we also need a little bit of higher hand. The problem that is panning in Nigeria is tribalism, and it's there already. Like this last election, some people, because their candidate did not win, they still have it in their back of their mind. And some region think they should get this on a platter of gold because they have not been the president before. And now you can see that even at that NBA conference, some of this elite, some of them are the problem of the country. They are the problem of that country. They don't care about the juniors one. They just care about lining their pocket. So nobody is really can say, I am a honest man in Nigeria. A Chinese man often told me that if you line 10 Nigerians, because you usually do business in Nigeria, if you line 10 Nigerians, it's sure that none of them will tell you the truth. They even know Nigeria to be begging, every time begging for money because they have a factory in Nigeria. And they know the antics of Nigeria very well. That they won't go to work and they want to claim the money at the end of the month. They always ask for they always give one excuse or the other. So the problem is that until with all of us in Nigeria from any tribe accept this one is your country, what I just hope that Tinubu would at least try to set a very good example So at least if we can rule very well, I'm not expecting a Dorado, but if we can fix electricity to at least 70%, even in Nigeria, we can have 15 to 16 hours of electricity in a day.
No, that's why do we like to dream? We don't face it can't fix it. No. It cannot. That cannot happen. For Nigerian electricity to work,
Let me finish.
it can't work in 8 years. Why are we lying to ourselves?
Let me finish.
24 hours electricity in 8 years.
I'm talking about gradual increment. You don't expect Nigeria to just wake up tomorrow or maybe in 3 months or in 1 year.
Yeah, then you're not getting 15 hours a day. Sorry.
No, you can't be so pessimistic like that. Some states or some cities.
I just broke it down for you how electricity work, man. You can't do that. You can't do that in just.
What I'm trying to tell you, in some city in Nigeria now, they're already getting 24 hours, like Benin City, because they have that power plant it's working now, so they're having 24 hours of.
Are you sure?
Go and check it. Yeah, I'm sure, 100%.
All Benin City.
Yes.
Edo is having 24 hours electricity.
I did not say Edo, I said Benin City. I did not say the total of Edo State.
So the entire Benin City has 24 hours electricity.
At least that is what they reported. They are having almost 24 hours of electricity.
Initially, you said they have 24 hours. Now you're saying at least.
No. What I read was that they have 24 hours supply of electricity. But as a Nigerian, I would doubt it. But when I continue to read and I continue to see some people testimony about this, I think they are quite happy in that state.
Yeah, I see your point. I just want us to be realistic. That's all.
What I'm trying to say is that at least in the next 2 to 3 or 4 years, if in some major cities we can have at least 15 to 18 hours of electricity, that would be a visible improvement from where we are today. I don't want us to, because
but Mr. Remy, hold on. Aren't you making the same mistake that we've made in the past? We always focus on one area instead of diversifying. That way, as you're addressing the issues of the main cities, you should also not forget your Igbericos and Aba, because that's where you have your manufacturing plants.
Yeah. I asked you a question before. I said, can off-grid power all those small towns and cities?
And I put on something for Thomas to put on so that we can share, but he didn't put on the link. But I put the link there that shows the breakdown of where the power comes from.
So, because there are some states in Nigeria that are plain land. It's easy for transmission and whatever they want to do. Lagos will be one of the difficult places to really do this because so many things are bastardized there because the transmission lines, everything is not in order. But for some town or some small city, I think if we can use off-grid for them, because it does not necessarily mean that all factories should be in Lagos. If they have electricity and you can locate your factory in this small town city and you can employ them, it's even more cheaper. If the logistic is really working. I'm thinking about 3-phase. Electricity should improve a lot, and we should be able to connect Nigeria with more train transport. I'm even thinking that even before the first tenure of Tinubu, I was thinking that he should do something like from Ibadan to Ilorin, standard gauge, because it's under 2 hours. And if you do that one, maybe under an hour, you're already in Ilorin, or under 45 minutes. It's a plain land from Ibadan to Ilorin directly. It's not
Remy. Nigeria is a place. If you should be able to get from Lagos to Abuja on a train line within 2.5 hours to 3 hours. That is good development.
Yes. So I mean, for
development.
Yes, for the first 4 years of him, he should be talking about standard gauge from Ibadan directly to Ilorin first. So that from Lagos, you can go to Ilorin, under 1.5 hours, you're already in Ilorin. And I don't see why you build a standard gauge like that from Lagos to Ibadan, and you are still traveling at a low speed of 80 kilometers per hour. That train is powered to get up to 120 or 150 kilometers per hour. But so far, that's the problem. Our people, they don't listen to simple instruction. Because if that rain at the full speed, it's supposed to get to Ibadan from Lagos to Ibadan under 45 minutes.
So you can get to Ibadan with a car and quicker than the train. So can you point the train in there?
Yeah, because the train is slower this way because they are thinking that people does not obey the rule. Because if the train is coming, you see some people.
Can't put that now. Oh no, excuse me. No, Remy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Once they kill about 4 or 5 people, that's the only way.
Actually, how can you be selling your wares on train lines, on the train track? You will say, we are calculating, we know when the train will go. That is not supposed, it's not done that way. And they cannot just fence with wire everything from Lagos to Ibadan. Nobody does something like that. So our people, is it because of education or stubbornness? I just don't understand. Nobody play with train track. Train is train, and people obey rules and regulation. In Nigeria,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, if you go to, I believe Oshodi, they have those trains there. So, if you go to Oshodi now, let's say me, I just go to Oshodi. Do you ever see a police around when you go to Oshodi market?
Do we even have Oshodi market there anymore?
Well, any market that you go to that have a train track, do you ever see any police around, like just doing the roaming about and stuff? Do you ever see that?
It's a long time. I've been to Oshodi, but I never stepped down.
It doesn't have to be Oshodi. I'm just saying any market that has a train track. The point I'm trying to make is this. The law enforcement, they see them on that train track, but they never act. So it means that even if there's a law in place, they're not acting on that law. So it's more like the police know that you're doing something wrong. Like, let's say I go to someone's house and I'm peeing on their wall, and the police just drive by, and he saw me doing that, and he didn't act on it. That what you're doing is against the law. So why are we blaming people?
When I was growing up, my father used to go to Abeokuta every weekend, and we must follow him. We'll pass through that train something at when you after, if you know about it very well, after NNPC, after Akpata is NNPC, and then you're along or Miaj or something like that. There's a train track there. If the train is coming, the train will blow an horn. Even if they have not put that divider into that train, everybody stop. Whatever you are doing, you stop. You don't cross because you don't know when the train will get to you. What we are trying to say is that our people deliberately disobey the rules and regulations. Nobody should tell you that you are not supposed. If you hear a train coming alone, even if you are 100 meters or 200 meters to that train track, you should stop. That is a normal thing everywhere we do. Even here in the city in Europe, there's a lot of tram on the city center, and when they are coming, people stop. Although they have red light, but even me hearing that this is a train coming, you stop. You obey rules and regulations. Most of these Nigerians that came from Nigeria, to when they are in this development, they obey the rules and regulations. Why is it in Nigeria they won't want to obey? They want to
No, wait. I don't like the way you're looking at it. The way I see it is this. Because in Nigeria, if you break the law, there's no you don't feel like you can break the law, there's no consequence. But if I know here I break the traffic light, even though there's no police around to take me, once I get to my house, I will see a letter that I broke the law. In Nigeria, it's more like you can break the law, there's no consequences. So don't blame people.
If you are looking at it differently, Nigeria, they break the law, and when they break the law, they'll find a way to go and bribe everybody.
No, that
and then at the end of the day, it's my in-law, it's my this.
No, that means the institution is not working.
When the government wants to take action, they will put tribalism. Is it because we are not Yoruba, or is it because we are Hausa, or because all kind of sentiment will come in? It's high time that.
But does that mean that now there shouldn't be a consequence for breaking the law? Exactly.
Run them up and send them to jail. Because if they have done something like that,
that's hard.
You break the law and you get 2 years imprisonment.
That's hard. See, you're a typical African man. People don't act that way. I bet some of you guys, you still beat the kids. You don't do that. See, if you break the law, there's consequence, and you face the consequence. The thing is, our law enforcement or the institution that we have, they don't do their job. If they do it, I don't care. You can call me. I'm tribal. I'm this. But as long as you know you are at fault, then you face it. Next time, if I decide to do it again, they do that. After I know, like, I spend almost 10,000 in a week for breaking the law, I'll think in my own head, like, okay, I'm not doing this.
I think technology should come in, but unfortunately, there's no electricity to power all this technology. Because if there's no technology,
the same thing will happen even technology comes in.
And then another thing is that I just forget that. I just want to remember that.
Yeah, this guy wants to come in.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to take you guys on a roundabout news. I'm just coming across the news now. One of the Nigerian newspaper that says that Tinubu appointed a 32 years old young man as executive director in charge of National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI. Agency under, I think, Ministry of what can we under which ministry can this be now? Maybe
Science and technology also.
Technology, sort of, but a 32 years old guy. His
Yeah,
name is
I read the news.
Khalil Aliyu. To me, that's a very significant departure from the old order. In the past, I don't think this guy has a political affiliation with the current or the incumbent. I'm not denying that it's possible that it might be sponsored by the political bigwig, but the fact that it's able to sponsor a 32 years old doctoral candidate shows that they're trying to tap into that sector to ensure that because that sector is actually a youth-dominated sector.
Yeah, and Adewale, to add to what you just said, I like what Tinubu is going to India with this new digital technology minister, that Ayeni. He just picked 4 ministers, those that are very important. That guy, trade and investment, and the other 2 I forgot, but it's all related to, it's about business and creating employment or something like that. This news you just read now, I've read it like 3 or 4 days ago, and I also I share it with one man. That's a good development.
It is.
Tinubu what I think Tinubu did in his ministerial position is so simple. Now things are putting into place little by little. If you heard about Festus Keyamo interview, Keyamo said Tinubu chose him because aviation is about rules and regulation. Most of the job is about rules and regulation, international rules and regulation. And he, being a son, a lawyer, Tinubu thought that it really fit the bill. And one thing he did that I like, and I hope they can carry out to the latter, close down that first terminal, the old terminal, close it down. Everybody
the new minister already said they're going to close it by.
Yes, he said in October. They should stop everybody by October 1st. Yeah. All international airline, everybody should move to the new terminal. And then they want to.
Why are they not moving actually? What is
the problem? Is this: the hangars for this new terminal, I don't know how it's not big enough to contain this wide body airplane.
But come to think of it, is it not the same?
So what they
want to do now is this:
is it not the same structure that was
building? There's a particular building now that they want to demolish. That is one. 2, there's a lot of airplane that some rich people left there parking for so many years. I don't know whether they are
I have a question for you guys, when you're ready.
So he gave them 1 month. Everybody should move their plane, and they are going to demolish that building so that they can build a big hangar. In the alternative, government is going to procure airport buses, those ones that are very long, so that they will carry passenger from there into where the plane will be parking now. So that's what they want to do. For the meantime, before they finish the building. And I've been to that airport when I was flying to Doha in when I went to this January. Oh my God! It's
so you're a Muslim?
Eh?
You're a Muslim?
No. I flew from Lagos to.
I thought you said you went for Umrah. Okay.
I said Doha. I did not say Umrah. My departure flight is because I went to Qatar Airways. My departure flight is from Lagos to Doha and Doha to Helsinki.
You flew Qatar?
Yeah,
I love Qatar. The last time I went to Nigeria, I flew Qatar. I was in Doha too.
So
my God!
My departure date is from that new terminal. I was so happy. Everything was clean and they attended to you very well. Within 10 minutes, I'm already done with the immigration. Blah,
So
blah,
you
blah,
now
blah.
see how nice Muslims are, right?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Lagos terminal.
It's not about
I'm not talking about Muslim.
It's about culture. Our culture.
Hold on. Who is echoing? Somebody's echoing.
It's Simba.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, Simba.
What I want to say is that I'm talking about the new terminal in Lagos.
I departed
from that new Lagos terminal. Every 10 minutes, I'm done. Everything was so clean. The Nigerian immigration officer that attended to me, they were young people and they speak professionally to me. This is the first time.
But Remy, you know what I want to say? Because at least I've even that Doha that you're talking, I've been to.
I'm talking about new Lagos terminal.
No, I want to say something about it. This one that you're just saying that they wanted to buy new buses that will be carrying people. I've experienced that kind of practice in Addis Ababa. I've experienced that kind of thing in Cairo, and I've experienced it even in Doha.
Everywhere they have now, yeah.
Yes. So they would where they will drop you is buses that will take you from there to the terminal.
If you are
so if we know we can do that before, then why do we now wait till now before we took such an action?
I don't think Nigerian people, when they cannot get something from something, you should understand. Sometimes they slow down the process, or maybe the former minister too does not have that kind of mind. But Festa Kayamo, I'm not saying he's totally a saint, but because so this is the process now. So they will buy all those long buses and they will ferry you from.
That is still boiled down to what you are talking about. You know, let me tell you, as a minister,
you always say that we should not continue to complain. Let us move ahead.
Exactly. The issue is even about the president himself. Can you listen to me?
Yeah.
If a president has a vision,
yes,
and he has a goal for your ministry, then you don't have any reason not to perform. But if he doesn't have any vision or goal for your ministry, then you just be a redundant minister.
So you don't let
I think that is what is happening.
So Simba, as we finish all the immigration formalities at the new terminal, you cannot believe it. There's a pathway, and they took other pathway to the old terminal to board our plane. And when we get to that, what do you call it? When you relax before you get on the plane, it's an eyesore. All the AC.
Okay, before you board.
Yeah. So they took us back to the old terminal. The elevator, the lift, or whatever, they were not working, and the AC were not working also. And still, some of these Qatari staff, in Nigerian staff, they still want to exploit money from your hand.
Exactly, that's where I'm going. You know, your experience in the new terminal, because there are a lot of technology there, you will experience a better service because you have less contact with people.
Do you know
you
that
understand?
One immigration officer telling me I cannot carry said I cannot carry a semo in a pack. Do you know what I told him? I said, do you want it? He first felt so I just take it. And then he called me back later after about 2 minutes and come and take your stuff. I just took it from him and go away because I don't really care. If I go to the airport and he said I cannot carry this, I'll just give it to you. Go and take it.
It's not true. How can they say you cannot carry semo?
And so when he said that, I don't want to really argue with him or try to bribe him.
Let me tell you, they do all that because they know that most people will give in. No, it's not. You will give in. So some people, if you insist on your rights,
it's money they want.
They do that to frustrate people, for them to part way with money or even their goods.
Wait, but
let me tell you, the last time. Let me tell you, the last time. Let me tell you, the last time about a month ago, when I was coming back, when I got to because my own plane was like this, Ethiopian airline, and it was scheduled for the old terminal. As I was entering, when I pushed my load through the scanner, they saw the palm oil that I had inside it, something. And the guy said, no, palm oil is not allowed. I said, no problem. He took it and put it down. And thank God my wife was with me. I told her, I'm not giving this, I will not give you this thing free. This woman will be coming back to take this thing. When she went back for it, they said, no, it's against the law. I said, what is against the law? Is it a cocaine? She carried something because there are so many
it is against the law, though. Fluid is against the law.
No, but I'm not carrying it. She wants to carry it back home. Do you understand what I'm saying? She wants to take it back home. And they still insisted that they will not give it to him. So I insisted, no, I'm not giving you this thing free.
It's against the law. I will tell you why I think it's not. I will tell you. They will even tell you that things is against, it's all lie.
Well, in US, you can carry even lotion. If your lotion is not like
on board is even from carrying in the law. It's not if you are checking luggage. You are not carrying it on board.
It's a checking luggage. For checking luggage,
it's a checking luggage.
Because they can ask you that the Nigerian plan quarantine, they'll give you a small certificate, paper, a certificate for you to fill. So if it's not good, so they have all of these things there. They know you. So that one you can check in as a checking luggage. I've been to Nigeria. What I always do is that I will freeze my red oil, and by the time I go to Lagos, it still remain freeze. So no problem, and it's allowed checking luggage. I brought it to Europe. I've taken it to China. Nobody said it's not bad. They removed from my checking luggage. It's
only in Nigeria. It's only in Nigeria that they do such a thing, and they use it to exploit people.
If Keyamo can do this, that is good. So they can have relax and totally fix this old terminal.
My fear is that, Remy, all of them they are firing now, but I hope it is sustained, because all these agencies, they have a way of going and say, okay, we want to come and pay you a courtesy visit. This is the gifts that we have for you. All these things, and they will go there and give them money.
I think anybody that is going to bribe Keyamo, and Keyamo is a bad head.
It's not only Keyamo. Look at even the Minister for Interior. Look at what that one is doing about passports now. About that passport that you have to wait for 3 months, 4 months before you get Nigerian passport.
Can you see the way you talk to them? He said it must stop. And if
that is it. Aregbesola did the same thing. What was the outcome?
This guy meant business. I think if
okay, and that's what I'm saying. That I hope all of them. We have seen Wike in action. We have seen Keyamo in action. We have seen this guy also in action. Let's see. Let's wait and see whether they will be able to do it by the time money started exchanging hands.
What I can say is this: people like that interior minister is still like, it's not a really green on politician like that. So,
everybody has a price, Remy.
He might want to create a name for himself. He might have an aspiration to be governor of, I think it's from Oshun, right? Is it from Oshun or whatever?
I don't even know where it came from.
So what I just want to say now is that Nigerian will judge you with your achievement now. If you do not achieve nothing on the table for you to sell. So this is a very good, like Wike now. Wike has a record. And immediately he got to Abuja. This is what I'm going to do. So if you do it in the next 4 years, let's see what you can do. Nigeria are more politically aware.
Presently, my 2 daughters, they made a mistake on their passport, on their names. I said I want to correct it now. They said I should go and bring 90,000 naira for each of them.
What is the money for? Is it for correction?
Just to correct I said they will give, if you want, what is the problem with correction of name? Should I pay for correction of name? How much is a new passport? Nobody in Nigeria can say this is how much you can get a new passport. because of racketeering that is happening in the immigration.
I have a family friend.
If you pay online, they will frustrate they will frustrate your life to the extent that you will regret paying that money online.
Do you know that we pay like 85
Because
naira to someone about last year, as immigration officer working in Ibadan to get it? She promised that thing will come out in the next 3 weeks. You can't believe we waited for 4 months. And we didn't even get in Ibadan. She has to go and search for it in Oshobo.
Wait, is the passport made in Nigeria? I think
It's made in Nigeria. And
no. It's made in Ireland.
Malaysia. No, it's Malaysia.
Oh yeah.
The booklet, gentlemen, the booklet is from Malaysia, not Ireland.
It's from Malaysia. It's from Malaysia.
And a quick one before there's something I want to say, please.
Get the machine and make it in Nigeria. How come we can't get?
That's the corruption right there. Now you know the way Nigerian system works. I want to quickly say something before I come.
Ejiro. It's not because of corruption, but not the way you are thinking about it. If they give Nigeria the machine, it's Nigerians that will be working there that in fact they can even be printing and be giving people free.
They can even destabilize the machine.
That's exactly. Corruption is part of it. The reason is not working. It's part of it. You know,
it's for security reason. It's for security reason.
Anyway, I want to quickly let me quickly say something. Let me quickly say something, please. Let me quickly say something. Then I will yield the floor to you guys. I've just been waiting since, but I want to quickly say something. Sorry to butt in like this. It was Remy. I heard you saying I want to do a go back, like to visit what we've just passed. I heard you saying something about when you guys were talking about the generation electricity, the power problem in Nigeria. You were saying something about Edo State, right?
Yeah, I was talking about Benin City in Edo, yes.
Okay. Because I'm from that state, so that's what I wanted to. You are saying that there is a constant. There's 24 hours light in where exactly?
Benin City.
Okay, no, let me correct. Okay, hold on. Let me correct that impression. The impression. You have a point though, but not in totality. Now the governor brought a power plant to Benin City called Osiomo power plant, right? And he did it through MOU. That was how he was able to achieve it. You know, he partnered with the Osiomo because it's a gas plant. He partnered with them. So that Osiomo, even past my own house, this Osiomo I'm talking about now, is just key places like the Ring Road, Kenwan Road, Airport Road, you know, just strategic places that he was able to.
So not all the Benin City.
Sorry?
Not all Benin City, only some.
No, not all Benin City, not yet. No, not yet.
Do you have an idea of how much they pay?
Okay, now that's what I want to say. That's why I came on. I came online to say this. The challenges is having now, right? The light is there, quite all right, but people cannot pay. They just can't. Okay, like my own house now, right? Is a 4 flat. The 4 flat, each flat in a month, the bill that is coming out in the month is almost 200,000, 180,000 for that 24 hours light for each flat. For each flat. So if you are not living abroad, you are living in Nigeria with that kind of minimum wage. How are you going to do that? How?
Wait. Then you don't need 24
hours for the. Hold on. If you ask for the
Oyade, may God bless you. That is, you know, I've raised this issue on this platform before. And what they are saying, okay, let them have it first. I said Nigerians cannot afford 24 hours supply.
Let's have it.
Let me give you another example. I have a Ghanaian nurse that is working with me here. She just came about a month ago. When I was interacting with her, I said, because that is what Nigerians see when Ghana is better than Nigeria. They say, in Ghana, they have 24 hours supply of electricity in Nigeria, we cannot have. Like people like Ekene they will come here. You don't pay. Even the little that Ekene is getting is not paying now. Now, I asked her, I said, what about the electricity? He said, oh, the former president, they used to, during Rawlings, they were able to achieve it, but the one that came after Rawlings, fuck up, but the one there now, we have stable power supply now. But the next thing that he said that what is the essence of having the power that they cannot afford? That most people can still not afford the power, even in Ghana. Electricity, everybody knows.
Let me look. I'm going to go off. Let me land quickly. You see, like I was saying, right? So now, what they are doing now, the biggest problem now with that Osiomo power plant is that prepaid meter that they came up with. The one that NEPA was using before, people were using before, right? That one is more economical. With this Osiomo power plant prepaid meter, once you buy a card, once you recharge it, just the way you are recharging your phone, once you recharge that card, it will just be flying. We'll just be flying like jets.
Can I ask you some questions?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Those people that they are incurring about 120,000, can you tell me whether when they are using, whether in their flat, they have a refrigerator, they have an air conditioner, they put on their TV, they put all the light. This is a way for you to cost your energy also, because you are using.
Yeah, Remy, you are right on track. You are on track. It depends on your uses as well. Yes.
Yes, I'm also
depends on your uses as well. You are right on that. Yes.
I'm also using prepaid meter in my house, and I do have everything. And we also buy card to use. Okay. And I can't remember how much I spend every month, but it's not up to 120,000. It's not even up to 50,000 a month. Okay, so I think it depends on the usage of electricity. Even in the so-called abuse that we hear today.
No, that power plant the governor brought is a kind of cash cow. It's a cash cow power plant.
It's not a cash cow. 8 euro. We have started. Somebody brought something for us. And you are not saying the cash cow.
What he did is good. I'm not saying what he did is not good.
Where did you stay? Where do you stay? Please, where do you stay? How much do you pay in electricity where you stay now?
Where? What you mean? Where?
Wherever you stay. Wherever you stay. How much do you pay per month for electricity?
No, you can't compare Europe with Nigeria.
No, you cannot say compare. What they use to generate energy in Nigeria is different from what they used to generate energy in Europe. You are not getting it,
Simba. Listen, right? Before the Osiomo power plant, right? This is my point. There's what we call NEPA. In some places in Benin, I don't know if
NEPA is not being
wrong. Let me land so I don't forget my line of thought. Some places in I don't know of other states, but in Benin City, there are some places in like my own area, Airport Road. They say NEPA is not working, but NEPA, you can get light in NEPA in my own area if you have their prepay, because NEPA later came out with their own prepay. So the prepay of NEPA is quite different from the one this Osiomo power plant that they just reintroduced now. That's what people are
trying to why NEPA is not working. You know why NEPA is not effective? You know why NEPA is not effective?
I do know why NEPA is not effective.
Because it's not run profitably. And that is why people are even afraid of investing in that sector. It's not run profitably.
Yeah, they use
it. Another thing is that you people, I will let you know something. That discos, they were distributed among Nigerian former head of state and the rest. Like Ibadan Disco, it belongs to a company owned by Abdulsalam. Because so what they do is very simple. Instead for them to inject more money by themselves, they went ahead and also the federal government gave them more money. And they make when they allocate all the distribution company to themselves, they make it very difficult for any successful government to sack them. If you start
that disco is a scam right there. That's why it's not working properly.
That's what I'm saying. Now, the question I want to ask you, Jiro, is this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does the prepaid meter of this private company, is it because it's always the same? Are they charging differently?
No, Remy, you're not getting it. It's not totally private. Government have a stake. They raise that.
My question.
They raise that power plant through an MOU. Government have a percentage of it. Why that gas plant, Osiomo, have a percentage of it as well.
Yeah, my question is about the charge. Are you trying to say the money they pay through this PPP arrangement from using prepaid meter is totally different from what prepaid meter from the discos? The charge per
Yes, it is. It is. Even as bad as disco is, right, or was.
Are you aware that there is subsidy on electricity in Nigeria?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes.
So if you are paying subsidy, the government is subsidizing NEPA. Do you expect
that's why they are criticizing? That's my point here. Now that's why they are criticizing.
It's a private company. Do you want government to continue?
I just told you now that government partner with them. It's not 100% private.
We are not ready. To me, from what I can conclude from, we are not ready for development in Nigeria. If everybody, we are looking for free things all over the place.
I actually say,
we are not looking for free things. What I'm saying is, if your minimum wage is 40,000 naira a month. How are you going to afford it? That's
you know why? Let me tell you, we have this culture of waste in Nigeria. In fact, what I used to know whether there is light in my community when I was in Nigeria is by the time you get to the community, you see everybody, even in the afternoon, every light will be on because how much do they pay? Everybody will just want their light. Let me tell you, the people that you are saying that they are still used to the old culture of wasting light because it doesn't cost them much. If you can minimize your consumption, you will not pay as much as what you are paying. You don't need to run your freezer 24/7 because you have a freezer at home.
Wait, let me ask this. I don't see anything wrong in running your freezer actually. But here's the thing. Is a prepay. That means before you actually consume any electricity, you put money on it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that means whatever amount you can afford, that's what you need to put on your
Sorry, my brother. Who is speaking? Sorry, I didn't.
Oriola. This is Oriola.
Okay, Oriola. 1 minute. Let me break it down. It's of 2 layers. Yeah, right. I didn't say it is 2 layers. If you want a free, no interruption, like you just come, they hang it for you. You want the bill, the monthly paper bill that NEPA used to bring. That one is available too. There's that option. Then there's the option of the prepaid. Okay. So it depends on whichever one you want.
For this private one also, they do
this Osoma that I'm talking about.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Yeah, please hold on. We are talking on each other, please. Too much voices. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If there's a prepay and postpay, it means that whatever I can afford. So you saying that it's too expensive, it means that I can't afford it. So I have to cut my according to my size.
Nigerians, are we not right?
Are we not what?
Why do I ask that? You are asking for 24 hours light.
Yes.
That is why I came up. Sorry, because of that 24 hours light. That's why I came up to say this thing now. Because he said they have 24 hours light.
No,
you're not listening.
What I'm telling you is that we can't afford 24 hours light.
No, don't say we. Wait, don't say we. Some people, there's some people that are capable.
I said some people can't afford it.
If I have this one in my place, I'll be jubilating. If I have it in my place, I'll be jubilating.
So in a nutshell, that 24 hours on that postpay, that is what I'm talking about, that you pay 100 and something.
Yeah, wait. Even the place we live, if you can't afford electricity, that amount, like there's option for you on how much you can afford or the company to go with. So that's what I'm saying. Like they already give you that option. If you can't afford 24 hours light, if you can only afford 10 hours per day, or just buy the prepay, that's how much I can afford. But the electricity is there for you. So if you become rich in the future, then you can buy 24 hours electricity. There's a lot of people that can afford that. So why do we want to be a pain to people that can afford it? So everything in life is not forceful. If you can afford it, go with it. Yeah.
In addition, if you buy a prepaid of 120,000, you can spread it for 2 months. It depends on how you use the gadget in your home. You know you are. This is why
even no, but there's no fixed amount you must buy. You can decide to buy 10,000 and use it for 3 or 4 or 5, or even can use 10,000 for 2 weeks, depending on what you are consuming.
Yes.
So it's not a fixed price. Let me tell you, you know why Ejiro is saying this, Thomas. They said there are 2 options, that you can get a prepaid or you get a fixed, the one that you not get a prepaid, that you pay postpaid. No, it's not even postpaid. This one, they just give you certain amount every month. It's not postpaid. You know, postpaid, they can still read what you consume and you pay later. There's no reading. You know why? The people that are opting for that, they want to circumvent, they want to cheat. So that's why they will opt for something that you will not use. Do you understand? And say, okay, I want to pay.
Simba, the last time I checked, postpaid is when they come to read your meter. Then they give you the bill.
Yes. And they give you yes.
That's what I'm saying. This one is like that. They have a meter for it. They have the what's it called? The first one I said just now, that use a card. The prepaid meter. They have the prepaid meter and they have the postpaid meter. So it depends on which of.
You know what? I don't think there's any reason why anybody should go for postpaid when you have a prepaid that you can check yourself.
Simba,
that you can put amount that
I will narrate the story to you now. You know that Nigerian people using prepaid meter, they will use that card. They know how to do it. They will go and turn the meter down somehow. So if they buy like,
it'll be slow.
Let me just stop. That is crime right there. You are encouraging now.
It's not the one encouraging it. It's already happening now.
Okay, go ahead. Finish.
They will slow it down, but recently, in Ibadan, the distribution company, they went around people using prepaid meter because they can now read from their own system that why is this particular house using the same amount of prepaid, like 3,000 naira every now and then. You know what they did? Some houses they can get into, they were able to see that they were cheating them, and they cut away their wire immediately. And they now took somebody to court, and they fined that man 100,000 naira.
You know, Remy, in Nigeria, we are not serious. In Ghana, as I'm talking to you, the lady was telling me that if you do that in Ghana, you go to jail.
Yes.
You go to jail. It's not a matter of fine. She even she told me that there was an hotel that was doing that. They closed down the hotel and they fined the guy in millions of cedis.
So the problem is
and they still took him to court. Nigerians, when we talk about Nigerians, as Thomas said, we are not serious. We don't know what we wanted.
And apart from
we are not serious.
I discovered one thing with Nigeria, because we are lucky to enjoy.
And they wanted everything free.
Yes, thank you. We have enjoyed a lot of free stuff for a long time. We already get used to it. Do you know that I was seeing a video on TikTok recently? Cameroonians, they were protesting. They were causing Tinubu because of subsidy removal. That means we are the ones subsidizing all these West African countries for a long time. Togo, Benin, everything. We are the ones, and then we continue to suffer. Now, see, for 2 or 3 months now, see how much Tinubu was able to save, 1.8 trillion naira into our external reserve. And at the same time, increase the monthly allocation of all the states, nearly double or some more than double. So the problem with our country is that our people in the state, you should hold that your governor accountable. If you can squeeze their neck, squeeze that. Because
in fact, what this project that Ejiro talk about, to me, is laudable. But if you ask an average Edo, let me tell you, Remy, if you ask an average Edo, they will castigate, they will condemn it, they will say it's the one that owns it, is just using it to make them, is the one making the money, is this, that. That is what we are very good at.
I know why they are saying like that. On this particular one, I dove my heart for Obaseki. But Obaseki as a governor, he has also not been unnecessary.
No, forget when somebody is this one. Don't let us deviate. This one, don't go any other place. For today, let us give him that credit. Don't rubbish what is achieved this one. So just don't go any other. If it is if he can do it this one all over the state, then he's a good governor. Believe me.
Even if only this he can do all over the state and leave the rest. Even road.
What are we talking about?
It's okay. Just give them the city and for your 8 years and get away. It's enough. The next governor, he doesn't need to bother too much about it. Just maintain it. And then the next governor, is about road. Just do road and go away. Instead of doing nothing and just not do nothing.
Wait, what does it do? I appreciate what he did, but it's just for one particular section, just the city side.
You know, Oriola, you can see even that one. You might use that one as a test run to even see how people will react to it. You cannot do that one for the whole city at a time. Now look at the way they are condemning it, Oriola. Look at the way they are condemning it.
They didn't act their wage. They're not acting their wage. People need to act their wage. It's more like I can't afford something, just buy what I can afford. So
simple.
They just need to act their age. Because there's some people that have that money.
But guys, do you need to have 24 hours electricity in your house if you can't even afford it? You should be thinking of the affordability.
No, you can have 24 hours by saving most of your energy.
Why do you need Thomas? Why do you, if you are not a business person, why do you need 24 hours supply of electricity in Nigeria?
No, what
as a home like residential.
Residential, you know how many people by the time everybody just wait. When you are in Nigeria, do you stay at home 24 hours with your family?
I'll go to work.
When will you come back? Hey, that is it. You go, your wife will go to work, you go to work, the children will go to school. Everybody will return home in the evening. Do you understand what I'm saying? Exactly.
But for refrigerator now,
even that refrigerator, you can ration it. Once the thing is frozen, if you leave it from evening when you are at home till the morning, by the time you are going to work, you can off it, and when you come back, you know that it's not as if there is no electricity. You know that by the time you come, you can on it again, and the thing will continue working.
It still remain frozen for a long time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember my freezer. My wife told me that it can remain frozen for 3 days without no problem. So the point is that people should just use electricity that they really want.
It is because they are used to using cheaper electricity. They've not learned that this one is a different model, and that's why they are crying.
And because the level of corruption is so high, they know that once the NEPA come and catch away the fire,
they will just keep them. They cheap, exactly, and they will go back.
Guys, did you know before the prepaid meter? I work with some engineers. We always install it in the house.
Okay.
Later, we find out that some people are doing some pass. So it's just only the supply that will enter your house. Everything they mount it on the pole now. So Nigeria is too quick. Corruption. Corruption and epidemic.
But you know, we are talking the corruption. We always talk about leadership. Well, all this one that you are talking about.
What are the followers corruption?
Well, exactly. They will say it's the leader that made them to be corrupt now. I don't even know where the leaders are coming from.
I already said that.
I remember one of our landlord. He removed the water pump. He removed the AC. All the big gadgets in his house that can take more electricity. They remove it on the prepaid meter. The only bulb and the television fan is running. And even NEPA guys are doing it for them. NEPA guys. Not even local electrician on the street. NEPA guys are doing it for them.
What some people do is that when they want to pump their water, pumping machine, they will use generator to pump the water.
No, they will not even use this one. They will remove it from the prepaid. They will, so it will be free.
Direct. They use direct line.
Direct. They will use direct line.
So there's always a way to.
You see a welder in Nigeria. They will not, even the shop will not be connected. Then when they come in the morning, they will use pole to hang the wire.
Yes.
And then weekends, the people that doesn't have, they know that they will not. Some people that doesn't even pay at all, in the evening when they come back from work, they will hang it. They know that the NEPA official will not be around that time. They've already closed. They will use it till daybreak. Then when they are going in the morning, they will remove it. When they come back, they will do, and weekend they will just leave it free. Like, you know, I don't understand Nigerians.
Oh, but before you came in here, I was listening to them and they were talking about the newly built second Niger bridge, and people already start. I don't get it really.
But here's the thing: if to say that those things are privately done, do you know, like, if I have my company and I'm supplying electricity, and I know people are bypassing and stealing electricity, don't you think it's different from when the government is in charge? If I'm private, I want my workers to go ahead and make sure those things.
It's capital intensive. It's not just easy for a private driven company just to do.
You know, that would be policing it now would be an additional. I understand what you are saying, that you have to monitor it on your own.
Yes, if I'm private.
You know, Oriola, and those are the bottleneck that you have in doing business in Nigeria, because that would be an additional cost that they don't know that you are incurring, and you have to add it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you employ people that are working at night just to police the thieves, then it's an additional cost of production.
And then,
do you understand? And it will be you have to now you have to spread it on the bill.
Yeah.
And they don't know that the one causing all those problems.
Yeah.
From their shenanigans.
Look at the second Niger bridge. Are the people not supposed to be happy? Are they not before, when we are growing up, the Lagos-Ibadan expressway, the divider is made of aluminium.
Exactly. They've stolen all those aluminium.
And our people carted away all of these things. That is why
it was during what's the name of this guy? Which we are constructing a bridge now. The one that left Ministry of Works now, Fashola.
Yes.
They have to exactly. Yeah, we have to do it like that way, because
another thing is that at Express, you will still see our people. There is a pedestrian bridge like 100 meters away or 200 meters away. They don't want to walk. They want to cross that express. Do you know that when I was in Lagos at Celeb bus stop, what do you call it? Vehicles kill a lot of people in that express. And there is 200 meters away. There's a pedestrian bridge you can climb, and to the other side, our people, they never want to do that. Everybody wants to cross that express.
Remy, in fact, what you said now made me, because I before I joined you were talking about train and the speed of the train, and you know, during Buhari regime, the old train line was still working in Ilorin. And I've seen about 3 cases. You know, by the time the train is hooting, you know, Nigeria always want to play smart game. You understand? On 3 occasions in my presence, that plane crushed Okada riders.
You see?
On 3 occasions. In fact, there was one. In fact, this one was the vehicle, and it cut the head of all the people inside.
Oh my gosh!
Do you understand? Because everybody has already parked, but this one was as if the people that have already stopped, they are mumu. It's the thing, we have not seen the thing. I don't know that the thing was coming at high speed. So on 3 occasions, I've seen accidents in Ilorin alone. 3 occasions. You know, sometimes I'm very sorry. On the comment section, you go and check it now, they will be abusing us. But Nigerians, most of us behave like animals.
So it's quite surprising why you see death and you just walk into it by yourself. Life sometimes. I
say something, but that's the reason why we have law enforcement. There's usually people are going to break the law. There's no way. And if you remember, is it what they call them? The defense. I forget their name now. They're meant
civil defense.
They're meant to actually look at properties, government properties. So if to say civil defense, they're actually there at the train track, they will be able to monitor those things that you can't come here. You have to.
But Remy made an example. He made before people don't behave like that now. Why do we deteriorate to this level? Once people hear that time,
maybe it's
that time once they hear the horn, People, everybody will comply. They will stay away. But these days, we have this group of youth that are so disobedient, that are so arrogant. They don't want to listen to anything. That's the problem.
What I want to say is this. Like Lagos State, for example, more than 20 million people is a mega city. And in that select bus stop, they have last man. They have a lot of people around. But still, people want to cross the road in the highway. How many? They have arrested many, but still, many more don't obey the rules and regulations.
Yeah, but that's their job. They should keep arresting them.
Do you know the problem? And I see in this that it is high time Nigeria recruiting to the police should start from at least OND or NCE. We should stop recruiting the police from just ordinary school start or maybe JS3 graduate or so. Even if you have your
it's even a secondary school dropout, not even dropout to pay out.
All this constable and the rest, they don't know the rules and regulations themselves too, and they don't have the etiquette, they don't have the manners. I also don't know what kind of training are they giving to them. The Oga Pakpata there, they also shortchange the system. You see their uniform, they cannot even wear
if you go to a typical Nigerian police station, you will know that the Nigerian police are so mannerless. They are so I can't get it.
They don't have a computer. They don't have nothing.
Is a typical Nigerian taught how the Nigerian society is supposed to work? Do they, like when you're growing up, like if I put my kids in nursery school,
do you know what I heard about police? They said the day they opened the door of the police station in Nigeria, the day they would just throw the key away.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
What I mean is the door will not be shut again. They would throw the key away, maybe in the bush or somewhere. So police station is being locked in abroad. Our police station is there. You can't just walk in.
Thomas, do you know Thomas, you know when they used to call, they used to police used to arrest, they call it Roger. That time I used to, because my grandma house is in Surrey, I used to go to National Stadium to watch the Super Eagles train during the time of Stephen Keshi and the rest. The police, they would just come like that. They would just round everybody up and they would just put you, they would round you up and they would just look at your face. Just your face alone. They say, this one is a criminal. Thomas, your face looks like a criminal. Simba, you look at this man, go away. They will release some. Like that, and you have to bail yourself. I forgot how much they usually pay that time. It's so funny.
Nigeria.
You just make Nigeria. So the system, I don't know what the Police Service Commission, I don't know exactly what they are doing. Because now they have a Supreme Court judge, there's a judgment that says they are now the only sole recruiter of policemen, not under an inspiration of police anymore.
Let me give you, I think maybe I mentioned it here before. My brother's vehicle was stolen inside my compound. That was around 2017, a Toyota Corolla. So I went and reported to the police. And the people that stole that vehicle, because he came visiting and he was prepared to leave that very morning. So the car was stolen overnight. He had already packed his laptop, the clothes, in fact, the whole family, every guardian inside. So when they stole the car in overnight, we woke up and we couldn't find the car. I went to the police. Right there, when I was in police station, somebody called me that the loads, some of the load that they drop it somewhere, that we should go there, we should go and pick it there. Can you imagine such thing? So the valuable things they left with it, but the clothing and some document that they thought it's not useful to them, drop. I will not give the police. I said, see this number. This is one of the people that actually stole this vehicle. Let us track this number and see whether we can get the culprit. You know what they said? They said I should go and bring money.
That's
I said, I was ready to pay the money. But at the end of the day, nothing came out of it. But luckily, the people that stole the vehicle, actually, they stole it to somebody in Abuja. They sold it to somebody in Abuja, in law school in Abuja. So that person wanted to re-register that vehicle. It was in the process of registration that they noted that that vehicle had already been registered, and it brought out the biodata of the owner. So they called my younger brother, and so when he now called me that they called him from Abuja that somebody want to register his vehicle, that I should come to Abuja. I said, okay, hold on, let me report in Ilorin where the vehicle was stolen to the police that this is what is happening. So I went to the police station in Ilorin. Immediately they heard that news. They were so happy. This is people that did not even do anything to get this vehicle at initial. Do you understand? They said no, it's our case. So everything they have to go to Abuja, all this. Okay, if you want to go to Abuja now. They said no, I have to fund it. That I have to pay the people, the police, that 10,000, like each one of them that will go to Abuja, and then I will get a vehicle that will take them to Abuja.
Go by yourself.
And you understand? And I said, you know why? Because the case was lodged there. And I said, but it's your job. Hey, they said no, we don't have money to do that. And if you don't do that, let me tell you, you might not even get that vehicle in the next 6 months. Yes. It's not as if you know, they will just frustrate you. I said, okay. As at that time, I paid them 80K. That was 2017. 80K to go to Abuja. They went to Abuja, and I actually told them, I said, go to Abuja, go to the nearest police station, tell them that this is what is happening, so that they will go and, because the car was still with the person that bought it, that they will go and take that car. So they took the car from the woman, and then they put it in their local Gwagwalada police station in Abuja. They put that. So when the police from Ilorin arrived at Abuja, they took up that case. They arrested the woman. The woman confessed to the people that sold the car to her. So they have to travel from Abuja. That woman financed them from Abuja to go to Kaduna to go and get those people that actually sold the car to her. At the end of the day, they came back to Ilorin with the car and about 3 other people, the woman and 3 other people that sold the car to her. And so they called me when I got to their police station. It was even the police headquarters in Ilorin. They just pointed to them that, see, those are people that stole your car. And that was the end. That was the only thing I knew about the case. How they discharged them, I'm very sure they collected hundreds of thousands from those people. At the end of the day, it took me 3 weeks to get that car from them in Ilorin. Before I could get the car, they've already removed the battery. You know, they have taken a lot of things away from that. So, you know, Nigerian police, I don't understand. It's just a mess. And who can you report to? Maybe somebody, they removed that battery, put bad one. I'm very sure it's one of them that changed the battery to his own car.
Simba, you're even lucky you got the car back.
So, you know, I don't know where anybody that will sanitize that country has to be very, very brutal. Believe me, all this one that you'll be talking about, rule of law and there's a freedom of speech, all those, it cannot work. Believe me, cannot work.
They need to be dictated.
I agree with. We need some level of dictatorship. Believe me, Oriola, we need some level of dictatorship. Okay.
That is why I advocate that we must continue to think out our constitution. Our people, I'm sorry to say, they need first to obey rules and regulations. If we are doing like a gentleman,
typical African mentality, we should be beating ourselves forcefully. Okay. That's not the way to go.
I know you will talk about. I know technology is also very useful here. We can use technology. We can also change orientation. We orientate our people from when they went to school in the primary, when they start schooling in primary school. But at the same time, I'm also telling you that even if you do all of this, some of our people still disobey rules, even if they know everything. So even the so-called developed country you are,
even the so-called law enforcement agent, they disobey rule. The law enforcement agent, they disobey rule on their own.
Like here, a lot of people like to get drunk because they like drinking because of the weather. And these people, when they get drunk, they consider nuisance to the environment. Every day, the police will go and take them.
Right. You're always going to have people that will break the law. Yeah, that's common.
So what I'm trying to say is that when the police take them, do you think they just take them, they talk to them that, okay, oh, Mr. Oriola, we know
you because they break the law.
They drag them. Yeah. They drag them by force, by every means.
Yes, you break the law, then you face the consequence.
So don't you think if Nigeria also break the law, are they not breaking the law?
Then we need to face the consequence.
Yeah.
You break the law, face the consequence.
What I'm trying to tell you is that even here, the police also use force sometimes. They drag them, they beat them a little bit, they drag them. So they can also do the same thing on the if you disobey the rules.
Well, I don't agree with beating them. I agree that if you break the law, then you face the judge, and the judge will
try and be a policeman for one day. You will see that this so-called human being, you will not know by the time you start to kick them. Especially be a policeman in Nigeria for just 2 days and come and tell us your story.
Yeah, even if you even if you have to do any force that you have to do, kick them, whatever, they still need to face the law. So let's say if you're fine,
of course they will face the law.
That's what I meant. Like,
let me tell you something in Nigeria. If you the Nigerian police, sometimes when they come and arrest some people will refuse. They say no, they are not going to follow police. They will be unnecessary stubbornness.
Yeah, that's because they don't. The police never follow through when it comes to law. Like even if they jail someone, they will put law into their own hands instead of taking the person to court.
Not all. We cannot use it for.
Yeah, not all, but majority.
Yeah, of course.
Gentlemen, nobody can fix Nigeria. I've said this before. Why? Because Nigeria is not real.
You have started with your home. So Nigeria is imaginary. I don't understand.
All those, they are regional, this thing, want to start all this regional constitution of it. The last time you came, Ejiro, I asked you what is wrong with the constitution. You ran away, you couldn't explain why something is wrong with the constitution.
You know what I see? Because nowadays, because of technology, you can see the beauty of some states in Nigeria, where plan layout and people, like, for example, I deliberately showed some pictures to a Finnish guy one day here. And it was like, where are this? Like I said, can he guess? He's trying to say somewhere in Europe or probably in America or all this. I said, no, this is in Africa. This is Lagos. So where is Lagos? I said, Lagos is the former Nigerian capital city. He was quite amazed that, really? He can't believe it. And I remember one day I was working presentation in my university about Dangote Refinery. And you cannot believe that all my teachers, they were dumbfounded that this cannot happen. This is this single train refinery. And I told them it's going to refine about 650,000 barrels of crude oil in it, petrol or something. I made that presentation and it's like, they cannot believe that thing can happen in Africa. So you can see it is how we sell ourselves outside that people will take you. So because when you sell your country cheap, every time it's negative story about your country. That is what you yourself that come from that country, that is what you are selling to the outside world every day. Everything that come out from that country, when you say a lot of Nigerians, all what they do is this negative news every day. As some people are preaching good things about the country, the number of people that are preaching negativity are so many that overwhelm the positive aspect.
Oh, yeah. The Western world are demarketing us. We are also demarketing ourselves.
So if I don't know your country, so people they demarket you, your people are also demarketing you. So how can I take that country seriously?
So people that are trying to jackpot from Nigeria now, so if they come abroad, what type of story do you want them to be telling people here? Because they're always gonna have a bad story to tell. They can't lie. I mean, so, I don't understand what good story do you want them to say?
When you jackpot for 2 or 3 reasons. You can jackpot through study. you can jackpot through work, because Europe now, they need more people in every sphere of life, including Canada and America. They even need carpenter. They even need a painter. They need everyone to come to their country because they are in shortage. So when you come here, when they ask you a question about your country, they did not ask you to tell us the all bad things in your country. There must be.
So what is the good story for them to tell? What is
so
the
many,
good story?
there are so many good
God bless you, my brother, for that question. God bless you. What's the good story?
There are so many good stories to tell about Nigeria.
Like
Now,
what? Tell us one or two.
We are developing in infrastructures. We are developing in educational sector, because at least most of those doctors that attend to you in America, they were all trained from Nigeria before they went there.
Do you know what they have to go through before they can actually practice in the US?
Simba is here. Simba, while you train in Saudi Arabia to be a doctor, you are trained in Nigeria. That means we have a lot of good, as you said, your country is not good. We have a lot of professionals coming out from Nigeria.
Yeah, but they can't practice if they come to the US. You can't practice right away.
Too. They are practicing in Nigeria. They only look for greener factors.
Yeah, but if they...
So you ask for good thing about the country. And
you're not getting it. I understand your point. I'm saying that even if they're practicing in Nigeria and they come abroad, they can't practice right away because they won't accept them. And that's
because they have to do qualifying examination. If they pass the qualifying
not just that, it takes, see, if you're a medical doctor in Nigeria or something and you come here, you can't practice even if you take an exam. You're just going to be they will just take you as what they call it.
So that means they jackpot because they want more money, or the money they are getting.
Yes, so that's the story they will be telling people, right?
If you are a medical doctor in Nigeria, you come to this country, I am Ireland. You know what they will place you on? They will relegate you to just a carer, carer first.
Yes.
So what we are saying is this. These are
so what story do you want those type of people to be saying? Good story about Nigeria?
No, listen carefully. I am not saying no country is perfect. If I ask you, why did you come to this place? Of course, you can say, the money I'm getting from your country is not enough, and you want to better your life, and you're also thinking about your own family, immediate family. That's why you move. People have reasons, but it does not mean that every available opportunity, people ask you questions about your country, and something that come out from your mouth is negativity every time. This means that you are not a patriotic person. So that's what I'm trying to say.
But I just ask you, what is the good story for them to tell? Because I don't see it.
I gave you.
All you said is they're a doctor in Nigeria already.
I mentioned.
They're professional.
Listen,
is that a good story?
It's a good story. We have a lot of people through the educational sector that are able to become somebody from Nigeria. We have a lot of people. We have been able to develop our infrastructure.
But if they come abroad, they can't be that person right away. They can't be a doctor, a lawyer, engineer.
You can't say that. Maybe only few come from Nigeria. I've seen a lot of doctors that are qualified gynecologists or something like that.
And they move from Nigeria and become a doctor in the US or London.
I said only a few. There are some core professionals that they have already the peak of their career, and they are well known all over the world. There are some Nigerians, doctors or engineers.
Right from Nigeria. I don't believe that, man.
You won't believe. Okay, let me give you an example. The current minister of agriculture has made his name in Nigeria and abroad, and at least. And
are you talking about Pele?
Partey.
Partey. Yeah. But he studied abroad he worked abroad, he studied abroad as well, and he's now a professor.
Yeah, exactly. He worked abroad, he studied abroad as well.
Go through before he become what he is.
Let me ask you a question. Did he do his bachelor degree in abroad or in Nigeria?
He doesn't. He didn't do bachelor.
That is the basic. That is very important. That is where you learn.
So that's the only good story you have about Nigeria. That's the only good story you have.
Can you just give me a chance to give me more examples? Let me give you more examples. We have been able to excel in most of the disciplines. In terms of entertainment and entertainment.
Oh man, your entertainment is run by the Europeans.
Okay, can I talk,
by
Remy?
them.
Let me talk to that. Remy,
Go ahead.
Remy. Let me talk to that. Oriola.
Yes, sir.
I hope you know that if you are, how many US citizens can afford medical school?
How many? Well, you get student loan, but let me tell you something.
No, just hold on. If you are saying no, just.
I want to say something. We always think that, see, a lot out of 100% that are in medical school in the US, I believe that 60% of them, if they're Caucasians, their parents pay for that school. That's the thing that people don't know. Like, example, when I was growing up, my parents paid for my tuitions. Like, a lot of people, their parents pay for them. Few people, their parent does not pay for their tuitions. So the common thing that a lot of people think is because a lot of people say, we get student loan, we get student loan. How many people? A lot of people do get student loan, but a lot of people as well, their parents pay their tuitions. That's the point I want to make on that.
Okay, so let me finish because I've not finished. You don't know where I'm going. Nigerian produce at least if you have your first degree in Nigeria and you japa, it's not as if they will ask you whatever degree that you have that you should go back to school. The only thing you have to do is to do a professional exam to show that you are qualified. In US, you do USMLE. That's the only thing you need to practice in US, and it's something that you can do under a year or two. So they will not ask you to go to a medical school. That your degree is still recognized. Whether you study engineering, whatever you study is still relevant. And you get it cheap in Nigeria. In fact, you get it like if you go to public institution, it's like free. So is that not a good story to tell? I have a friend who is a consultant in Australia. Just hold on, let me finish. We had a reunion of my class, and the guy was telling me that most of his colleagues, they still have student loan that they are servicing. He doesn't not have even one single Australian dollar because he attended medical school in Nigeria. And it's free now. He can spend his money anyhow, while his colleagues are still paying student loan. So is that not a good story to tell about our country? Then why are we always thinking that everything is negative? I don't know. What will you gain by telling another national that your country is bad? Are you waiting for sympathy or what advantage? You are ridiculing yourself. You are demeaning yourself. That's the way I look at it. But for you to just call, in fact, there was a day I was with a colleague here. He was telling an Egyptian about Nigeria. And the Egyptian was telling him that what you are saying is not different from what is happening in their country. And the guy was still insisting, no, your country is better. But somebody is telling you that about his own country, that what you are saying is even worse in their country than Nigeria. But you see, insisted that Nigeria is worse. So I was looking at the guy, I said, what do you stand to gain from what you are doing? The way they will look at you and say, okay, this is their people that are suffering in their country. You are not helping yourself. So why should we be doing that one to ourselves? That is the question I want to ask you, Oriola. If you say that anything, we should always take negative story about ourselves. You have as a black man, you're already stigmatized against, and then you are stigmatizing against yourself further.
Wait, that's never what I said. We were only asking that.
And
you were blaming. I was only asking that. Okay, you're blaming these people that all they talk about Nigeria is bad stuff, and I was asking what is the good stuff that they can speak about. There's nothing really. If they're talking about themselves, what they went through, the bad stuff, the reason why they had to left the country, that's because that's the only story they have. They don't have any good thing to talk. So the point that you made about you could be a doctor in Nigeria and come to the US and be a doctor at the same time. You just have to take exam. I think it's more than that people are not saying, because you can't directly just practice. You have to go back and do maybe fellowship. I forget they do fellowship, and there's another thing, and they don't pay much in that. So that's one.
No. Fellowship or no, because I don't know your line. I'm a doctor, so you can't be telling me that we have different stages of training in medicine, and you have different rank of doctors. You don't need to be a fellowship. In fact, you can be a medical officer, you can be a resident, you can be a board certified doctor, and you can be a fellowship. Do you understand what I'm saying? So at any level, we have different grades of doctor. So it's not necessary for you to be a fellow before you can practice medicine. And that is everywhere. So that is my line. I can give you that. What you need, excuse me, Oriola, what you need is once you have your USMLE in America, you will be licensed to practice. So depending, you will be able to practice at that your own level. If you want to do fellowship, you go for a fellowship. So it's not mean that by the time fellowship is just an additional training to become a consultant as a doctor, and it's not everybody that is interested in that.
That's not true, but I'll give you the link now.
Sorry, Oriola.
To how you have to become a doctor in the US if you're a foreigner.
Simba, I just want you to correlate this. Do we have some professional, maybe surgeon or whatever, that they reside in Nigeria and they can go anywhere in the world to perform operation or whatever? Do we have some set of Nigerians like this?
It's only, let me tell you, I did all my training in Nigeria, and I'm presently working in Saudi Arabia. The only thing I did is their licensing exam, and that's Kalas. I'm working here.
No, I'm just talking about some special.
Saudi Arabia is not US.
They were trained to higher level, and they were well known all over the world that if they need their service, they can call them from Nigeria to come and do that operation or whatever all over. Do we have some set of Nigerians like this?
What actually happens is that medical training. You have to, before you can say you want to do anything in any country. It's only maybe in Africa that will compromise a lot. You have to be licensed, because in case there's any problem, if you are not licensed to practice in that country, you will not be able to do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can't just walk into any country.
Sorry, when you were dishing out your points, right? I was even thinking you are practicing in the US or in somewhere in Western Europe. Saudi Arabia is quite, from my understanding, I think it's quite different from this Western part of the world, you know?
And so you are telling me that I don't know what I'm saying. Is that what you are saying?
If I'm not
practicing,
I'm not knocking your, hold on, I'm not knocking you on the head that you don't know what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
Everybody knows is my line, and I know all the pathways. If I want to work in Canada, I know the pathways I have to follow. If I want to work in Australia,
I said to you, I've seen a medical doctor, not even one, not two. I have them as friends here that came to Ireland here. They just cannot practice.
Let me tell you,
they have to relegate them to a carer position.
Wait, they didn't relegate them. They wanted it. Nobody relegated them. If they are not licensed to practice, if you don't have the license to practice as a doctor in Australia and Netherlands, they choose that pathway for themselves. Maybe for them to get money to sit for the exam and get the license. That's why they are. So it's not as if they relegated them. That's the way Nigerians think. Nobody will relegate a doctor to be a carer. They choose that pathway to get money. Some of them don't have the money to pay for the exam.
Wait, can you check the comment section? Because like I said to you, you are right in some for some countries, but in the US, even if you're a foreign doctor that comes here, you have to take the certification and you go back and do your resident or fellowship.
That is what do you mean by certification? No, just hold on. No, what do you mean by certification?
No.
Would they ask you to go back to? That is what I'm saying. The exam. That is what I'm saying. Just wait.
Do residency and fellowship or
Wait. You know what residency means? It's specialization. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can be a GP.
See, I'm a clinical.
You can be a GP. Just hold on.
All right. I'm listening.
Okay. Even before you, okay, if you want to join as a resident, are you not practicing already? Even if you join residency, are you not practicing as a doctor? Are you not attending to patients?
No, you're not. You just intern. Yeah, you do, but you're
internship is different. No, internship is different. Now, internship is just like house job now.
It's
Why are you saying this, Oriola? Residency, you have different grade of resident. As a resident, you still attend. It's only that you are working under supervision. You are still in training to get your fellowship. That's what I'm saying. General practitioner, you can still work as a general practitioner.
Not here in the US, sorry.
Even GP, you can specialize in GP. What I'm saying, that license that you need, nobody will ask you to go. That residency is not a medical school. It's not as if.
See, but I think it differs in countries.
It's not different. But let me tell you, we still do residency in Nigeria.
Because what you explain is different from what the man in the US is saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's not who the man in US. It's not a medical doctor. I'm telling you. In Nigeria, when you finish medical school, you do your house job. Hello, excuse me. Let me give you that same.
Actually, I did pre-med too, so I know what you're saying, and I just gave you the link to look at.
How do you?
Okay.
What I'm saying. Okay. What I'm saying. Even in Nigeria, when you finish medical school, you can go for residency to get your fellowship. It's the same thing in US. The difference is that if you finish in medical school in Nigeria, they will certify you because you are trained in Nigeria as a medical doctor. In US, because you are not, your first degree is not from their country, you need to do a USMLE exam for them to certify you to get that license. Then if you want to now follow residency, you can go for your residency. It's not a must that you must go for residency. Is an additional qualification.
No. You can't practice without your residence because that's the intern. You can't practice without it.
I have my colleagues that are practicing Oriola. I have colleagues that are practicing.
I work in the hospital and I also did the pre-med. So I know.
Okay, let us even agree with you that before you can, it's not practicing residency, you are practicing even as a resident.
That is why I was saying, but this brings me back again to my own words of discussion, saying it differs from country to country. Because what you are saying, it doesn't tally. Hold on, what you are saying doesn't tally with what the man in the US is saying.
What is not tally there? It's that you are finding it difficult to.
All right, Simba. So
if BT is here, BT will be able
to don't sweep this under the carpet. I'm not finding anything difficult. Let him explain what he just said now, what you've just said again. I'm listening carefully.
I'm telling you what I'm saying. Let me tell you, if you have your first degree, you have a limitation to what you can do because you are not a specialist. If you want to specialize, you want to become a surgeon, you want to become a pediatrician, you want to become an ENT surgeon, you want to become an ophthalmologist, you need to go through the path of residency training. And that is what residency is from, is for you to specialize. When you finish as a doctor, a first degree, you are not specialized. You are just like jack of all trade. So what residency meant is that it's for specialization. And it is done in all the countries of the world, even including Nigeria. I specialize in pediatrics. When I finished medical school, I had to do residency for another 6 years, even in Nigeria. And that is what is happening in the US. That does not mean that your certificate, your first degree, you need that one to get to that stage. And nobody will ask you to go to medical school. All you need to do is so for them to know that this certificate, yes, you are right, and you can still measure to their standard. That's why you do the USMLE exam. That's what I'm saying. The one that you are talking about and you said the relegated doctor to a carer. That's what I'm saying, that he choose that because some people might not have enough money to go and to register for that exam and sit for that exam. He can choose to work as a carer first to get money. He will not continue that.
See, but when you explain that bit about the carer stuff just now, I didn't argue with you because I understand that explanation quite all right. When you just explained that. But what the man in the US was saying was different from what you were saying.
It's not different. It's not different. I told you what happened to me in Nigeria.
It's not. Can I explain? It's not different. What you said now, it's not different. But what I'm saying is, even if you're already practicing in Nigeria and you come over, everything that you just said you did in Nigeria, you have to do it here because you have to do an exam. Once you finish the exam, then whatever specialty that you want to specialize in, then you have to do residency. That's what I'm saying. Even though you're already practicing in Nigeria, you come over here, you still have to do those things. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's clearer this way. It's clearer this way.
So in both way you look at it, that certificate is still recognized, and that's why you can start at that level. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so
you're not,
if you are able,
practicing, you still
have just
to
hold on. That you have to. I agree with you if you still insist on that. What I'm saying now. So if your government in Nigeria give you that leverage, and you get your certificate, that your first 6 years in medical school, you got it on a platter of gold. Isn't that you got that opportunity by virtue of your government providing that avenue for you? Is that not enough for you to appreciate?
Yeah, that's good, but is that the only good thing you want them to talk about?
It's not. There are so many. That's what I'm speaking at, is that there is no country that doesn't have their flaws.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So we should not be seen to always think about negative things, because to me, if I see a Canadian now, I'm in Canada, and I see Canada, I'm telling that Nigeria is bad, Nigeria, what am I going to gain from that, Oriola?
Yeah, but here's the thing: the story that a lot of people have, they have more bad story than good story. Sorry.
Oriola, let me say something, please. Nigerians, I just heard something now. It's just total nonsense. You see, I was off some 5 minutes ago. One of my family members called me. This lady is a fashion designer. They said there's a federal government parastatals, ITF, that they are doing this training acquisition. The lady said she trained almost 30 people at a time for fashion designer. And she told me, can I imagine the day of the graduation, they are getting their certificates, they are giving them like 2 sewing machines, some materials. That lady told me, can I imagine at the day of graduation, people are calling Aboki Mola to come and buy the machine, and people are selling the machine at the ground of the graduation.
So you can see the orientation.
Oh my!
How would they practice if they're selling it? How would they practice if they're selling the machine?
So what are they going to use the money for? To go and buy Ashoebi or what?
My brother, I just finished speaking with that. He said people are selling the machine at the floor, at the ground of the graduation.
So that is the initial motive. The initial motive is just to pretend, go for training for 1, 2, or 3 months.
Get the machine. That's the machine that they're after. They're not after the training.
So it's free. It's free, right? So they did. Oh, okay. So it makes sense. So it's free. So it's not like they pay to get the training.
Yeah, it's free. It's free. Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's why if they have to pay to get that training, they won't be selling the machine now.
They are not interested in the training, Oyola. They are interested in the machine. They look at the outcome. You can see the people that actually. I know that there are some genuine people that will actually needed this thing. They will prevent them from getting it, and they will go. And the same thing happen in all sectors, even including farming and all those things.
But is it not human being? Somebody right there that is selling that machine for them.
What do you mean? Somebody right there what?
No, that machine that the end goal is for them to go buy that machine. Is it not somebody that?
Do you understand, Ejiro? You don't understand. These people, they said they should be trained. It's just looking. There are people that enroll. They enroll them for training. They indicated interest that they needed to be trained as a tailor or whatever, or fashion designer, and the government financed this thing free. And then at the end of the training, they will also get them the equipment that they needed to start working. It's like empowerment. Then at the end of the day, at the day of graduation, they gave them this equipment, and they are the ones selling it at that same point. Did you get it?
Those people that gave the equipment, they are the same people selling that same.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you now. My line was like fluctuating. I got it now.
You know that in Nigeria now.
Guys, let's not stop blaming government anymore. I hear this, my heart was so bitter.
Someone, do you know to sew a simple dress in Nigeria costs more than 500 naira?
My brother.
500 naira. What do you mean? Why are you saying this? If you want to sew any clothes in Nigeria now, if it is even ordinary buba and sokoto, you can't spend less than 5K.
So you see, and then let's assume you sew like 5 in a week. Then you are 25,000 richer. Then you even have more money than people who is working in the office. I don't understand the logic behind some Nigerian.
And G-Lazy said they pay 500,000 to train these people.
So you see. So when Buhari
and we will say governments are not doing anything.
Some of our youth that they are saying the truth. Some of them are lazy. We must say the truth. They gave it 2 machines. I've known so many apprentices.
Do you know how much those machines cost? I don't think there's any of the that machine that will cost less than 100K.
They don't find
but don't you think those people break the law? They should be penalized for doing that. Because they waste the government money.
God.
They wasted the government money.
Opportunity like that. And then
as you said, Doriola, we need to have some punitive measures to discipline Nigerians.
We need to even cane them. In fact, those are ABOKIS.
Our orientation is something else. Believe me, Oriola, is something else.
Nigeria as a country actually need a reset. They need a reset.
If I don't have a close family and friend that told me this, I will never knew that federal government is doing this skill acquisition, giving people instruments to set up their life, stop looking for white collar jobs, but people are selling the
the only job an average Nigerian will value is the one that will not do anything, just be giving free salary, like civil service job and all those things.
Thomas, an average Nigerian, that's one guy told me that in Nigeria, unless if you don't want to do nothing, there is opportunity. Unless you don't really want to do nothing, or you are too cherry picking. I remember when I graduated, I was looking for a banking job. I did like 3 banking examinations, some up to the extent of the interview. They didn't take me, but I ended up working for a businesswoman that have orientation with Nigerian Port Authority.
Sorry, Remy, sorry. Did I hear you right? You say in Nigeria there's a lot of what? Opportunities.
Yes.
Anyway, finish your point. Let me not interrupt. Just finish.
Okay.
I'll say something.
That Nigerian told me there's a lot of opportunity in Nigeria that even if you learn a trade and you look around, sometimes the government help you. Even private people can also help you. For example, you learn how to be a tailor, and even if you sell your message, because now we use the social media very well, that you finish your apprentice, but the problem you're having, you don't have money to buy a machine. People help one another in Nigeria a lot. So what the guy was trying to tell me is that if you really know what you want and you go for it, you will get it. That there's so many opportunities. Even if you want to do nothing, even to be a small a bus conductor, you also get money to take.
Remy, my tailor is a woman.
Yes.
And what I used to do with her, I don't even buy. I would just ask her that I needed I needed this kind of clothes. She will be the one that will get the material, get everything. She will just say, okay, your money is 40,000, your money is 50,000. And she has a lot of people that she's even do training. She's even doing like in school. You understand?
That trust. And you can see, the other day, I sent my cousin to go and learn how to do makeup. And I have to buy a makeup kit, which is about 40,000 naira. And
that is another good business. So all those makeup.
And today, they told me that, not today, I mean, I just referred to several weeks ago. She told me that conveniently, she can make at least 30,000 naira in a week. So that's already 120K in 1 month. And she's still living under her parents' roof. So just need to pay house rent.
No, you don't need they visit houses now. They will come to your house to come and apply the makeup for you.
Majority of the money will still remain with her. She's not paying.
And that's what I'm saying. They will just anybody, if they want to go out now, they will call them, come and do it within maybe 1 hour. If she has finished and she just go. House service, that's what they do.
And compare with a classmate that graduated from the university two or 3 years ago. Some of them are here to hook up. They don't want to learn something.
I've told you that if you, it's a waste of time for you to be looking for.
Ajale Boko will come here. Governments are not doing anything. Nobody is doing anything. Oh God.
No, we still need some people like that to be saying that, to put our government officials on their
some of the young guys start this job now, you can get something from saying no, he's looking for big money. That all his mates are wearing designer clothes. You know, there is this influencer on the social media. Everybody wants to get rich quickly. They want to drive a big car. They want to live a big luxury life. And so the problem is not totally the government itself, the people also. So when a young man of 17 or 18 years old want to drive a Rolls Royce, want to live in a mansion, want to go to club every night, and he does not have the 17. When we are 17, we are still battling with JAM and WAEC. And so at 17 now, you want to get rich and you don't know. So the problem is that even the job outside there, some of our young guys say, no, I don't want to, that job is too below me, I can't do it. And this same set of people, they will pay 7 million to 15 million naira to go and do healthcare job to get to UK. 15 million to get to UK. So you can say, or to go to any of these countries to do the job they said they cannot do in Nigeria, and they will do that one. So the psyche and the mentality of average Nigeria sometimes is susceptible. I don't know how to use that.
No, that was why Dora Akinwumi said, he said the chain begins with you. But we don't want to do that. We want to just say, okay, you blame any other person but you for your predicament. That's what we are very good at.
Yes.
And don't you think people that live abroad, they're not telling the people in Nigeria the truth as well? That it's not like everything is not gravy, it's not sweet if you come abroad.
Nobody will listen to that, Toriola. They will say, let them call first. Let them call first. That you are telling them. You can't say that to anybody in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's why someone will spend 7 million. 7 million that you can put to use in Nigeria for something.
No, you can't even spend 7 million. You can't spend, it's too small. Most of the people borrow money, they do a lot of things to get those things now. At least you need 15 million naira to be able to get out of that country. 15 million.
So why would you want to spend that much money to travel if you can put it to use in Nigeria for something? I understand the part that they really want to come here and see how things are going.
Sometime last year, September ending, I was at Lagos Airport. A lady was sitting beside me. I just took a peep at her itinerary. I saw Baghdad. I now look at her. I established conversation with her. I said, "Where are you going?" She said, "Baghdad." I said, "What are you going to do in Baghdad?" She was going for all this mid job or whatever. And I asked her, I said, "Did you know where Baghdad is? That is Iraq, where they are fighting war." She does not even know what actually is waiting for her where she's going. And I asked her, I said, "How did you get this? How did you get the visa? How did you get all this? How did you process it?" She told me she's a graduate. that she spent over 1 million naira to get this visa for her. I said, so if you can raise 1 million naira, don't you think that you can invest that one in Nigeria in business or whatever you want to do? And I asked her, I said, how much did they say that you'll be earning per month? They said about 150,000 naira. I said, okay, 150,000 naira, is that why you are going to Iraq? 150K per month. So you see, Nigeria can go anywhere now. You know, I think we have been, I don't know how will I put it now, that we believe that every other place is better except our country.
Yes.
So Simba, when you ask the lady if she knows where Baghdad is, what did she say? What was her response?
She does not know. She does not know. And she's not the only one, though. There are many like, and she was very happy taking selfie, just calling people, hey, we are in so place now. I was just looking at her, I said, hey, look at this one. So I don't know. It's, as you said, that country, I don't know, it's miracle. Because we are being bastardized. Our orientation is something else. It's something else. And even let me tell you what actually even baffle. I mean, even at least I have some Nigerian nurses that I work with here, and I look at them and compare them with other nationalities. Believe me, I cannot compare them. Believe me, I can't compare them with the Filipinos. I can't compare them with the Indians. I can't compare them with the Ghanaians. I can't compare them with any of other nurses.
Why? What's wrong with them?
They know our Nigerian ways now. They still believe they can work the way they work in Nigeria. Any little thing, if they ask them to do this, they will say they will not do it. You understand? And these people, they'll just be watching you. The only thing they will do is that by the time you finish, because they renew contracts here every year, that's what they do for them. Then they will evaluate them and give them a bad evaluation, and they will ask them to leave. And I used to tell them, I said, you are not Gloria, you are not Victoria, you are not Aisha. You are a representative of Nigeria. By the time you get there, don't you know that you are spoiling opportunities for others that actually needed this job to survive?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, that's crazy.
You understand? It's crazy. It's crazy. Some of them, I have to call them and say, come, you have to calm down. This is not Nigeria. You have this combative nature. You understand? That is, to me, is working against us. And that's why you see every other people attacking us and attacking us.
Yeah, but to be honest, now that you said it, I never thought like Nigerians are lazy. I thought like we always, everywhere we go, we want to prove to people that we are good and even better than what you think. So I always think that we always strive, but there's always bad apples. Like just like you said, some people still think they're still in Nigeria where you want to get paid, but you won't do the job. But I always think that we always prove ourselves wherever we go. So I don't know why those people
when the push come to the push, that's when Nigeria need to be pushed. And that's why you see them by the time they go to maybe Western world where they have camera everywhere, they have to be monitored and police. That's when the Nigeria cannot do anything willingly. That is our problem. We can't do anything willingly.
Really? You might be right.
No,
maybe, I don't know.
We need to be pushed.
A lot of Nigeria that I may have seen, like we always like on our toes. We're always ready to do stuff. We're always ready to prove ourselves. So maybe you might be right. Maybe some people have that mentality of not wanting to like do what they need to do or what's required of them. But a lot of people that I've seen a lot of Nigerian top places, and they always want to do. They're ready to go. We. That's why a lot of people know us for like the hard work, trying to do things. But Now that you're, because I thought like that's just like Nigerian mentality where people will go to work, they won't come to work on time, they won't do what they need to do as their job, but they want to get paid at the end of the day. So I always thought like once they leave Nigeria, they leave that aside. But now that you're saying some people still do that, that's crazy. Because I would have thought like we want to prove to everyone that we are above standard. Like we're not just someone we are forced to be reckoned with. That's what me I thought.
Oriola, my brother, it's not so. They see if they are given that opportunity, they still behave the same way.
That's not good.
Tima, let me ask you this: being that you are the one on ground, right? I think you stand a better chance to answer me. Was it last year? I think early last year. Excuse me. There was this. They were clamping on residency in the UAE. What exactly was going on? Why were they clamping on their residency? Talking about foreigners now, especially Nigerians.
No, not foreigners, Nigerians now. So you didn't see the video that came out before that?
I saw it, but what exactly was really in video? So many things happen now. So many versions of story.
Because of Nigerians shenanigans now, they went there and then they started disturbing they will not obey the law. They are doing all this courtesan there, using cutlass, cutting themselves, disturbing the public peace. That's why now.
So what you're saying is those professionals, those people that are professionals, that are skilled workers, they weren't affected.
They are not. I think so. I still have a lot of people who are still there. Yes, now.
Oh, wow.
The issue is that, and that's why they regulate their immigration, this thing, especially in developed world, when they will screen people that will come to their country. If you open your country and you allow miscreants from Nigerians to come, they will spoil everything even for the professional, for everybody. Some of Nigerians, they don't know that when you leave your country, you are like an ambassador of your country. But we don't have that thinking at the back of our mind. Where you are now, you are a representative of Nigeria. If you behave well, you open opportunities for other Nigerians.
True.
But an average Nigerian doesn't think like that. You always want to take opportunity and then just spoil opportunity for others. So I don't know. We have to change. Everybody has to change for that country to move forward. Believe me. But in a situation whereby we are just blaming the politician, is the leader, and all these things that we're talking about, is a problem of leadership. It's not a problem of leadership. You say your country is not good because the leaders are not. Then where you are now, what you are doing? Are you doing well for yourself and for the benefit of others? That's the question we're supposed to be asking ourselves. If in my hospital, I was the first consultant working in my department, and because of the way I work, it's not as if I'm boosting my ego here. They were even asking me that if I have other people that want to come, if I have friends that want to come, that they are ready to take them. So it's just now, after I came, at least about 5 other Nigerians have joined me. So it's about situation. I don't know. Nigeria. Right. So we have so many guys on the platform that are not even talking at all. Thomas, are you there?
So you have so many guys. The time is fast spent now, no? I don't know what time it is at your end. Yeah, it's just 8:15 in the morning, 8 a.m. Even me now.
Yes, it's 10:15.
A.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Okay.
So if Thomas, if people are not talking again, then you can close down. No? Adewale sometimes will be there and will just be taking his smoke underground. He will not talk. Adewale, are you there?
So taking his smoke on the ground. maybe he's gone. Just mute himself.
All these American people, they'll be at night. Maybe they've already slept. I'm very sure Kulata, Adewale, BT, Kumi,
Yeah,
they're
it's
all
quite late
American guys.
at this time. It's
Yes,
quite
they
late.
might be sleeping. Yes, I think you are in Europe, eh?
Yeah, I'm in Ireland, in Dublin.
Okay, that's why you're still because we have wake up already.
So
Okay,
Nigeria, we just have to. Everybody just have to put their hands on the deck. You know, hands on deck.
Exactly. Everybody has to make their contribution to make that country work.
Let me also make my own little contribution. You know, Simba, I have heard you say a lot of things. I agree with so many of them, but there are some, yeah, I did agree with. You know, like that educational something this my brother was talking about. I think the way he put it is a little bit, even those guys in United States, I would have asked them a question. When a Canadian trained doctor decide to work in America, are they going to subject him to those stuff he wrote there? Or when a Swedish medical trained doctor want to work in America, would they also tell him, go and do it from this grassroots? That's what I wanted to know from them, because someone trained as a doctor in Ireland want to work in Sweden.
Okay, you know that some country, it varies from country to country. Do you understand? But there's no country that you want to work in that they will not ask you to do some exam for you to get their license to practice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Some of them, they can waive exam for you. They just come and give you if they believe. And you know that we have all this belief that, okay, some country, they are grade A, some country, they are grade B, and all those things. You understand? Like, I have a friend now who is working presently in Australia. They waive, and he trained in Nigeria. In fact, he trained in Benin, UBTH in Benin. He was with me in Saudi Arabia before he left for Australia. In fact, I was one part of one of the people that wrote give him a reference letter. He's presently working. This is second year in Australia, and he's practicing. He did not even do any exam, and he's practicing in Australia. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if at a time even UK accepted our fellowship in Nigeria before they stopped it, maybe one year.
That's what I wanted to see.
So it varies from country to country. As you said,
it depends
if you are trained in Canada, they might US might look at it and say their neighbor, they believe in their standard of education and everything. They might not put them through that rigor of say, okay, you have to start all over again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know, the thing is this, what I know, little knowledge I have about all this qualification is depends on agreement between a country and a country. And most of these educations standard, countries are not alone. They work in unity, they set up a standard together, and they make sure people are meeting up with that standard. So I think that is what really matters a lot. Like in Nigeria, we are no longer meeting up with the standard. You know,
no, even
at the time we're meeting up.
It depends on an agreement. Like our own college in Nigeria now. At a time, they had an agreement with the British. Whenever they are doing the exam, some of their trainer from Britain, they will come down to Nigeria and participate in the exam. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was as you said, it's an agreement. That time they used to come, they participate, and at that time they accept our people in UK. You don't need to do all those rigor of all those slab or whatever to get the license. Once you have that certificate, they will license you to practice.
You see,
so I don't know how those things are
most of the things they are subjecting our people to. Yeah, because most of the things they are subjecting the Nigerians to is because of the standard of the country. And they have embassies. There are a lot of things going on, you know, that they cannot just tell you because they cannot tell you, but they spy on us. We have right to also spy on them. Just like that, they look at what we are doing and the way we manage things.
Also, the way we talk about ourselves, we don't know that most of the things that we say about our own system also.
No. Forget about what we're saying. What we're saying, my brother, they would never use whatever we say on air to go and formulate a policy that have to do with some qualification and all those kind of things. They have people on ground who monitor heavily what we are doing in our country. They understand that a lot of things are not going well the way it's supposed to be. So, our image as a country has already also reduced. And that is why they treat our people like that in America. I cannot see a medical doctor trained in Sweden going to
want to work in America, though he will go to school, but they will never tell him maybe to to study some laws, how to handle, because there are laws in all these professions. Just how you will deal with patients, what you have to do, what you have not to do. This is what our law said. Those kind of area they will prepare for them. But to start working, most of the medical terms are already in English, whether you study in anywhere. So they have this in relation with little pronunciation difference. And they will work straight with their qualification. Nobody will bring them to say you are now so low person. No way. It's just an American doctor want to come and work here in Sweden.
No, the problem is that it's we Africans that we travel a lot because of the economic situation in our continent, and that's why they can say, okay, they use all those things to regulate the number of people they want to take. How will a Swedish doctor? What would make a Swedish doctor to say I want to go and work in America when everything is conducive in his country? He won't get more salary than what he will get in America.
No,
do you understand?
But Midwest, let me say this. Let me quickly say this. Are you saying those countries that you're talking about, like those Western world, are you saying their standard, they should drop it because of Africa?
No, he's not saying that. No, he's not saying they should drop their.
No, he said they are relegating. So why would they be relegating our people to subject our people to? Okay.
See why they do that. Originally, America know very well that our people are intelligent. Don't look at our people like they don't have that brain. They have honor for them. It's just the standard. What the government is supposed to do, requirement. All of them set a standard for each other. That is why an American doctor come and work in Sweden. There are people who monitor what America is doing for Sweden. There are Americans who monitor what Swedish are doing. And when it comes to this standard, they have just like European Union.
A doctor applied to Africa in return. That's what you are saying. That same that same level should be applied to
Africa together. Africa is a national. Wait, don't put Africa together because we are confused about Africa. A doctor trained in Egypt have his own standard with different countries in the world. A doctor trained in Senegal have a different standard with the world. It depends on the country. I'm talking about Nigeria now. If Nigeria want to retain those things they once enjoy, because a doctor trained in Nigeria, they were having right to go and work in the United Kingdom without any come here, come there. They were meeting up with a standard at a particular time. But when they discover that they are falling behind, and a lot of things are not like this strike, all those kind of things, I know they still try to train medical doctor even within the period of strike. All those kind of things, they gather all together and they now make a decision that anybody from this country, if it is trained, these are law. It's not like the authority that just decide. It must undergo this and it become law. You see it now. And we cannot break it.
Let me tell you, the funny thing, sometimes it's not even depend on the standard, it just depends on their law. Even in Nigeria now, if you school, let's say you do your medical school even in Britain or even in US, and you want to go to Nigeria now to practice as a doctor, you have to sit for an exam. You still have to do exam.
Yes,
so sometimes it doesn't bother. It doesn't bother. So it doesn't really bother to really standard sometimes. It's just for you to just assert your authority and say, okay, no, you have to pass through our whole process before you can
see where that Nigeria, where Nigeria came about. Look at where Nigeria came about. Someone that have power or authority, it's left for you to use it the way you want. When we were meeting up, these people never relegated us or maybe subject our people to some setting. I don't understand. Some places the way they treat our people is not good. You understand me? If you look at it very well. So when these people were putting this measure against Nigeria, the government is just like
it's not good, but who is the cause? Somebody must have caused
it. It's the government. You see, the cause is that our government are not meeting up with the standard they agree. It's just like European Union, for example. A doctor trained under European Union agreement is qualified to work in anywhere within Europe as far as you have that license. You see it now. This is an agreement, and there is a way they monitor everybody, every country. When you are training these your people, there is a mechanism to monitor what is going on. So all of them is meeting up.
If anyone is falling behind, they complain and is not working on it, they will change against that person. You get what I'm saying now? So, like that, we are not meeting up. Instead of we to work on those things they complain, we pass a law. Okay, if you are trained in America, you want to come and work in Nigeria, you must go and write our exam. My brother, with your own level of understanding, don't you know that we are the one losing? We have to be sincere. Everybody will agree to that. We are the one, because most of the know-how, we don't even have it. We still borrow from them. We are still learning from them. We have to be sincere. So it's just like, instead of our government to say, okay, they complain about this, let's work on it. They decided to, okay, I stop you if they're still studying on your own. That's what I told my friend when we discussed this issue some time ago. He said, somebody training outside Nigeria, whether in Britain, you want to come and work in Nigeria, my brother, you go back to school again and go and write some exam. I said, you see, these are the way we see things that is creating problems. That is the few things I know about that one, but not much. But I know our people, not that they never have record against the intelligence of our people. I'm just telling the truth. They respect our people. Even the way they cope with that exam under stress conditions sometimes. Their citizens cannot even break through easily. Some people writing that exam, the reason why they fail, they don't have money. They go and take some kind of job you cannot even imagine, just to raise money to be able to meet up inside that stress of writing such a high level of exam. So that is it. That's the little thing I can contribute there, because I feel the government that have to do things. And the second one again, you were saying now Nigerian citizens have to work on themselves. I don't think the citizens are bad people. It's just because the government is not working the way it's supposed to be. So it's not reaching out to everybody. Someone commits something that is wrong. I want to give you an example. Like what I want to add to Simba. I was running a shop in Nigeria.
Sorry, Midwest, 1 minute, just 1 minute before 1 second, Midwest, before you give example. Let me quickly say before I forget. Simba, are you there? Hello? Is Simba there? He's gone? Okay, maybe he's gone. I wanted to ask him something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, now look at it from this way. I was having a shop where they sell engine, truck engine in Nigeria. So somebody came there and he was trying to steal something, and the security caught the person. And I told them to go and complain. So when he was complaining at the nearest police station close to that place, I called my friend who is already a DPO somewhere. So those police officers said, my manager should bring money for the paper and the pen to write his statement. He will pay for the vehicle to go and arrest that guy they suspected that did that thing, because the security saw the guy. He know the face of that guy, know where he live. You understand me? So then that is 2. So when you look at when they told me, I was so confused. I called my friend. I said, oh boy, see what he said now. So now he for here now. Me we don't live for that. So I said, oh boy, I have to draw small to you. And so even for your own station, I saw it be. You understand me? So you can see the culture. And we were suffering this thing under the military regime. 1998, what stopped our government not to work on those things? And if you look at the way they live everything, the government that is destroying Nigeria, those few laws that take Nigeria hard time to obey in our country, inside that high language, do they put anybody on school to respect a traffic light? You understand me? Minor things. They will not force somebody in Sweden that when you eat something, you will not look for the nearest dustbin before you can drop anything that is dirty you want to drop. You will turn around, you will see dustbin available. You see, these things are government provision to make human to reason like human. If you don't see dustbin to drop that, what will you think of? You look for a star and drop it on the ground.
Midwest, in a nutshell, just one word. So our leaders are wicked. That's all. They are wicked. Yeah. That's just the answer.
They are wicked. That's just it. And the wickedness is based. You know why we cannot hold them accountable? Just as you said, somebody was trying to say we don't promote the unity. Everybody wants to be united. For people to be united, there must be a foundation for unity. When you neglect the foundation for unity, you are trying to.
You said our leaders are wicked. Why are they wicked?
See, let me tell you why they are wicked. When you look at our problem today, if you present any problem before our leaders, the first thing that will come out is solution. And in that solution, money will be involved. Before you know what is happening, the money will disappear and the problem will remain.
You said an example. You use an example hello, you are talking about a dustbin that if somebody, what about where they put a pedestrian bridge and people are not using the pedestrian bridge?
You have to go and look around what is going on, why they are not using. Wait,
it's not, you said in Sweden that people don't, no, just wait. You said in Sweden that things are available, they don't need to push people before they obey the law because all those that they are available. Now, where there is availability of all these,
no, you don't push a Nigerian. You don't push a Nigerian. Say my statement, you don't push a Nigerian who live here to obey the law. Just forget about their citizen. You don't force a Nigerian who live here to obey the law.
Although the people still obey the law, I'm not using Nigeria. Okay, now in Nigeria, where these things are available and still people don't make use of it, they just want to take a shortcut. What do you think is our problem? You understand? Because what I believe is that what my own belief, let me tell you why it's my own issue. I don't always blame somebody else for my problem. First of all, I will look at myself and say, is this thing that I'm having, is it my problem? Can I find a solution myself? Do you understand what I'm saying? To me, my own belief, which you know me for Midwest, I know our leaders have problem. And I know that the followers also has problem. I still believe that everybody, whether the leaders or the followers, still have a role to play in the development of our country. But one thing I don't agree with is this notion of always putting every blame on the leaders. And I still believe that even the leaders, they emerge from the followers. The people who call leaders today, they were followers of yesterday. So, but if we still continue to say leader, as if God created some group of people, put them somewhere as a pool, where we are taking them and say, okay, these are the group of leaders that we are just taking from them, is what I don't actually share with you people. The leaders, the kind of leaders you have in that country is a reflection of the attitude of the followers.
Look at it. I will use Simba. Let me quickly use two examples. You were talking almost in relation to what I was saying. Someone came to my shop and they tried to steal something from there, and my manager called me. I decided to contact the police, and the police gave me condition on how they operate. I have to pay the paper for them to write the statement, the pen, and the vehicle that will go and arrest the suspect. Okay, which I did, and I called a friend who was a police somewhere. He told me that one is just minor thing. That is how the ultimate. I just give them those much a minute. Okay, they went and arrested the person. The person testified to the crime. The case ended for police, and after the person have settled them. So how will the person not go back again to go and do the wrong thing? You see, these are the challenges that we have. The government should at least they should improve the way they render their services as a government, the way they implement the bureaucratic procedure as a government. This will not give a deterrence to the citizen to behave well. As you use that overhead bridge, I mean, what a pedestrian overhead bridge, and people don't want to. If it is here, the government here build such a thing, and people are still. You know what they will do? They will not even use force. They will go back and study what is going on there. They will not look for a way to construct different things that will force people to be taking that thing. If they don't do that, they will never start to be, because if their arrest is too much, they discover that the thing is too much. They will not blame their own self. They have to take responsibility. Perhaps the way they construct that area is what is causing this. They will do their own, take responsibility first, because everything is not forced. Like in our place, they want to force the common man to be good. Why the top? I'm not serious. It doesn't work.
This example you give, this example you give about what happened in your shop. Are you hearing me? We have a government who knows that we needed the police. We put the police there. They are Nigerian citizens. What happened to you now? Is it caused by Tinubu or caused by Buhari or caused by our people? Is the nature of our people. Probably the person that they arrested, they collected money from that person and they released him. I told you, maybe if you were listening earlier, what even happened to me is even worse than your own.
Wait, my brother. Here come an issue we always neglect. Here in Europe, the police that want to arrest you, there is a procedure you must follow. Operating outside that procedure, we put him in jail. In Nigeria, we don't define procedures. Now, take for example, they arrested somebody today in this Sweden. An allegation is already in the system with that person. There is no way one person will just take bribe and set him free and delete everything. It's totally impossible. There are cases you establish, you must end the court. There are cases that are under investigation that you can say, oh, this is a civil case, we cannot take to court. But when something related to criminal as inter-criminal database, nobody, there's no way. They know how human behave. Like in Nigeria, we are looking for trustworthy people to come and do it. No human being is trustworthy, except we just agree to organize a system that put every one of us on check. That's why the best of us will come out. Those guys, I cannot blame the police officers. Do you know how much they budget to the Ministry of Interior in Nigeria to take care for these guys? If they die on duty, how many of their children are in school? How many of them receive state burial? How do we insure them? Nobody talk about this. You don't even care.
So
some of
they
them
have
are transferred to Lagos. They don't have a house.
So they have to collect their pension and gratuity by collecting bribe before they leave work.
Listen, that same guy, that same guy collecting bribe and everything, take him to go and work in police in America, whether he will accept bribe again.
You know the consequence.
Take that person to come and work in Sweden, whether he will take a bribe.
He knows the consequence because he will be jailed.
That is okay. That is one. Secondly, what is earning is in proportion for him to have the basic standard of living. The people that earn basic standard of living or something that will make them super rich are the politicians today, not those who actually do the job. Even inside the police, those high-ranking officers are the one having access to the I don't know.
How many hours? How many hours?
Yeah.
How many hours do you work where you are?
By law, you have to work a day 8 hours. This is law.
But I'm very sure you work more than that.
And our law is you work. It depends on the sectors. There are some sectors who cannot subject you to 10 hours a day. So if that happens, if that means you are going to work 4 times a week, you have 40 hours a week.
No,
then you still have hours, extra hours.
Work now. Some people do double job because they want to make extra points.
It varies from country to country. If you want to do some double job, some double job, if it is available in black level, you don't have problem. You can close from that 8 work and go to somewhere place to go and do some extra job, because at the end of the year there are total hours you must work. If you don't, that you should not exceed both your normal work and your normal extra time. In a month there is a maximum by law. If you work more than that, the company that is giving you that job can have problem. You see it now. So and you yourself, you can have problem if you don't have the normal document in Sweden. Maybe if you don't have permanent and you don't have citizen, you are under it temporary. Maybe you are hired as a professional, maybe even as an IT engineer and everything. You don't follow this procedure. By the time you apply for permanent, everything will surface and you cannot stay in Sweden. They tell you to leave. You understand me? So they are very strict with this labor hour. So it's also like that in many countries. But when black job, if you do small black job,
you know why I'm asking this? What I discover is that in Nigeria, we give, you can, let me tell you, if you do anything wrong, you can find reason for, even in developed world. Thomas made the example of somebody who had an accident or something like that. And he was saying because there was a pothole, that was why he had an accident. And he might be right. So if you are trying to justify bribery and corruption on all our shenanigans, based on say maybe because they don't receive enough salary, that's why they have to be doing that and all those things. Even if you are paying them more than enough, you can still justify anything. To me, in Nigeria, this is the fact. If Nigerian work between 8 and 4 p.m., probably, or 8 and 3 p.m., I can bet you that one, How many Nigerian workers will say I work actively for 2 hours in a day? None.
I work.
Most of the time, you know, they will not even see them in the office. Work 2 hours actively. Do you know? It's not the number of hours you stay at work that determines your success.
Okay.
Some of them will not even come.
Simba, let me put this one.
Let me tell you. But what I'm saying is this:
yes.
both the workers. But let me tell you, both the workers in Nigeria and the government are deceiving themselves. The workers are not doing what they are doing. They are not working. They are just receiving salary. And government also knows that they are not working at all. And that's why when this petrol subsidy of a thing started, and you see some governors say, okay, we reduce the number of working hours to 3 days in the week. They know that they are not, even they don't even need them. They don't even need them. They can survive without even them coming to work, especially civil servants.
Yeah, see, Simba, may I put this one for you? Simba, may I put this one? See the way it works. Like where I am now, if you are in the office or you don't trust anybody, there is a digital machine in the door there. You will put your ID card that will mark you present.
Log in and log out.
Now, if you are to attend to, if you are to attend to people in a day, a file, every issue file, there is a place where you will put your code, you will put your card to that computer, or else the computer will not work. That means you are not working. So there is a way they monitor everybody. There is a way they control what you are doing. In our society, we leave it in the hand of trustworthy people. When I say government, I mean it is generality of everybody. Everybody is a government. But those we have allowed to represent us in authorities, in big offices, in government institutions and everything, they are the one in charge that's supposed to put this measure in place. Even when you work for a private company here in this country, there is still a code they will still give to you that will open the gate for you. You go in, you go straight to computer, you go and put it there and present. You see, there are things. And if you are working, many things you cannot cheat. There is a way they monitor everything far away. This enables people to come and invest in your country while they are far away, and they will be from there seeing what is going on in their company, at least 90% even without coming. So this one gave them their chances. Like our home, we have allowed many things to be normal. The money they pump into the police in Nigeria, I think the government should come out and look for a better way to implement this fund. The money they have been pumping into Nigerian army, my brother, only few are gaining it. Not those who even do the job. Most of our guys will go to straight to the compound.
Let me even bust your bubble. I was reading the news yesterday. They said there was one Major General something. The man, he was the chief accountant of Nigeria. He died. Okay. And now the family are now fighting over his property. If you see the property that this guy has,
that's all.
That can they said he has about 25 houses in Abuja.
Turn right to stay on Stations Garden.
Imagine 25 houses
that's just
alone
houses.
In Abuja.
You don't even know cash. You don't even know the dollar and euro they will stack in one place. They will just load it in one place, unused. Because the person he holds the authority of the army. They don't report. The government don't have a separate database that they must report to monthly. Police here, man. Every job here, my brother. Every month ending, you must report to. There are places they put in place that those things have to reflect what the company is doing, what you imported, what you sold, people you employ, the salary you pay. The government must know. Ministry of Finance must know, and Ministry of Taxation must know. And this is how the government used to know it. So, and the company have to also keep their own. So the way we just hand over police to Inspector General of Police and his team, hand over me to the whether general staff or the army staff, hand over the Navy to Navy staff.
I agree with you. We need
the
to
person you appointed, hand over education to the Minister of Education.
To monitor our people. We need
they must. These are what we are lacking. There must be a platform.
I agree with you totally.
They need to.
If not,
they need to. If they don't invest
our
on
people need to be pushed. That's what I'm saying. They need to be pushed to do the right thing.
Human beings need to be pushed, or Igbo themselves. If they leave their country like this, everything goes scatter.
Or when motor never touch, he want for bicycle. Why do you think he's doing that? He want go sit down for us. He don't want work. Whether he can get insurance. So human being and human being, man, just the chance. The chance is not there. The chance is not there. Now make them. The cause is a no chance. You must do good. There's no way you can think if when them not that they don't steal. I will give you an instance. As tough as Swedish system here, one of the richest bank here, you know what they were doing? They were issuing fake contract and preparing fake what is it called, pay slip in order for them to move some ego, ego. You understand? And they did it for almost like 6 months before the government discovered that no. You know, people in offices and everywhere, this is something is not right. And they tip those their police will know how to look into those things. And they were monitoring them. One day they came, they chased everybody away from the bank and packed all their computer. And that's all. So it was a shock to everybody. If they don't have that system of grant, these people can continue to do that small. Before you know it, other bank will become.
They will have done a good. They will have done a lot of damages.
Other bank will continue to monitor. Other institutions will come to imitate. Before you know, it become like normal. This thing, my brother, some years ago, a Nigeria citizen with the office, fear will not let him touch money will not be off. There's no way. Now small, now they take when Babangida just come. Now that man I just spoil everything. I never see where devil bring that man to come rule that country.
600 meters, turn right on Colonial.
The years we take rule us before he come out, he don't tear Nigeria eyes to this bad doing, and we not fit come out again. Now it's time they start to chase primary school teachers away. They don't pay them. They just wake up, sack all of them, say they not reach book reach. And that's the qualification that they still they teach for UK, teach for Sweden today. Now, small time can't enter secondary school. People will go and see this College of Education. They now say no, make the graduate remain. That is my state at the talk or bend that to do. Before you come know, and now everybody, you can't reach everybody, irrespective of your profession. Now that math season, 19 scatter for that my country. It leads to one. I've never seen government will just can't lose the people to wrongdoing. Everybody started looting, started stealing. Before you know, as Minister of Education collapsed, Minister of this collapsed, Minister of Defense said, they even try when I'm
Babangida legalized corruption in Nigeria.
He just opening, and that season me I know. They grow up. You can't even cut a tree in Benin. Say you want to go cut tree where don't be. Say na gedu. You not do the necessary bureaucratic paper. Forest guard must put license. When that man come, now so everybody can get the encouragement to take before you know it become normal thing. Now we just so.
Midwest.
And for me, you see me say they come here, they say na Tinubu be my problem.
Is it from you?
Tinubu is not my problem.
Voice underground. Is it from you? Like an Igbo woman talking.
Go somewhere now. I did drive. Now they take me somewhere.
Okay.
Sorry.
In fact, Thomas, me, I won't go work.
I don't come out. Greet Thomas. Anytime we wake up, me come out.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Midwest. Bye bye.
Yeah, there you go. Think we are shutting down now. Thank you guys for coming today. Yeah. Another day, another dollar. One man always say that. Yeah, another day, another dollar. This we have tried. You guys are doing a great job, man. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you later. Catch you later.
Na turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn. I beg you, wait for your turn. Come on. Turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you, wait for your turn. We say na turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you wait for your turn. I beg you wait for your turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you wait for your turn. If you do anyhow, you say anyhow. If you do anyhow, you say anyhow. If you do anyhow, you say anyhow. You go collect woto.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.